Good morning, girls and boys, dads and mums, family and friends, to the 19th Loreto Kirribilli Regatta here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Just public service announcement, don't forget it is UV10 today, so if you haven't already, please apply some sunscreen to protect yourself. Fortunately, I think the weather forecast is telling us that the pending thunderstorms will be later in the afternoon, and right now the windy conditions seem to be holding off. Probably by noon it might start picking up. We do have race 1 currently lining up, and that is the Schoolgirl 4 Division 1. And with me today is two-time Olympian, world champion, Alison.
Thank you, everyone. Lovely to be here in the commentary box with you today, Clem. Yes, as we said, we've got lovely conditions here.
Most definitely, and I think they're mostly, some of them are in year 10 going into year 11, some of them are obviously year 11 going into 12. And in lane 2, you've got Pimble's Ladies College with Lucy Simpson, Zara Kinneberg, Georgina Curtis, and Olivia Norton. Coxed by Emily Bartrop. In lane 3 is St. Catherine's with Genevieve Links, Florist Hennessy, Matisse Borthwick, Ashley Innes. Coxed by Anja Ruffley and coached by John Keogh. In lane 4, we have the Loreto Kirribilli 1 crew of Fedra Kevin, Gemma Ronan, Millie Fallon and Paloma Sang, coxed by Charlotte Clarkin, coached by Patrick Mainsbridge and Teresa Harris and Daniela Stewart. So no bias there in lane 4, but we both have children in that boat. In lane 5, we have the Queenwood crew of Chelsea Yates, Isla McMillan, Eloise Lintveld, Penelope Rolls, and coxed by Juliet Yardley. In lane 6, we have Queenwood, Tessa Calverley, Lucinda Doku, Flo Veach, and Charlotte McMillan, coxed by Jazz Salmon. In lane 7, we have Roseville 2 with Eva Zhang, Claudia Berger, Emily Wong, Alice Bestich, and coxed by Sabine Baird, coached by Alex Brown. And in lane 8, closest to us, is the Loreto Normanhurst crew of Lucy Hannaford, Lucy Prentice, Isabel Kellett, Eloise Moore, coxed by Harriet Lamp, and coached by Arabella Barr.
In terms of when they come through the 500 and everything, that's going to come up on the screen, isn't it?
Correct.
Yep, okay. Yep, okay. All right. Yeah, that's all. That'll come up though, I assume. That's all right. And what was I going to say? You just put this on just when you talk, don't you? The rest of the time you have it off.
Correct. So in your career, did you ever row in the coxed 4, or was it coxless 4? Or?
Oh. Oh.
What's happening there? Why don't you wear this one, and I'll jury Regatta.
Okay, so we're just about to go through the 500 metre mark in this first race for the regatta. It looks like a pretty tight race we have with the two crews on the far side, Pymble Ladies College and St Catherine's. And then coming through in third, fourth and fifth, we have third Queenwood, fourth Loreto Kirribilli, fifth Queenwood, sixth Roseville. So going through that first 500, we had St Catherine's first in a time of 1:51, very closely followed by Pymble, just 0.7 of a second behind them, and then a further 6 seconds back to Queenwood. So, yeah, certainly going to be a tight race, I think, with these two crews on the far side, Pymble and St Catherine's.
And by this stage, what would you be feeling in the boat after doing 500 metres, 1/4 of the race?
Yeah, so after about the 500 metre mark, you're certainly feeling that burn in your legs, the burn in your arms, but you're really now starting to move into that mid-race rhythm. So starting to think about striding out and getting into a nice position and really relaxing, sitting up, breathing up and getting into that long, strong rhythm in the mid part of the race. So depending on where you're positioning, ideally if you're sitting in the front of the field, you really can relax and look back on the field rather than having to chase from behind. So it's certainly looking like these girls out in front are doing a very good job of sitting up and relaxing and trying to take command of the race. But it's certainly going to be a tight race between these two crews from Pymble and St Catherine's. As we mentioned earlier, there is an option with coxed boats to have the coxswain sitting at the bow, where they're sitting right at the very front of the boat or the bow end of the boat, or they can be sitting in the stern end of the boat where they actually face the rowers. In these two crews here that are taking the lead, we have the coxswain in the bow end.
And do you have a personal preference? Do you like the front? There are different opinions. Some people like in front and some people like facing the stroke.
Well, most of my experience is in eights racing, so that's where we have the coxswain sitting at the front and looking at the crew. I think it means the coxswain can then really watch the oars, see what the blades are doing, and yeah, I think that's an ideal spot. And of course, with eights, there are no coxes that sit in the bow end of an eight. All coxes sit in the stern end of an eight. So we're just going through the 1,000 metre mark. And the lead has spread out a little bit. We've got that crew from St Catherine's gone through in the time of 3:48, followed by Pymble 2 seconds behind them, and third is Queenwood, another 8 seconds behind them. Fourth is the other Queenwood crew, fifth Loreto Kirribilli 1, and sixth is Roseville. So it does look like St Catherine's have just pushed out a little further in front in this second half of the race, and we'll just see how if that Pymble crew responds in the closing half of the second part of this race.
So we've just passed the 1250 and St Cats do look quite relaxed. PLC also looking relaxed. I wonder if PLC is going to make a move because that's what looks like a boat length, but the parallax could be half a boat length.
Yeah, they haven't quite got clear water yet, so I think you'll find that Pymble crew will really be pushing it all the way to the finish line. But certainly it's that crew from St Catherine's that are looking nice and long, nice and strong. You can see the stroke and the 3-seat really reaching out, trying to place that blade nice and long. Of course, that is a big advantage in rowing, having a long stroke. So the longer you can have your oar in the water, the longer your arc, the faster the boat will go. So being tall and long arm span is certainly an advantage in rowing. Not to say that you can't perform well if you are smaller, but it certainly helps.
I think that St Cat's crew heard us because they increased the rating as we were saying it, and started pushing away a little bit more and increasing that gap.
Yeah, that's right. It's now pushed out to about 4.5 seconds ahead of Pimble, and third we've got Queenwood another 11 seconds behind them. So the field is starting to spread out a little more here, which you typically will see towards the end of a race when you have these boats of this standard.
And to your point about height and wingspan, I do recall that one of the Greek women who recently joined the Yale women's crew, she is not the most tall rower, but her single scull performance at Worlds and her overall erg score meant that she achieved that qualification to get accepted into Yale. So, and the Yale head coach said, "Oh, I saw her and she didn't look that tall, but wow, she can row." So you can definitely make up that wingspan with just pure determination. And we're reaching the closing part of this race.
Yes, and it definitely looks like it's the St Cath's crew which have just stretched out their lead a little further. They've definitely got clear water there, a good couple of lengths ahead of that crew from Pimble. They're really relaxed here, nice and long, low P, really have taken full command of this race, and it's definitely going to be a strong win for the first race of the day from the St Catherine's crew.
Looking very comfortable.
Very comfortable. There's the buzzer, and here we come in second position. We have the Pimble Ladies College. Very good race from them. And coming in third and fourth, we're going to have the two Queenwood crews try to push each other all the way to the end. Again, looking nice and long and solid through the water. And there's the buzzer for third. So that's first, second and third. We have the fourth crew coming along now, the other second Queenwood crew, and Loreto Kirribilli in the fifth position there.
And we're now Roseville coming in strong in the last few strokes. Looks like a composite crew. I mean, I think it's two Roseville colours there, and what looks like.
Yeah.
Is that MLC?
Yeah,
or?
it does look to be a composite. So they've done a fantastic job there coming in sixth position, and that's a great effort from all of those crews. We have one more crew that's just coming through now.
And that's Loreto Normanhurst, the crew of Lucy Hannaford, Lucy Prentice, Isabel Kellett, and Eloise Moore, coxed by Harriet Lamp. Well done, girls, on the first race of this Loreto Kirribilli Regatta.
And it's great to see this Loreto Normanhurst crew. Look, they're pushing all the way. They've lifted their stroke rate. They're really pushing all the way to the end. And congratulations, girls. That's a fantastic effort. And well done on that finish result. Excellent row. Well done all in that first race for the regatta.
And in between, we've actually had race 2 also start, and they're reaching what looks like to be the 750 mark, and that's the Schoolgirl Ford Division 2. In lane 3, we have Roseville with Piper Robertson, Annabelle Eburn, Chloe Franklin, Abigail Kelly, coxed by Alex Davies. In lane 4, we have Pimble Ladies with Amber Eisenhower, Caitlin Bildney, Genevieve Blazina, and Saskia Alexander, coxed by Mia Solomons. In lane 5, we have Queenwood, Isabella Kennedy, Scout Ferguson, Claudia Gassman, and Gemma Wirrell, coxed by Alice Home. In lane 6, we have Queenwood's Charlotte Gardner, Elsie Hood, Lauren King, Bronte Hannah, coxed by Stella Tumbers. And in lane 7, we have Loreto Kirribilli 2 with Julia Kearney, Luella Cardaro, Lily Cadwallader, Beatrix Cadman, and coxed by Lucy Caramanian and coached by Monica Dunstan.
And it's fantastic to see some of the Loreto Kirribilli girls that have alumni back coaching at their school. I know Monica Dunstan finished up last year in Year 12, and she's now coaching this Loreto Kirribilli 2 crew. So fantastic to have those LK alumni back coaching. And again, in this race, we'll have many of these Schoolgirl 4s competitors that will be backing up in the 8s races coming up later in the day. So they have a busy race ahead of them. But just coming through the 1,500 metre mark now, it is the Queenwood crew in the lead. They've gone through in a time of 5:51. Roseville 10 seconds behind them in second, and Pimble Ladies in third, 3 seconds behind them, and then Queenwood coming in at fourth. So the field is quite spread out in this race. So I don't imagine we'll see too many challenges. The positions as they are now will most likely remain, but of course anything can happen in rowing. There can always be breakages or mechanical issues. But at this stage, I would say that the field is probably pretty much determined.
Have you ever had a race where you've had a mechanical issue or a breakage?
I have actually. I was racing in a race called the Windermere Cup in Seattle. The University of Washington were invited over to race, and in the first few hundred metres of the race we had a seat breakage, but it wasn't within the designated time where you could restart the race, so unfortunately the race continued without us. So it is a reminder for all those coaches and the athletes to check your equipment well, make sure everything is tight, because if something does fail, it's just bad luck. So.
That's an amazing story. I didn't know that you had that experience at the Windermere Cup, and I think seat failure seems to be a very common, probably one of the top reasons why you suffer the loss of a rower in a boat. Yes,
that's right. So, but look, this is looking like a great row here from the crew from Queenwood. Really, again, as you can see, also nice and long, nice and strong, very clean. Timing is great. Of course, in rowing, it's important to have everyone perfectly synchronised. And there's the buzzer for that winning crew from Queenwood. Fantastic effort there, about 3 or 4 lengths clear water to the crew in second, which is the Roseville crew. And then third, we have Pimble Ladies. So a bit closer there between second and third. And we have our other Queenwood crew coming in the 4th position here. Again, very relaxed, looking nice and loose here. And there's the buzzer for the 4th position. So well done to those crews. We have another final crew coming through now, and that's the Loreto Kirribilli crew. Again, you can see them lifting the stroke rate here, really pushing all the way to the end. Great to see that spirit. And just waiting for the buzzer here. And there it is. Congratulations to that Loreto Kirribilli crew. That's great effort, great racing by all of those rowers. And I'm sure we'll see many of them returning later on in the day for some of the Schoolgirl 8s races.
And now we turn our attention to the medal podium, where we have Dr. Mascarello awarding the winners of the Schoolgirl 4 Division 1 race, St. Catherine's. In that crew, that boat is Genevieve Lynx, Florence Hennessy, Matisse Borthwick, Ashley Innes, and coxed by Anja Roofley. Congratulations, the crew of St. Catherine's, for winning the Schoolgirl 4 Division 1. And congratulations to Coach John Keogh.
Yep. Okay, should we do a little bit about the story of LK? Yeah. So just a little bit of history about Loreto Kirribilli rowing. So Loreto Kirribilli formed its first rowing squad back in August 1989, at which stage it was training out of the Mossman Rowing Club. In that very first season, the Loreto crews competed against Loreto Normanhurst and also North Sydney Girls High School and various university and club crews in local regattas. Mossman Rowing Club was instrumental in supporting and encouraging Loreto Kirribilli's fledgling program, lending boats, oars, and even their distinctive red and white colours. The early Loreto crews rowed in timber tub 4s and a timber 8 using heavy wooden sweep oars originally designed for men. So very different to the equipment we see today, which is carbon fibre and a lot lighter. In 1992, Loreto Kirribilli officially lodged its uniform and oar colours with the New South Wales Rowing Association and purchased its first boat, which was another wooden boat, a wooden 8 from the Shore School. And the boat was renamed Kirribilli, and it was fitted with a new set of carbon fibre oars and proudly painted in Loreto's gold and blue, which we see here on display.
And we'll come back to more of that history of Loreto Kirribilli rowing when we have another break. We now have a lineup. It's the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull Division 1. This should be one of the very first races for these crews here at Cirque. In lane 1, we have Loreto Kirribilli Alice Goonry Miranda Connor, coached by Mieta Jones. In lane 2, we have Loreto Kirribilli, Phoebe Holt, Charlotte Warhurst, coached by Zoe Bond. In lane 3, we have North Sydney Girls 2 of Claire Kim and Angela Chen. In lane 4, Tara Sculls, Annalise Manassa and Sophia Jabour, coached by Sarah Fudd. In lane 5, we have Roseville 1, Isabella Boscher and Marla Munro, coached by Sophie Hurl. In lane 6, Pimble Ladies, Matilda Garland and Grace Scammell. In lane 7, Sydney Girls 4 of Eva Druch Tam and Elvina Wong, coached by Paul Coates, Tim Hughes and Zoe Krakowski. In lane 8, we have Tara Sculls, Namika Paramala, Tina Schier and coached by Sophia Kenner. And in lane 9, we have Sydney Girls 2 of Nora Kim and Caitlin Grogan, coached by Paul Coates, Tim Hughes and Zoe Krakowski. And the race is underway.
So we're moving across here to sculling. So the two different types of rowing are sweep rowing, in which the rower has one very long oar, either on the stroke side or the bow side, so the right or the left side of the boat. Or you have sculling, where each rower has two oars. They are shorter. And in this event here, it's the double scull. So we have two rowers, each with two oars. And of course, this age group, year 8s, many of these rowers are new to the sport. So just trying to stay in the lane is an achievement, and making their way down, of course, it's just the 1 kilometre that these year 8s row. So the senior rowers are a 2 kilometre course, but these girls are just rowing over the 1K. So certainly the other thing, most of these rowers there's no coxswain in this boat, and many of these young rowers will be used to having a coxswain that is steering for them. So again, just making their way down the course, staying straight, not hitting any buoys is certainly achievement, and these girls are doing a fantastic job of that.
Do you have a personal preference for sculling over sweep?
I'm certainly a sweep rower. I did learn to row in a single scull and did some sculling in my junior years, but then very quickly transitioned across to sweep rowing. So yeah, most of my rowing career was certainly sweep rowing, and I can interestingly only row on the stroke side. So I would advise most rowers to know how to row both sides and scull and sweep, but I'm very much only a stroke side rower.
And is that reflected by your dominant hand? Are you left-handed, right-handed? Is that the reason why you're a stroke side rower?
I think it was just luck, actually. I just seemed to be put on the stroke side, and then I just sort of stayed there. And then having spent so many years on one side, I found it difficult to move across to the other. But I'm sure if I needed to, I could learn to move across to the bow side. So yeah, it looks like we've got just about to come through the halfway mark here, and it does look to be the crew from the Tara School. That's Annalise Manassa and Sophie Jabour. They've gone through in the first position, closely followed by Sydney Girls High. In third, we've had North Sydney Girls High, Pimble Ladies in fourth, Roseville in fifth, and Loreto Kirribilli in sixth. But it does seem to be that Tara School. They've got about a 6 through the 500 metre mark. They had a 6-second lead over that crew from Tara.
And being the first race for these girls who probably this is their first season, they would have started training maybe 6 weeks ago. This is definitely going to be a huge moment for them, probably something that's very memorable. Their first race here at this Olympic course. And just going in a straight line sounds easy, but it's actually really challenging when it's just two people. And yeah, you're just trying to get clean strokes, good technique, not too much power, just get the job done. And that seems to be what's happening right now as we see the crew in lane 4. Is it lane 4?
Yes, that's right. Lane 4 from Tara.
Just going very nicely, actually.
Yeah.
Nice long strokes, looking very composed.
Yes, they're doing an extremely great job there of sitting up tall, got the commanding lead. They can see where the rest of the field is. And again, you can see some of these other crews have struggled a little bit with keeping their boat straight. There does look to be one crew that's still with an umpire there that's having some difficulties. But well done. Congratulations to Tara School. Fantastic.
It is a battle, though, for second and third. It looks like PLC's in lane 6 seems to be there, but we also have Sydney Girls 2 in lane 9 also battling out for second place. It looks like PLC will come in at second. Sydney Girls coming in at third in lane 9. And in lane 3, North Sydney Girls in lane 3 also then coming in at fourth.
Yeah.
So
And that crew from Sydney Girls High did sort of steer off course a little bit there. But yes, they've managed to finish over the line, and well done again to all of these girls. I'm sure for many of them, it's their first ever race in a double scull. For some of them, probably maybe the first time they've ever been in a double scull for a row. No coxswain, having no one to steer for them, having to call themselves, and have done an exceptional job of making their way down that 1,000-metre track. And we do still have one crew that is about to finish. They're coming, got another 100 metres, 2 more crews, sorry. Got the crew from Loreto, Kirribilli, and the crew here from, that looks to be Roseville, I think. And we do have another crew on the far side that does look to have steered quite a way off course there. But no, they've got it back. That is another Loreto Kirribilli crew. But they are getting the boat back straight, and I'm sure they will really be looking strong at trying to get their boat up and moving again. Yep, I can see them now. They're back in their lane, and well done, girls. So,
and this lane 8 crew of Tara are really finishing nice and strong there. Namika Paramala and Tina Sher. That's a very nice finish there. It's always good to regain your composure and just continue the race.
And you can see a lot of the girls looking out of the boat, looking around, seeing what everyone's doing. And of course, in rowing, it is very important that you try and keep that focus in your own boat. Keep your eyes forward, watch the person in front, follow that person in front. But of course, these young beginner rowers, they are trying to just do the best they can just to really stay in the boat and stay on course. So, but as they progress through the ranks, they will really learn the importance of trying to keep the focus in your own boat. Of course, rowing is a sport where synchronicity is key. Everybody must be perfectly timed, and that does require everyone just looking straight ahead. But we do have this other final Loreto Kirribilli crew. There's the buzzer for that final crew. And congratulations to all of those Year 8 double sculls. That's a fantastic effort, and well done. I'm sure it will be a very memorable race, as Clem said, your first double scull race. And how fortunate these girls are to be able to row out here at this fantastic venue, the Sydney International Regatta Centre, which I'm sure many of you know was the home of the 2000 Olympics. And we really are very fortunate here in New South Wales to have such a high calibre course, an internationally regarded rowing course, which many other states don't have that good fortune of having. So, yeah, the girls are very fortunate to have this only 45 minutes an hour from the Sydney CBD.
And a fun fact, Alison, I believe you actually competed here for the 2000 Olympic Games for rowing. Is that correct?
That's correct. I was out here racing in the Women's 8 at the 2000 Olympics. We finished 5th at that regatta. But yeah, it was an absolutely fantastic event to be part of. The feeling out here was just electric. Over on the far side, there was a huge grandstand. All of us had a lot of friends and families that were spectating and signs up. And as I'm sure many of us can remember, the sort of atmosphere in the city for that entire 2 weeks of the Olympics was really something very special. And yeah, we're all getting excited, I think, in the lead up to Brisbane 2032, which is really not that far away. And I'm sure there will be some of the girls that are out here competing today that very likely will be racing at those Brisbane 2032 games. And later on today, we'll have Tara Rigney that will be joining us, talking about her Olympic experience. She was, of course, a Loreto Kirribilli rower and raced out at many of these regattas here, and yeah, she'll be reflecting on her experiences as a schoolgirl and then transitioning into the senior ranks. So, but of course today is really just about being part of the event, having some fun with your friends, doing the best you can, and just really enjoying this fantastic sport of rowing.
And it's not just about being that elite high performance athlete, it's also about volunteering. So we acknowledge all of the alumni who are coaching, who are umpiring. The 2032 Brisbane Games needs a lot of people. It needs boat regatta officials. It needs sports administrators. So if you love sport and you love the culture and the community and the family and friends that come together around rowing, that's the opportunity there. And we encourage everybody to continue their passion and love. We do now have race 4, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull Division 2 lining up. In lane 1, we have Roseville 1's Verity Spark and Sophie Belzer, coached by Matilda Baird. Lane 2, Roseville 2's Josie Harris and Harriet Godfrey, coached by Charlie Griebel. Lane 3, Pimble Ladies Lucinda Bryant and Marla Kazaglis. In lane 4, Tara School's Francesca Bazzina and Madeline Ryan, coached by Sarah Fudd. In lane 5, we have Loreto Kirribilli's Annabelle Fisk and Madison Lee, coached by Zoe Bond. Loreto Kirribilli in lane 6 with Maddie Manchi and Rose Middleton, coached by Mietta Jones. Lane 7, North Sydney Girls 1 of Yu Yun Liao and Oshi Duta. In lane 8, Sydney Girls 3, Jian Geng and Nina Kim, coached by Paul Coates, Tim Hughes and Zoe Krakowski. And in lane 9, Sydney Girls 1 of Kate Yee and Aria Tilena Desan.
And just further to Clem's comments earlier, just a big thank you to all of the parents, the school staff, the teachers, the rowing community, the coaches, the volunteers that have contributed to make today happen. Regattas like this don't operate with all of the volunteering behind the scenes. So, yeah, it's a fantastic effort from the entire rowing community to make these regattas run.
And there is a lot of sports data, and it shows that rowing is actually a very community and family-focused type of engagement. And rowing in New South Wales and in Australia is actually a broad range of both rural, regional and metropolitan participants. So a lot of people have this perception that it's mainly a city thing. No, actually it's quite spread out, because if you have a body of water, you can actually put a boat and have a row. So there's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes, and like every sport and in every community organisation, you have people constantly giving all their time and effort to help out. And as you said today, we've got plenty of people from every school coming out and helping their school team in their schools.
So again, this is the second race in the Year 8 double scull. As we mentioned earlier, many of these rowers, it's their first time racing in a double scull. These are just beginning, very junior rowers, very new to the sport. So it's really just about doing the basics well, just placing the blade together, taking it out together, and just being clean and taking your time and having that nice rhythm, just keeping it very simple, and of course trying to just stay straight in the lanes. If you do get off course, and particularly if your oar does hook one of those buoys, it really throws the boat off balance, can steer you out of your lane, and then it really disrupts the run of the boat. So keeping in the middle of the lane is critical. We're fortunate today we don't have any crosswinds, which also make it challenging. The conditions are quite perfect for rowing. There's a tiny little bit of a tail breeze on the water, but you can see from the flags there's not really any movement. So the girls are fortunate to have great conditions here for some of their first ever racing in double sculls.
And what's interesting is as one enjoys more and more experiences in rowing, you row on rivers and you do head races, which means that you actually have to bend around corners and go under bridges and avoid other people who are also in the head race. Have you been in any head races?
Yes, actually, I'm racing. I'm still involved in rowing. I'm still racing at a master's level. So next weekend, actually, I'm racing in the head of Yarra, which, of course, runs the 8-kilometre stretch of the Yarra River from the city. And that's, of course, has several very big bends. One that is known as the Big Bend, which is almost an entire sort of hairpin turn. So that's very challenging, and it really is a coxswain's race. So it's critical that you have a very good coxswain that knows how to navigate those turns. So.
And I think coxswains play a extremely important role in the sport of rowing. I always call them the pilots of the plane, because without them, you're not going to be going where you want to, and you won't be going efficiently. And coaching coxes and getting coxes to improve how they feel the boat, problem identification while the race is going on is super, super important. And we appreciate the role of the coxes. A lot of people just think, oh, they're just sitting there and having a good time, but actually they are super critical to a successful crew.
So just going back to this race at the moment, in first place, going through the 500 metres, it was the Roseville number 1 crew. In second, we had Sydney Girls 3. In third, we had Sydney Girls number 1. In fourth, North Sydney Girls 1. Fifth, Roseville 2. Sixth was the Tara School in lane 4. Seventh was Loreto Kirribilli. Eighth, the second Loreto Kirribilli crew. And then we had Sydney Girls.
But as we come towards the finish line, that Roseville crew on the far side, Roseville 1 of Verity Spark and Sophie Belzer, they're really going strong. Looks like they've had a little bit of a error there. Maybe they're going off course, but they were really powering forward. They may have sufficient lead to keep ahead of the Sydney Girls Lane 8 crew of Sydney Girls 3 of Jian Geng and Nina Kim, who are closely being chased by their counterparts, Sydney Girls 1 in lane 9 of Kate Yi and Tilaine Desan. It looks like it's going to be a close call. We do have that Roseville crew, Roseville 1 passing through as expected, with the Sydney Girls 3 crew in lane 8 coming in second, and in lane 9 the Sydney Girls 1 crew coming in at third.
And that was very well done by that Roseville crew. That did get right off course there over on that far side in lane 1, but they managed to get themselves back on track and hold that first position. So congratulations, girls. So that's the first, second, third and fourth. And we now have the 5th crew coming through. That was the Tara School. And now we have our 2 Loreto Kirribilli crews coming through over the line, waiting for the buzzer. And there's the 6th crew, Loreto Kirribilli. That was Maddie Manchie and Rose Middleton. And in 7th position, it's a Loreto Kirribilli crew of Annabelle Fisk and Madison Lee. So well done, girls. We still have 1 crew coming through, which is the Pimble crew. Just a couple more strokes to go until they'll be over the line. And there's the buzzer for the 8th position. That's Pimble ladies, Lucinda Bryant and Marla Kazaglis. So congratulations, girl. We do still have another crew that's just finishing over very close to the finishing tower. They've seemed to have come out of their lane, but are going to continue to row through the finish line. So it's the Sydney Girls High crew here, finishing and coming in, about to go over the line shortly. Oh, I've got that. And that's the Sydney Girls High number 4 crew, Eva Drew Tam and Elvina Wong. So congratulations to all of those girls in the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull Division 1.
And on the course right now, we have the Schoolgirl Year 10. No, we don't. Hold on. Let me just check that. So we have race 5 on the course right now, which is the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Sculls, Division 1. In lane 1, we have Roseville's Mia Williams, coached by Karis Campbell. In lane 2, we have Roseville's 6, Mia Darcy. In lane 4, we have Sydney Girls 1, Catherine Nee. In lane 5, Sydney Girls 2, Olivia Cheng. In lane 6, Roseville 2, Charlotte McIntosh. And in lane 8, we have Roseville 5, Ilaria Roberto.
And we have had the 2 Roseville crews going through the 500 metre mark in first and second position. They're over in lane 1 and lane 2 on the far side from the finishing tower. So that's Mia Williams has gone through in the first position, and Mia D'Arcy gone through about 8 seconds behind Mia. And in the third position, we've got Olivia Cheng from Sydney Girls High. She was very close to that Roseville number 6 crew. So I'm sure this will be a very tight race for second and third. And also in fourth, the Roseville number 2 crew was also very close going through that 500 metre mark. And in fifth through the 500, we had the Roseville 5, which was Ilaria Roberto. But it's certainly looking like it's the Roseville crew two Roseville crews over in lane 1 and 2 that are really got command of this race. That single sculler has got some good clear water there for the rest of the field. So she can just look across to her bow side, over her left side, and see all of those rowers. She can really relax and just sit up, tap it along, knowing that no one really is going to challenge her from there. So well done. That's a fantastic effort. But it's certainly going to be some close racing here. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. They're all pushing each other all the way to the finish line. And it's going to be very, very tight here between these crews in the 2nd and 3rd position.
And this is where the excitement happens, because in lane 6 we have Roseville 2's Charlotte McIntosh making a push, challenging lane 2 Roseville 6 Mia Darcy. So it is going to be almost a photo finish. It could come down to a stroke. Oh, it's very tight between lane 2 and lane 6, and the Roseville 6 and the Roseville 2 rowers of Mia Darcy and Charlie McIntosh. The unofficial time looks like it comes in at Mia Darcy coming at 2nd, 0.49 between Charlotte McIntosh. So tightly contested there. It probably was a pacing of 1 stroke that made the difference there. Well done, girls, on finishing that first race as a single sculler in Year 8. First season to do that was magnificent.
Yeah, and great to have those 3 Roseville crews all in that 1st, 2nd and 3rd position. It's really good to have that competition amongst your squad and to have individuals that are really pushing each other all the way. So well done to all 3 of those Roseville single scullers. So just earlier, I was just reflecting on the story of Loreto Kirribilli rowing. And in 1993, schoolgirl rowing was really firmly established across New South Wales. And the first dedicated schoolgirl regattas, including ahead of the river, were held. And since then, Loreto Kirribilli has competed in Sydney regattas and independent schools ISRA events across New South Wales and the ACT. And of course, the Australian National Rowing Championships, where senior crews have represented the school with distinction. A highlight of Loreto Kirribilli's rowing history came in March 2010 when the first 8 were crowned national champions. So in that year, they won both the Schoolgirl 8 and the Sydney Cup at the Australian Rowing Championships in Victoria. So that was certainly a highlight for the school. So Loreto Kirribilli rowers continue to train on Middle Harbour, and since 2009, they have operated a purpose-built shed at Pearl Bay, which is shared with Queenwood and Skeggs Redland. So girls very fortunate to have that facility there.
And we have race 6 underway, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull Division 2. In lane 1, we have Pimble Ladies Sophie Scammell. In lane 2, we have Roseville 3's Imogen Howitt. In lane 3, we have Roseville 4's Eloise Winkler. We have lane 4, Loreto Normanhurst 1, Sienna Weston. In lane 5, we have Sydney Girls 3, Emily Jones. And in lane 7, Sydney Girls 4, Christina Moe. And in lane 8, we have Roseville's Claire Goatley.
And going through the 500 metre mark in this race, it was the Roseville number 3 crew in the lead, going through in a time of 2:11, and a very solid lead ahead of the Roseville number 4 crew of Eloise Winkler. She was a good 20 seconds ahead of her. And then only half a second behind her was the Sydney Girls number 4 crew. And then further 10 seconds back was Roseville. Next, we had Sydney Girls number 3, followed by Loreto Normanhurst, Sydney Girls number 3, and then Pimble Ladies in that 8th position. So they were the positions at the 500 metre mark. But we are coming into the closing stages of the race now, coming to the last 100 metres. And it's certainly this Roseville number 3 crew, Imogen Howitt. She's certainly got a strong lead here. Plenty of clear water. She can look across her bow side and see that she's got a great lead. And well done, congratulations. And there goes the buzzer. That's certainly a solid performance and plenty of clear water there. No one challenging her for that first position.
And just a reminder, if you're a winning crew, please make sure that at the end of your race to present yourself at the pontoon and collect your medal. It does seem from the results of the small boats and the juniors that the Roseville program have really put a lot of focus because the results are really coming through in these last couple of races. And in second place, we have Eloise Winkler coming in there in Roseville 4, followed by Christina Moe in lane 7, Sydney Girls 4. And Sydney Girls, again, also investing quite a lot of effort and athletes into a single scull junior program like this.
And of course, the single scull is a great way to learn to row. It's perfect. You've got the symmetry of the boat and you have nobody else disrupting anything. So you really can feel the responsiveness of the boat. So single sculling is a fantastic way to really learn the basics of rowing before moving into a crew boat. And in fifth, we just had the Sydney Girls number 3 crew. That was Emily Jones coming across the finish line. So congratulations to Emily. We do seem to have one single sculler on the far side that does seem to be sort of stuck there on the rocks. But I'm sure she will make her way across and over the finish line. Only a couple of boat lengths until she's over. Yep, and she's back on track now.
And we are now ready to present race 4, the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. Looks like it's division. And that's the winning crew of Roseville 1 of Verity Spark and Sophie Belzer, presented by Ms. Rocker. And this crew is coached by Matilda Baird. Congratulations to the winners of Race 4, Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull Division 2. And we also have at the podium the winner of the Race 5 Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull Division 1. And that is Roseville's Mia Williams, coached by Karis Campbell.
And whilst we wait for this medal presentation, we do have the Schoolgirl Year 10 8s in the starters' hands now. So, of course, the 8s really very much the blue ribbon event of rowing, the bigger boats, 8 rowers plus their coxswain. So very exciting to see all these girls lined up.
And in lane 2, we have the St. Catherine's 2 crew of Violet Brooks, Lucia Walters, Gabrielle Brown, Matilda Jack, Harriet Haythorne Jarman, Eve Bell, Ellie Avery, Ellie Carr, coxed by Chloe Avramidez. In lane 3, we have St. Catherine's 1 of Mila Bell, Gabriella Griffin, Georgia Love, Charlize Morgan, Stella Copland, Ava Jameson, Delphi Walsman, Madeline Innes, and coxed by Anja Roofley. In lane 4, the Kinross Walleroy crew of Anna Orr, Alexandra Karash, Madeline Miller, Millie Helia, Ruby Hilda, Matilda Whiteley, Paxton Buckfield, and Georgia Tancred, coxed by Sophie Caro. In lane 5 is the Loreto Normanhurst crew of Catherine Stark, Sally Hines, Beatrix Germain, Jacqueline Whitaker, Sahara Bornstein, Zoe Naden, Ella Jones, Jazz Borganon, and coxed by Charlotte Fagan. In lane 6 is the Loreto Kirribilli 1 crew of Charlotte Mutton, Ava Sayre, Ellie Bailey, Chloe Hunter, Virginia Dixon, Rosie Massara, Edel Knox, Abigail Lee, and coxed by Arabella Johnston. In lane 7, Loreto Kirribilli 2 of Emily Buriak, Ariel Wood, Abigail Pearson, Lucia Bartlam, Charlotte Taylor, Georgia Woodward, Eloise Roberts, Scarlett Hopkins, coxed by Sabella Bates. And in lane 8, we have Loreto Normanhurst's Alexandra Hare, Anna Ward, Lucy Meek, Ruby Matthews, Ruby Mullins, Poppy Bensley, Lara Dwyer, Amelia Edwards, and coxed by Rosie Lennon.
And of course, we've moved into the senior rowers, being year 10. They are rowing over that 2 kilometre course. So they've now gone through the first 500 metre mark, and it is that Kinross crew in the first position. gone through in a time of 1:44.97. St Catherine's in second position, 1 second 48 behind them, and in third it's Loreto Normanhurst, only half a second behind them, so pretty close there. In fourth we had Loreto Kirribilli 1, fifth Loreto Normanhurst, 6 Loreto Kirribilli 2. So some tight racing here, and then seventh we had St Catherine's just going through that 500 metre mark.
And on the podium, we have the winners of race 3, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull Division 1, presented by Ms. Rocker. And that is Lane 4's Tara School. Congratulations, Annalise Manassa and Sophie Jabor, and coached by the well-known Sarah Fudd. Well done, girls from Tara School.
So for most of these Year 10 rowers, it will be their first experience at rowing sweep. So many of them will have learnt in single sculls, double sculls, and been racing in quad sculls, and now transitioned to the sweep rowing, which of course is where each rower has one long oar, either on the stroke side or the bow side, and opposed to the sculling where each rower has 2 oars. So it's certainly a transition to learn how to sweep row, and of course rowing in a crew with 8. So this really does highlight the teamwork involved in rowing. It's important that the crew is perfectly synchronised, following the person in front, eyes forward, and really listening to the commands of the coxswain. And certainly this crew out in front from Kinross Wallaroi are certainly displaying all those fantastic qualities of teamwork and synchronicity. So they've certainly gone through in first position. But very closely behind was that Loreto Normanhurst crew, and only a couple of seconds behind was St Catherine's. So all top 3 crews really in contention here in this final stage of the race. It will be interesting to see how this unfolds.
I think the other thing is transitioning from Year 9, which is 1,000 metres, to Year 10, which is 2,000. That extra 1,000 metres, how does that feel?
Well, coming through this 1,000 metre mark, it's a halfway mark, so this is where the pain really does set in. And for most at a higher level of rowing, they really do often say the race begins at the 1,000. So at this point in the race, these rowers would be really in quite a lot of pain. A lot of lactic acid builds up in your legs. Rowing is predominantly a leg-driven sport. It relies on having a strong aerobic base, having good strength, good power to weight ratio. So these rowers would certainly be hurting a little bit, and it's a matter of really focusing on the coxswain, really believing in yourself, sitting up tall and just really pushing through that pain and trying to get the boat running as fast as you can. I mean, once an 8, when it really gets up and running, it really is quite a fantastic feeling to have that boat gliding underneath. There's often a saying, you hear the boat sing, and you really do. When the boat runs, you can hear the bubbles under the hull, and the boat does actually hum. So when a crew can achieve that, it's certainly a fantastic feeling, and you really want to push harder and harder. And I think that's what keeps people hooked in the sport, is when you get that great feeling of the boat really running and gliding along the water, working in perfect harmony with your crew.
So have you ever had a race where you haven't had pain?
No, every race has pain, and it's just a matter of learning how you tolerate the pain. It's positive pain.
Certainly. I mean, afterwards, you don't feel it anymore, right? It's just as you're going through the motion, and it looks like the gap between the Kinross Wallaroi crew and Loreto Normanhurst seems to be shortening at this 1,500 mark. We don't know if this last 500, whether or not there'll be a change. Do you think the gap here between first, second, and third is changeable? Is the gap close enough? We're talking about, what, half a boat length between third and first?
It is much harder in 8's race to close a gap. In a smaller boat, you can. The boat responds very quickly, but in 8's, it's a little harder. This is only 0.2 of a second between first and second at that 500 metre mark. So if the crew from Loreto Normanhurst lifts its stroke rate, where they take more strokes per minute, increase their power, and their technique is on, and they really believe in themselves, they may have a call from the coxswain to focus on leg drive, and they really can push ahead of that crew. So it really is a matter of just believing yourself. A lot of these crews will have a race plan that they stick to, so they know exactly what they're doing all the way down the course. And
how much impact does having a crowd cheering you on, does that give you? I can hear the crowd out there. Girls, cheer your schools on. I personally think that if you hear someone cheering for you, you're going to get that extra bit. Does it make a difference in this last few strokes?
Absolutely, and you can hear out here, you can hear everybody on the sidelines. They're really cheering for their crew, and this is what really makes you lift. And this is going to be a very tight race here. This is fantastic rowing here from these Year 10 8s, and it's certainly going to be on. We've got Kinross there looking like they might just take the lead here. You can see the stroke and the 7-seat really increasing that stroke rate. They're fighting all the way, but this Loreto Normanhurst is going to fight all the way too. And it's going to be extremely tight here. But I think that's the Kinross crew that's just got that, and congratulations. Kinross, only 1.33 seconds, Loreto Normanhurst were behind them. Fantastic rowing there, girls. You can see the rowers really tired, stooped over. They've really given it everything. And that was St Catherine's number 1 going through in 3rd. And in 4th, we had Loreto Kirribilli number 1. So fantastic racing. It's great to see these crews really pushing each other all the way to the finish line. And that's what really lifts the standard of rowing, is when we have these crews really fighting it out all the way to the finish line. Got another couple of crews ready to come over the line here. In 5th position, we're going to have the Loreto Kirribilli crew, number 2. My apologies, that was Loreto Normanhurst going across there in 5th position. And we've had the St Catherine's number 2 in 6th. And coming in 7th is going to be the Loreto Kirribilli crew. So well done to all of those girls. That was fantastic racing. Great to see these 8s really storming down the course here. It surely is the spectacle of rowing is when you see a full field of 8s just really driving hard down the course. You can see those legs firing, and it's certainly exciting racing. So we've got a lot more racing ahead in 8s this afternoon, as well as some single sculls. We've got some going back to some sculling now that's coming down. We've got some coxed quads that are lining up, going back to the Year 9 Division 1. So we'll call that shortly. So, but congratulations to all of those girls in the Schoolgirl 8. So just to give a little bit more history about the Loreto Kirribilli Regatta, the inaugural regatta was held on February the 5th in 2011, so this is the 15th year. And of course, it's become an annual highlight of the school calendar each November. And in 2012, the program expanded when Year 8 students were invited to join the squad, and they begun their training in Term 3, competing in their first regattas in that same year. But of course, today, the Loreto Kirribilli program continues to thrive. We have over 100 rowers and coxswains from Year 8 through to Year 12 proudly representing the school. So congratulations to everybody that's involved in helping keep this rowing program thriving. It's a lot of work behind the scenes for all the coaches, the staff, the parents, and the rowing programs don't thrive without that full community involvement, as we mentioned earlier here today. So yeah, so far we've had some great races, and we're looking forward to some more racing for the rest of the day.
And underway, we now have race 8, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 1. And in lane 2, we have Roseville's Eleanor Forster, Vienna Spear, Cassie Gracie, Alicia Jenkins, and coxed by Libby Atkinson. In lane 3, Loreto Normanhurst 1, Clara Bradford, Sarah Murray, Camilla Ogilvie, Anna Shepard, coxed by Ava Forrester. Lane 4, Loreto Kirribilli's Charlie Orth, Harriet Fallon, Addie Bartlett, Lulu Chidji, and coxed by Audrey Lonigan, coached by Meta Jones. In lane 5, Pimble Ladies, Eloise Gavadna, Peyton Ashton, Edith Cullinan, Daisy Lee, and coxed by Annabelle Stack. In lane 6, Pelsey Sydney, Anna Prokhorov, Miller Stewart, Annabelle Cameron, Lara Sangster, coxed by Eleanor Short, and coached by Martin Ward. In lane 7, Tara School's Olivia Pitch, Chelsea Hodges, Amelia Duffy, Charlotte Winfield, and coxed by Charlotte Goy, coached by Leela Anderton. And in lane 8, North Sydney Girls, Sarah Liu, Ying Ouyang, Lillian Yan, Isabel Vatakavi, and coxed by Vicky Lin.
So just some interesting facts about the rowing equipment. So these quads that you can see coming down are about 13.5 metres in length. The sculling oars that the rowers are using, of course, it's a sculling where each rower has an oar in each hand, so 2 oars. They are around between 275 and 285 centimetres long. And of course, rigging plays an important role in rowing. So boats, there's flexibility to change oar length, change spans, change inboards and outboards. So rigging is also, the way these boats are set up is important for the rowers and for the crews to achieve their optimum boat speed. But coming through the 500 metre mark, it was the Loreto Normanhurst crew in first position, closely followed by PLC Sydney. In third, we had Loreto Kirribilli, fourth, Roseville, fifth, Tara, and sixth was North Sydney Girls High.
And that Normanhurst crew does look comfortable out there. Doesn't seem to be much action there, but it does look like second and third will be a battle. Between PLC Sydney, which seems to be holding. They are getting a bit of pressure now from, looks like lane 4's Loreto Kirribilli, but it looks like they might be able to hold they're holding it. Maybe it'll be down to a bow bore or half a canvas. No, they are managing to push away and keep them at bay. Well done to lane 3 Loreto Normanhurst 1. The battle for second. Seems that PLC Sydney in lane 6 managed to hold off in lane 4's Loreto Kirribilli in the third. And then crossing line was lane 2 Roseville and lane 7 Tara School. That was definitely a race for the last 150 metres there for the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1.
And that was the North Sydney Girls High, just going over the line in 8th position there. So that concludes that race, and we've had all our crews over the line. Well done. That Loreto Normanhurst crew certainly had good clear water on the field, but it was certainly a very close race for second, third and fourth there. So congratulations to that Loreto Normanhurst crew.
So on the course right now is race 9, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. In lane 2, we have MLC School 1's Janani Kantatas, Elizabeth Pidcock, Amelia Hodges, and Daniela Shu. Coxed by Sophia Ronan, coached by Charlotte Armand and Rafe Stanford Maisel. Lane 3, we have St Catherine's Sophia Dunkley, Cadence Lim, Pippa Dodwell, Isabel Hardley, coxed by Estelle Glass, coached by Ashley Fitch. In lane 4, we have Askim's India Balderston, Poppy Mallet, Jess Robillard, Jess Brown, and coxed by Ingrid Sabota. Lane 5, Sydney Girls, Sydney Shi, Kana Kwan, Lena Kwan, and Vivian Gao, coxed by Freya Hahn and coached by Zara Greenwood and Connor Greenwood. Lane 6 is Ken Ross Wallaroy 1, Isabel Provo, Andy Zinger, Ingrid West, Pippa Wise, coxed by Grace Lothar and coached by Rebecca Pearce. Lane 7 is Queenwood's Charlotte Butland, Sophia Curti, Lucinda Hughes, Penelope Curry, coxed by Cara Sheeran. And in lane 8, the Armidale School's Sophie Bannister, Poppy Post, Catherine Flynn, Harriet Wigan, and coxed by Evelyn Brownlee, coached by Ben McDougall. And on the podium, we have the winners of the Race 7 Schoolgirl Year 8, Kinross Wallaroy, Anna Orr, Alexandra Karash, Madeline Miller, Millie Hallier, Ruby Hilda, Matilda Whiteley, Paxton Buckfield, Georgia Tancred, and coxed by Sophie Caro. Congratulations to the winners of this Schoolgirl Year 8, Kinross Wallaroy. We're just going to...
And that's the Kinross Wallaroi crew that have just gone across in the first position there in the Year 9 quad scull. Very closely followed by Queenwood in second. We had St Catherine's in third, Ascombe in fourth position. And there's Sydney Girls coming through in that fifth position.
And now we turn our attention to the podium to award the winners of race 7, the Schoolgirl Year 10-8. And the winners are Kinross Wallaroi, Anna Orr, Alexandra Karash, Madeline Miller, Millie Halia, Ruby Hilda, Matilda Whiteley, Paxton Buckfield, Georgia Tancred, coxed by Sophie Caro. Put your hands together for Kinross Wallaroi.
And that was just the Armidale School that came across in 7th position in that Year 9 quad scull race there. So well done to all those competitors in the Year 9 quad.
So currently underway is race 10, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Quad Scull Division 2, Division 1 in Lane 2, PLC Sydney's Vanessa Feltis, Zara Rutherford, Matilda Kirkwood, Maya Burnett, coxed by Grace Kinslaw, coached by Sarah Bebbington. Lane 3, Queenwood's Alexandra McWilliam, Isabella Rogers, Alana Elliott, Manola Taylor, coxed by Katarina Yao. Lane 4, Tara School's Caitlin Uono, Kitty York, Tara Mailer, Avery New, coxed by Piper Walker, coached by Ben Board. Lane 5, Pimble Ladies Lucy Woodbridge, Avika Kapoor, Sky Mitchell, Emma Lloyd, coxed by Jessica Pickford. In lane 6 is Kinross Wallaroi 2 with Grace Segar, Claire Bruce, Elizabeth Latham, Tilly Cancred, coxed by Asher Jones, coached by Rebecca Pearce and India Allen. And in lane 7 is Sydney Girls Shin Tong He, Savini Pataban, Advita Prasad, Ishana Singh, coxed by Jenny Zhou and coached by Zara and Connor Greenwood.
And it is that Kinross Wallaroi number 2 crew that have taken a commanding lead in this race. They went through that 500 metres at 1:54 and they've still got a clear lead here ahead of Pimble Ladies in second. In third, we're looking like PLC Sydney. Fourth, we have Queenwood. Fifth, the Tara School. And sixth, we have Sydney Girls High. But it's certainly this Kinross Wallaroi crew here who are sitting up nicely, very long and strong, not really even lifting their stroke rate, just keeping that rhythm flowing, and really have got a good, strong control, good 2 boat lengths of clear water ahead of that crew in second position from Pimble. But of course, there's certainly a fight on there for second, third and fourth. They're not giving up, but it is definitely that Pimble Ladies that's gone across in second and PLC Sydney in third and Queenwood in fourth. So some tight racing there for second, third and fourth. We've still got a couple of crews left to go over the line. It's looking like we've got lane 4 in fourth position. That's that crew from Tara School, and Sydney High in lane 7, gone across in 6.
And on the podium right now is race 8, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. Division 1, the winners are Loreto Normanhurst 1, Clara Bradford, Sarah Murray, Camilla Ogilvie, Anna Shepard, coxed by Ava Forrester and coached by Isaac Shepard and Olivia Lucas. Congratulations to the winners, Loreto Normanhurst.
And of course, rowing is often referred to as the ultimate team sport. You know, it's a sport that teaches discipline, it teaches teamwork, it teaches resilience. But I think it's really the lifelong friendships that are built on the water as crewmates that really is the real joy of rowing. So when you're in a crew boat, you experience a lot of hard times together when training is hard and competition, results probably not what you'd like, but then you also have the joy of when you do have some great results and you're just enjoying being together. So a lot of the friendships made through rowing are lifelong. They're very unique, and it's not about winning medals, it's about the journey, and it's also the life skills that I think rowers learn. It certainly says something about the type of person you are and your character if you've been involved in rowing or any team sport. Yeah, fantastic to see all these girls out here today really just giving it a go and having the opportunity to try this great sport.
Turning our attention to the podium, we have the winner of race 6, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull Division 2, and that is Roseville 3's Imogen Howard, coached by Chris Campbell. And just repeating that again, that was race 6 on the podium right now. The winner of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull Division 2, the Roseville 3 rower Imogen Howard. Congratulations on winning that medal, coached by Chris Campbell.
And in the Year 9 Quad Scull Division 2, we have Loreto Normanhurst in first position in lane 4. In second, it's the St Catherine's, in the...
Sorry. St. Catherine's, I guess they scratched lane 1 and 2.
So apologies, we have the St Catherine's crew that are coming up in the first position, followed by Loreto Normanhurst and then Roseville in the third position.
It's lane 4, right? Loreto Normanhurst 2.
Yeah, apologies. We're having some technical difficulties there in the results that were being streamed through to us. So just confirming, we've in first position for race 11, Schoolgirl Year 9 Quad Division 2. We had Loreto Normanhurst in first, St Catherine's in second, Loreto Kirribilli in third, and Roseville in fourth.
And turning our attention... I can't even see one. There it is. And turning our attention to race 9, the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 1, Division 2, Kinross Walleroy 1 of Isabel Provo, Andy Zinger, Ingrid West, Pippa Wise, coxed by Grace Lother, and coached by Rebecca Pierce. Congratulations to the crew of Kinross Walleroy.
And we did just have the Armidale School going through in the 5th position in that final race there, Year 9 Quad Scull Division 2. So that concludes that race with all 1st through to 5th competitors going over the line. So congratulations to all of those rowers in that event.
And turning our attention back to the podium are the winners of race 10, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 2, Division 1. The winners are Kinross Walleroy 2, Grace Seger, Claire Bruce, Elizabeth Latham, Tilly Tancred, coxed by Asher Jones, coached by Rebecca Pierce and India Allen. Congratulations winners, Kinross Walleroy 2.
And Clem and I were just commenting that it is quite challenging up here in the commentary box when we have races coming down over 1,000 metres, and so we don't have quite as much time to be able to commentate the race and then also go across to the closing stages, calling a race, and then of course back to the medal podium calling. So yeah, just a shout out to Clem, who's doing a fantastic job up here. And we did have some technical difficulties earlier to make it a little harder, but well done. You're doing a great job, Clem.
Thank you for those kind words, Alison. And I think having a teammate like you is always great to hold the boat together while I flounder around trying to make it work. On the course right now is race 12, the Year 9 Coxed Scull Division 3, Division 1. In lane 2 is Loreto Normanhurst 3, Isabella Lander, Kate Dean, Neve McGowan, Lucy Reardon, coxed by Claire Kirribilli, coached by Josie Sims in lane 3, Armadale Schools, Ellie Bavia, Bonnie Blanche, Arabella Griffiths, Chloe Farrell, coxed by Macy Rogers, coached by Ben McDougall. In lane 4 is St. Catherine's, Isla Anderton Vink, Ayla Rose, Edie Arthur, Scarlett Codroy, coxed by Isabella Wadham, coached by April Draney and Bianca Rubnik-Williams. In lane 5 is Pimble Ladies Isabella Mung, Diana Puliawadana, Rose Bennett, Lily Oldfield and coxed by Bronte Cardno. In lane 6 is Askim's Hayley Ip, Isabella Razivi, Emily Drew, Amelia Butler, coxed by Ivy Cook. And in lane 7, North Sydney girls Louisa Tsui, Grace Zhao, Ray Yao Wang and Chloe Wong, coxed by Zika Dai.
So just a little bit of terminology with rowing. The bow of the boat, which is the front of the boat, which goes over the finish line first, that's known as the bow. Bow side is the left side of the boat when the rower is facing towards the stern, that all the oars are on the left-hand side. The stroke side oars are on the right-hand side. So again, when the rower is facing towards the stern on the right, and of course the stern of the boat is the back of the boat, which is last to go over the finish line. So these are all terms that the coxswain and of course the rowers need to understand. The coxswain has a very important role in this event of steering the boat, but also giving the commands to the crew. So coxswains are very much a coach, they are a motivator, they keep the crew together, they are really the leaders of the crew, they're the captains of the boat, and they play a very critical role in this schoolgirl rowing. And going through the 500 metre mark, it is the Pimble ladies crew in first. They've gone through in a time of 1:57, fairly closely followed by Loreto Normanhurst. They're only 1 second behind them. And then St. Catherine's in the third position. They're a little bit further back. And fourth, we had Askham. Fifth was the Armadale School, and sixth, North Sydney Girls High. So that's the going through the 500. But we are getting a little bit closer to the final stages of the race here. But it does look to be the crew from Pimble Ladies that is got the lead at this stage. A little bit about the different seat positionings as well. So closest to the bow of the boat is the bow seat, or the number 1 seat. And then there is a progressive number 2 that sits in front of the bow, number 3, and then number 4, or the stroke seat. So different positions in the boat do play a role. The stroke seat is typically the person that sets the pace. They need to be very technically proficient and
we'll turn our attention now to the winners of race 11, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Scull Division 2, and that is Loreto Normanhurst 2. Congratulations, Camilla Lamp, Charlotte Borden-Smith, Tiffany Morley, Constance Whitaker, coxed by Harriet Portelli, coached by Olivia Lucas and Isaac Shepherd. Put your hands together for the winners, Loreto Normanhurst 2.
Yes, so it is that stroke and the 3 seat that really set the rhythm, set the pace. And you can see this Pimble Ladies and Loreto Normanhurst crew really fighting it out here. You can see that stern end really lifting the stroke rate, increasing the speed. It's going to be super tight here in this race. It's one of the closest races we've had for the day. And I think it's going to be that Pimble crew there. It's just going to get up and get that win. So over Loreto Normanhurst. So congratulations. You could really see there that stern pair really lifting that rate and power and setting the lead for the rest of the crew. You can see the coxswain really asking her crew to dig deep, and really congratulations, that's solid racing. So that's Pimble Ladies in first, second Loreto Normanhurst, and coming in third position now in lane 4 it is that St. Catherine's crew. It's a little bit further behind they were, but again a great effort from them. And then Askham coming in at fourth.
I think with any schoolgirl or school sport, Year 9 seems to be where there's a lot of enthusiasm and excitement. The girls or the boys have had, 2 years of experience. They're getting a bit more confident. Their bodies are able to take on more power and more pressure. And so the race gaps are much closer, which makes the racing even more exciting. And as you can see, the fields are much bigger because there's so many more people coming through. So congratulations to those Year 9 schoolgirl crews that just came through. And keep rowing.
Yeah, that's right. And as these rowers do get a little bit older, they really start to understand the technicalities of the sport and really start to understand what makes the boat go fast. So it is about that teamwork, working together, but it's also about mastering that really good technique, trying to achieve that perfect stroke, which is about being very clean, being long, being strong, being very clean in the release of the boat, of the release of the oar, clean with the entry, making sure that you're not burying your blade too deep. So ideally, you just want to be covering the blade of the boat. Don't want to have any water coming up the shaft, which just creates extra drag. And as the rowers spend more time in different boats, they really start to understand the technical requirements of being a good rower.
And the race underway is race 13, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Scull Division 3, Division 2. In lane 3, we have Queenwood, Alexia Drasma, Ella McIntyre, Annabelle Garner, Imogen Stewart, coxed by Katarina Yao. Lane 4, we have Loreto Kirribilli's Molly Roberts, Pip Kay, Allegra Johnston, Georgie Ryan, coxed by Alice Smith and coached by Lucy Howard. In lane 5, we have Kinross Walleroy 3 of Millie Dimmick, Miller Liabsley Bell, Lily Berryman, Poppy Grinter, coxed by Chloe Caro and coached by Indy Allen and Matt Peters. In lane 6 at PLC Sydney, we have Grace Klausing, Amali Stanton, Miller Duretz, coxed by Tiffany Palmer and coached by William Caldwell. In lane 7, we have Roseville's Evie Craig, Daphne Alvarado, Matilda Gifford, Isla Hughes, coxed by Sophie Thomas and coached by Lucy Thompson.
So most of these rowers are in their second year of rowing, so they're really starting to understand the technical proficiencies, starting to work better as a crew. But coming in this race here, coming through the 500 metre mark, it was the Kinross Walleroy crew, and they still maintained their lead at this stage of the race. Closely followed by Queenwood in second, Loreto Kirribilli in third, PLC Sydney in fourth, and Roseville in fifth position. It's certainly looking like the Kinross Walleroy crew here. They've had a great regatta so far, and it's looking like another win for them. Although we do seem to have some technical issues here. We've got the stroke and the 3-seat, which don't seem to appear to be rowing together. Let's see if they can get it back together. Just got to hold that lead. Yes, they have. Well done. Well done, girls. They've got it back together now. You can see that all four rowing perfectly together in time. I'm not sure what happened there, if one of them must have just lost the hold of the handle. But they've managed to maintain their lead. They still do have clear water. And congratulations, girls. That's Kinross Walleroy in first position. And it's going to be Queenwood in second. 4.75 seconds behind them. And in third position, it is Loreto Kirribilli. Well done to those top three crews. So that is just show you the importance in rowing of you just really need to keep going. No matter what happens, you need to sort of gain your composure and just get together and try and really just keep thinking about that person in front of you, focusing in on what the coxswain's saying, and getting the boat back on track, which that Kinross crew did an exceptional job of.
So what's some rowing terminology? I've heard the term crab. What does that mean? And is there such thing as a mini crab? Is there like a crablet?
Yeah, so a crab is often what happens when the rower gets their oar stuck in the water and they can't get it out, and it can bring the boat to a grinding halt. Or if you're able to sort of spin the oar, get it out of that sort of square position, get it out of the water, feather it, and then you can move back together. But yeah, really it's just a phrase that is used when a rower gets an oar stuck in the water. And of course, that can also happen if you hit a buoy. It's very easy to clip a buoy, and if your oar gets stuck on the line that runs underneath the buoy down to the water, that can of course stop the boat as well. So in rowing, you don't want anything that disrupts that run of the boat. A lot of work goes into begin to move the boat in the positive direction, move the boat towards the bow, and you don't want to do anything that disturbs that run. So that includes obviously catching crabs, making sure that you're timing the entry, and also making sure that that run into the front. So when you're on the slide, rolling into the front, in towards the stern, that needs to be done in a very controlled way to really maximise the run of the boat. Again, nothing to minimise any disruption. You want the boat to be trying to be as balanced as possible. That can also impact on the boat run. So yeah, just some interesting facts.
And on the course right now is race 14, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Scull Division 4. In lane 3, we have Queenwood, Neve Sweeney, Rachel Chatfield, Georgia Self, Helena Furness, and coxed by Mila Beavis. In lane 4, Loreto Kirribilli, Molly Maddock, Grace Zuckerman, Sienna Ballantyne, Louise Christian, and coxed by Francesca Fleming. In lane 5, St. Kath's, Monty Bowers, Jala Vardat, Summer Foster, Isabella Hartwright, coxed by Charlotte Moore. In lane 6, we have Pimble Ladies, Dimity Love, Khan Lin Dao, Amelia Quanby, and Ava Costa, coxed by Phoebe Toynton. And in lane 7, Loreto Normanhurst 4, Madison Hunt, Mia Hill, Poppy McAuliffe, Camilla DiPietro, in coxed by Zoe Anderson. And on the podium, if we turn our attention to the winners of race 12, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Scull Division 3, Division 1, and that is the Pimble Ladies College crew of Isabella Mung, Diana Palihadwana, Rose Bennett, Lily Oldfield, coxed by Bronte Cardno. Congratulations, Pimble Ladies College.
And it is the Loreto Kirribilli crew in the first position. This looks like it could be our first win for the regatta. The first win to Loreto Kirribilli in their home regatta here. And this is in the Year 9 quad. And this crew is really looking fantastic. Lovely timing, great power through the water. And look, they've gone over the line. Well done. In second position there, we've had Queenwood. They sort of pushed them all the way to the line. It was only 3.89 seconds between first and second. And in third, we've had that Loreto Normanhurst crew. So fantastic to see Loreto appearing in first and third in this race. And coming in at fourth now is the Pimble Ladies. So well done to Pimble. But fantastic to see Loreto Kirribilli. That's their first win for the regatta. Congratulations, girls. That's the crew of M. Maddock, J. Zuckerman, S. Ballantyne, E. Christian, and coxed by F. Fleming. Congratulations, girls. Well rowed. And there's the buzzer for the St. Catherine's crew, just going over the line in the fifth position there. And that concludes racing for the Year 9 Quad Scull Division 4. So congratulations to all of those competitors.
And lining up now is race 15, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 5, Division 1. In lane 1, we have Loreto Kirribilli 1 of Andy Kennard, Georgia Sultana, Penelope House, Harriet Delaney, coxed by Sadie McConkey. In lane 2, Queenwood 1 of Emily Shue, Sophie Davies, Scarlett Clark, Thea Edgerton, coxed by Jessica McMillan. Lane 3, we have Pimble Ladies Anita Kung, Amber Lewis, Summer Mackin, Chloe Xiong, and coxed by Tamika Tran. In lane 4, Queenwood 2's Alice Wong, Georgia McNee, Maddie Ellison, Jess Slade, coxed by Lucy Line. In lane 5, we have Loreto Kirribilli 2's Grace Ryan, Olivia Sweat, Rosie Teague, Matilda Murphy, coxed by Emily Galvin. In lane 6, we have Loreto Normanhurst 5, Harriet Granger, Elsie Vile, Eve Taylor, Audrey Zhang, and coxed by Emily Boone. Lane 7, St. Catherine's Thea Haywood, Elka Brady, Matilda Carroll, Adriana Oliver, coxed by Harlow Jones. In lane 8, Loreto Normanhurst 6, Ada Golding, Lily Sam, Ebony Bornston, Nikita Duff, coxed by Miller McMillan. And in lane 9, we have Pimble Ladies, Sahana Shasidaran, Natalie Higson, Georgina Ritchie, Olivia Gordon, coxed by Harper Lee. And I think the crew to watch would be the coached crew of Loreto Normanhurst 6 of coached by Chris McCarthy, who is one of the editors and writers of Junior Rowing News and a avid commentator. Let's see if his magic has spread across that Loreto Normanhurst 6 crew in lane 8. And then, of course, you have the Loreto Normanhurst 5 crew in lane 6, coached by Polly Sargent and Danielle Waddell. Again, we have a lot of current rowers, alumni rowers, all coaching these junior rows, and it's always wonderful to see how you can share your knowledge and experience through to the next generation. And it is a packed field. I mean, it's not often you get to see 9 lanes of racing, and the margins look pretty tight there. It's not like it's spread out.
Yeah, it's certainly a spectacle to see 9 boats coming down the course, but it's certainly the Queenwood number 2 crew that are in the lead here, closely followed by Loreto Kirribilli 1 and Queenwood number 1.
And we turn our attention now to the podium to race 14, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 4. The winners, Loreto Kirribilli. Congratulations to Molly Maddock, Grace Zuckerman, Sienna Ballantyne, Eloise Christian, coxed by Francesca Fleming, and coached by Lucy Howard. Congratulations, girls, to Loreto Kirribilli.
So it's definitely this Queenwood crew that's got the lead here in lane 4. They're in the first position. They went through that 500-metre mark in 2:04, followed by Loreto Kirribilli that were 3 seconds behind them, and Queenwood in lane 4. We had in the 4th position Loreto Kirribilli, 5th Queenwood, 6th Pymble, 7th Pymble, 8th Loreto Normanhurst 6, and 9th St Catherine. So they were the positions as we went through the 500. But it certainly does seem to be that Loreto Kirribilli crew, the Queenwood number 2 crew. They've got some fairly clear water there. I'd say a couple of boat lengths of clear water. I'd say they've got a fairly strong command of the lead here, but it's certainly going to be close for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But this Queenwood crew, nice and strong, lifting their rate a little bit. Their timing is good, looking solid through the water, and they're going to go over in that first position. And there's the buzzer in that first position. Congratulations to Queenwood. And second is going to be Loreto Kirribilli. There's the buzzer for second, Loreto Kirribilli number 1. And in third, we have the Queenwood number 1 crew, Pymble, Loreto Kirribilli, St Catherine's, and Pymble. So fairly evenly spread across this race here. And we have the last couple of crews to come over, and that is
And there is another race underway. It's race 16, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 5, Division 2. In lane 3, we have Loreto Kirribilli 3, Nina Cordaro, Waverley Russell, Anna Duffy, Emma Francis, coxed by Francesca Heath. In lane 4, we have Loreto Normanhurst 7, Maddie Frost, Zalia Johnson, Abby Kane, Macy Palmer, and coxed by Lucy Giblin. In lane 5, we have Queenwood 3, Amelia Baker, Alicia Newton, Megan Hung, Molly Hughes, coxed by Millie Holm. And in lane 6, we have Pymble Ladies 2, Olivia Gordon, Georgina Ritchie, Selena Jung, Cordelia Curtin, coxed by Valentina McAndrews.
And again, you can see the variation in these quads. Some of the quads have the coxswain sitting at the stern of the boat watching the rowers, and then some of them have the coxswain sitting in the bow facing away from the rowers first to go over the line. So again, we've mentioned a little earlier about the important role of the coxswain. So they have a critical role to play, not just in steering the boat, but keeping the crew together. They look at the technical aspect of rowing. They will make technical calls. They also have to have a strong understanding of the race plan. They're responsible for calling the race plan. And they really are the leader of the boat, the captain of the boat. The role of a coxswain cannot be underestimated. And a very good coxswain can be the difference between winning a race or not winning a race. So congratulations to all of those coxers in that race then.
Yeah, there's a former rower and a cox called Bill O'Chee up in Queensland, and he was telling me a story about how when he coxes, he can close his eyes and he can tell which seat in an 8 from 1 to 8 is doing what sort of thing that's making the boat not sit up straight. And it's an amazing gift that takes a lot of practice and timing, and you certainly have to sit next to the coach to learn what is happening to the boat and then how to make that adjustment call. And as you said earlier, every single little thing makes the difference between half a second to 1 second. At the highest levels of competition, that half second to 1 second makes that difference between gold, silver, bronze.
And it is Pinball Ladies number 2 in first position, followed by Queenwood 3. Third, we've got Loreto Kirribilli, and fourth, Loreto Normanhurst. So it's the Pinball Ladies number 2 crew that have got a lead here. They went through the 500 metre mark in 2 minutes and 7 seconds, with a couple of seconds ahead of that Queenwood number 3 crew. And in the closing stages of the race, it is still that Pinball crew that have got a lead there, but they're certainly being pushed all the way down the course by that Queenwood crew. They're not going to give up. I'm sure you can hear their supporters on the sidelines pushing them, and it's going to be a really fight to the line. I think this Queenwood crew is really giving everything they can, and it's certainly going to be a close race here. Can see the stroke.
Yeah, both crews are increasing their rating. It looks like the pressure's on. It could be a nudge to the finish between the PLC ladies crew of PLC 2 and Queenwood 3.
Oh, it's certainly going to be tight for the line. I think it's going to be a photo finish. You can see both of the crews really lifting their rate, but I think it's going to be Pinball. Just got it ahead of Queenwood. Well done, girls. Fantastic racing all the way to the finish. You could really see that stroke seat there, really, in the 3 seat, lifting the rate, the bow pair swinging along with them, coxswain encouraging them, and great to see that support, the coxswain there supporting the rest of the crew, high-fiving everyone. Well done. And that was Loreto Kirribilli just going over the line there in the 3rd position. Congratulations to Loreto Kirribilli. So that's first Pinball Ladies 2, second Queenwood number 3, and third was Loreto Kirribilli number 3. We still have a couple of crews coming down now.
So if I was watching the live stream and I'm new to this sport, everybody seems to be rowing at the same rate, right? But some of them seem to be going further and faster. What is the fundamental thing that kind of separates these Year 9 crews?
I think an important part of rowing is having good clearance. So clearance is just how far you are pushing the boat every stroke. So ideally you want the puddles to go as far past the stern every stroke. So that requires to be having very good power, you need to have good endurance, and you need to be technically proficient, but you also need to do that together. So if you look at which crews have most clearance between each stroke, they typically are the ones that go faster. And then, of course, it's important to be able to maintain that clearance when you increase the stroke rate. So when you increase the stroke rate, which means you're taking more strokes per minute, the boat speed should come up, but sometimes it doesn't. So it's important that you have the technical proficiency and the skill to ensure that that boat speed comes up when the rating comes up. And of course, power through the drive is important as well. So that's where a coxswain will call for a crew to have a focus on maybe the legs, or a focus on the second half of the drive, or a focus on the catch to really get that boat driving through the water.
And we do have race 17 underway, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 5, Division 3. The race did start. Looks like there's been a bit of an incident out there between 3 and 4. In lane 2, we have Loreto Kirribilli 4, Genevieve Nees, Josephine Senden White, Coco Mutton, Amelia Smith, coxed by Ava Maria Iacono. In lane 3, we have Queenwood 4, Bella Blackwood, Emma Burridge, Olivia Zum, Lucinda Lane, coxed by Charlotte Garland. In lane 4, we have Pinball Ladies 3, Eva Luzar, Megan O, Charlotte Lamb, Valentina McAndrews, coxed by Grace Scammell. In lane 5, we have the Queenwood 5 crew of Lola Bailey, Piper Argus, Arden Cooperha, Chloe Takiris, and coxed by Sophia Cox. And in lane 6, we have Loreto Kirribilli 5 of Harriet Stanton, Francesca Vellabarden, Mally Ray, Miller Sadie, coxed by Soraya Laurendet. And in lane 7, we have Queenwood 6, Elizabeth Fangad. I never get this properly, and I should get taught this. Elizabeth Fainganaku, Michaela Ling, Elizabeth Williams, Frankie Blair, and coxed by Marley Troller. So turning our attention now to the podium, the winners of race 13, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 3, Division 2. Winners, Kinross Walleroy 3, Millie Dimmick, Miller Yabsley Bell, Lily Berriman, Poppy Grinter, coxed by Chloe Caro, coached by Indy Allen and Matthew Peters. Congratulations to the winners, Kinross Walleroy.
And of course, Kinross Walleroy have a very strong rowing program, the school based in Orange. Great to see representation from these regional areas. A very, very strong rowing program. They had a fantastic result in their Schoolgirl 8 last year, winning the head of the river. And then the crew went on to race at the Royal Henley. So very strong rowing school, Kinross Walleroy at Orange, and well done in that race. And going through the 500 metre mark in the Schoolgirl Year 9 Quad Division, Cox Quad Division 5, we had Queenwood 5. Went through in a time of 2:11. Loreto Kirribilli number 4 in second. Queenwood was in third. Queenwood 6 in fourth. And Loreto Kirribilli number 5 in fifth. Field fairly spread out, about 10 seconds between first and second, and another 10-15 seconds between second and third. So quite a spread out field in this event. And don't expect that these margins will change too much or these positionings will change too much. So it really is looking like Queenwood number 5. They're doing particularly well. You can see their timing is good. Another thing that's important in rowing is to have those catches down and into the water so you're not missing any water out at the catch. And this crew is doing a fine job of bringing those catches down and in together.
Tell us more about the catch. I'm new to rowing. Tell me what the catch means.
Well, it really is that phase of the stroke where you're catching the water. So you've taken a stroke and then you're catching it ready for the next stroke. So it's important to have a fast, sharp entry and then apply the pressure with the legs as fast as you can. Rowers will also look at the force curve on a rowing machine to make sure that they've got that right force curve with how they're applying the pressure.
So you're telling me that if they're really leaning right at the front of their seat and the spoon of the oar is entering the water as far forward as possible, that's the catch where you drop the blade in. And the longer that is, theoretically, the further apart each stroke puddle is in the water, which means that's why they're going faster than everybody else. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. The catch is the part of the stroke where the rower is sitting forward and putting their blade in the water. So yes, that's the catch position, and that plays a critical role in boat speed as well as the drive. There's many parts that come together, but it is an important part of the rowing stroke. And that going over in the first position was Queenwood 5, second we had Loreto Kirribilli 4, and third was Queenwood number 4. And yeah, those margins did spread out a little more, so the margin between first and second was 17 seconds and 13 seconds between second and third. So Queenwood number 5 going through in a time of 4:26 in that race. So congratulations to Queenwood. It does look like this other Queenwood crew have had a breakage here with the 2-seat. I can see one of the oars stuck in the water, the handle up in the air there. So, but they're doing well, the rest of the crew, to maintain the boat speed. And they've just gone over the line there. So well done, girls. Well done to that Queenwood number 6 crew. And Loreto Kirribilli just going over the line. That's Loreto Kirribilli number 5 in that 5th position. Congratulations to Loreto Kirribilli racing at your home regatta. And there goes the Pymble crew, Pymble ladies number 3 in 6th position. Congratulations, Pymble, and well done to all of those girls. That's the Schoolgirl Year 9 Quad Scull Division 5.
And now we have a bit of a break as we line up between the Year 9 coxed quad sculls and now into this new exciting race for race 18 that's lining up. It's the Schoolgirl para single scull, recreational 500. In lane 2, we have PLC Sydney's Michelle Lee. In lane 3, we have Roseville's Jess Smith, coached by Sophie Brady. Lane 4, we have PLC Sydney's Rachel Lee. In lane 5, we have PLC Sydney's Sailor Reid. In lane 6, we have PLC Sydney's Pelin Ozen. And in lane 7, we have PLC Sydney's Scarlett Sinclair. And so while the girls are doing the lineup, this was a great race to see last regatta, which was the Normanhurst one. I'm excited to see if this week there'll be a change in who wins and if there's any incremental increase in their results. It's always great to see personal bests come through for every single row, and I think there needs to be a lot more focus on not just your placement and your position in an overall race, but are you improving every single time you race or every time you go out and train? And like every other sport where you're racing against other people, but it's actually about your personal technique and your personal performance. That singular effort and that focus on the data is critical to understanding and learning and improving every single time you perform an activity. And Australia is emerging as a contributor to para sports. The British are the leaders in rowing and leaders in para rowing globally, but Australia, looking at these juniors coming through, we have an opportunity at Brisbane 2032 to really put a dent into that British leadership. So we have the race now underway for race 18, the Schoolgirl para single scull. It's too early now to see, and from my angle here, I can't really make a call on looking who's leading, but it does seem like lane 2 PLC Sydney's Michelle Lee at this angle looks like she has a little bit of a lead there. But there's a common term, it's called parallax, and because we're not side on and we're at a 45-degree angle from where we're sitting here in the commentary box, what we think is first place because of the angle actually could be something other position. So we are reliant on the team, the volunteers in the timing huts. We are reliant on the camera views that we're seeing to make that call. But from my position, it does look like the original call that I made, lane 2 PLC Sydney's Michelle Lee seems to have that advantage. And she is looking very calm and composed. And in a single scull, rowing in a straight line is very challenging. You've got nobody else to really rely on to tell you what's going on. I myself have had unsuccessful attempts at trying to row in a straight line in a single. So I can speak from experience that these girls are doing a wonderful job. And it does look like, with a significant advantage, over in lane 2 is the PLC Sydney's Michelle. But it looks like her bound number says lane 3, so it's actually Roseville's Jess Smith. I made the wrong call. I need to get some binoculars. So yes, that is lane 3, Roseville, Jess Smith out with a substantial lead, passing the finish line right now. Congratulations, Jess and Roseville. And in second and third, it does look like it's the lane 2 and lane 4 combination of PLC Sydney's Michelle and Rachel Lee. It does appear that lane 2 Michelle is going to come in at second, followed by lane 4 PLC Sydney's Rachel Lee. coming towards the finish line is Lane 5 PLC Sydney's Sailor Reid, closely followed by Scarlett Sinclair in Lane 7. Congratulations, girls. And just another reminder as we start hitting towards the mid-morning to make sure you put on some sunscreen. And for those riding bicycles, of course, you should always wear a helmet, especially as this is a enforcement area at the Regatta Centre. And gliding towards the finish line, we have in lane 6 PLC Sydney's Palin Ozen. Congratulations, girls. The finishers for race 18, the Schoolgirl Parasingle Scull Recreational 500.
And we have race 19 in the starters' hands now. In lane 2, we have PLC Sydney 1, lane 3, Tara School 1, lane 4, the Armador School. North Sydney Girls in lane 5, Roseville number 1 in lane 6. Queenwood have scratched, and in lane 8, we have Sydney Girls number 1. This is in the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull Division 1. You can see the boat holders there that are holding the stern. So they have an important role to play in the start of the race, keeping that boat straight. When the starter starts the race, they let go of that bow. Of course, depending on the different boats that are in the starter's hands and the length, the starting pontoon can be moved further out or further in, so the starter can get a line with those bows, the bow numbers and the bow balls lining up at the start of the race. So thank you to all of those boat holders, all of the Loreto Kirribilli family that are out here supporting this regatta today, and of course all the volunteers that play an important role in all rowing events and all sport, community sport around New South Wales. Okay, now we're turning our attention to the podium. Race 16, Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 5. In first position, we had Pimble Ladies, Anita Kang, Amber Lewis, Summer McCann, Chloe Jiong, Tamika Tran, the Cox. Congratulations to Pimble Ladies, the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 5. That was race number 15 on the program this morning. So congratulations, girls. That was a fantastic race. Okay, turning our attention again to the podium for race number 15, which was the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 5. And the winner of that crew was Queenwood number 1. And that was the crew of Emily Zhu, Sophie Davies, Scarlett Clark, Thea Edgerton, and Jessica Macmillan, who was coxing that crew. So congratulations to that crew from Queenwood. It was an outstanding race in the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull event. Congratulations, girls. And in race 19, going through the 500 metre mark, it was the Tara School in first position, closely followed by Roseville number 1, just a second behind them. In third position, Sydney Girls High, they're a further 3 seconds back. Then closely followed by PLC Sydney 1. In fifth, the Armidale School number 1, and in sixth, North Sydney Girls. So they were the positionings at the 500 metre mark in the Schoolgirl quad. So of course we're going back to the 2 kilometre racing now. Some of the Year 9s that we've been watching earlier have been racing over 1 kilometre, but the senior years rowing over 2 kilometres. Rowing over these longer distance, of course, it's important to really get into that nice, long, comfortable rhythm in the middle part of the race. So the rowers will generally come out of the start fairly hard, fairly fast. Their rating will be up high, and then they transition into a mid-race rhythm, which they then try and maintain for the duration of the race, and then again stepping up towards the finish line. So the crews aim to have the same speed across the course. Don't want to be inconsistent with one 500 metre being too slow or too fast compared to the others. But of course the first 500 and the last 500 are generally quicker coming out of the start, and of course building for the finish line. So it is that Tara School going through the 1,000 metre mark that is still in that first position. Tara number 1, and in second is Roseville 1, third Sydney Girls number 1, and the Armidale School going through in fourth position. So those positions have maintained. The positions at the 500 are still the same as at the 1,000 metre mark, and it's looking like a great row there from the Tara School.
And turning our attention now to the podium, we're going to present now race 18, the winner of the Schoolgirl Para-Single Scull Recreational 500. In lane 3, Roseville's Jess Smith. Congratulations, Jess Smith from Roseville, winner of the Schoolgirl Para-Single Scull Recreational, coached by Sophie Brady.
And you can see the wind is blowing up a little bit here. You can see the flag starting to sort of fly a little bit. So there is a tailwind, which of course helps the rowers. We should see some faster boat speeds coming through. The ideal conditions for rowing are a tailwind and with a little bit of rain, so some light rain which does break the surface tension, and of course warm water. So if you have those three conditions together, you can really see some fast boat speed. So typically when races are rowed in countries where the water is colder, or like Tasmania, the Nationals last year as an example, you don't see the same boat speed that you see out here at Penrith, where the water temperature really warms up here.
So you would have rowed around the world. Where have you rowed where you've really had good weather versus really bad weather?
Well, I've definitely had some regattas where there's been cancellations and delays because of bad weather. I mean, even just this year, I've just returned from racing in Lake Banyoles in Barcelona for the World Masters, and we had one day where racing was postponed because of bad weather, lightning and thunder. But in terms of the course where the rowing conditions are always good, and which is my favourite course, would have to be Lucerne in Switzerland. The conditions, it's very well protected, and yeah, it's a fantastic course to race on, and that would certainly be my most favourite. I've not had any. The Australian team generally races there every year, and I've never had a season racing there where we weren't able to get the boat on the water. So definitely conditions play a big part of it in rowing. And of course, it's important to learn how to handle the conditions. So the Loreto Kirribilli program is based at Pearl Bay in Middle Harbour, and often the girls have some rough water, so that helps them to deal with the challenges of different conditions when it comes to race day.
And we turn our attention now to the podium for the winners of race 17, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 5, Division 3, and that's Queenwood 5, the crew of Lola Bailey, Piper Argus, Arden Cooperha, Chloe Tsakiris, and coxed by Sophia Cox. Congratulations, Queenwood 5, the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 5, Division 3.
And in race 19, this Schoolgirl Quad, it's definitely the Tara School that has the lead there. They're looking particularly long, very strong, excellent accelerations through the drive. You can really see everybody in that crew driving that boat. Those legs really firing like pistons all the way through to the finish of the stroke. And that's fantastic rowing there from that school from Tara. They've got at least 3-4 boats of clear water from second position, which are about to go over the line now. Rating is a little bit lower in that crew, and that's the Roseville number 1 crew. But congratulations to Roseville in second position. And coming through in third now, we have the Sydney High crew, and they've just gone over the line there. That's Sydney Girls High number 1. A little bit further spread out for the rest of the field. Fourth position, it's the Armidale School. They're about 7 seconds behind Sydney Girls, and coming up in fifth, just over the line there, is PLC Sydney 1. We still have another crew that's just making its way down the course now, and they're definitely lifting their stroke rate here in the closing stages of the race. You can see the power through the water. They're really driving all the way through. You can see the coxswain asking them for more, and it's great to see them really lifting all the way through in these last 10-15 strokes of the race. Three or four strokes left, and they'll be over the line, and that will conclude this race. Congratulations, girls. Well done to North Sydney girls. That's the 6th position of the Schoolgirl Quad, Division 1.
So as we enter the Schoolgirl series of races, these girls some of them are in their final year, about to enter that very important HSC year. What's it like balancing being an athlete and also your academics, and also potentially as you enter the workforce? What is it like? Are rowers good at managing that? What's the typical characteristic of a rower?
Well, I think rowers learn how to manage their time effectively. Rowers really learn how to commit yourself, and time management is, I think, one of the greatest skills that you learn through rowing. And my experience is most rowers actually perform better academically when they have the demands of rowing. They learn that they have limited time, and so when they do have time available, they use it wisely. And I think there is certainly a bit of a misconception that it's challenging to combine studies with high-level sport. But my experience, particularly with rowers, is it enhances your capacity in an academic sense. So, yeah, I think the skills that you learn from rowing certainly hold you in very good stead for when you enter the workforce, when you're at university, when you're just managing life in general. And of course, it's not just those skills in managing time, but it's also those skills you learn being disciplined, being focused, working in a team, dealing with disappointment, dealing with challenging situations, and learning how to just sort of be fairly tough, because rowing is a hard sport. It's a hard sport physically, it's a hard sport mentally, and it's also not always easy to learn to work with different people. So the skills you learn through rowing are very unique, and yeah, it's a fantastic sport that sets you up for life.
So a lot of people might have the misconception that, you know, you're sitting down, maybe you catch a crab, but can you get injured, and how bad is the injury when it comes to rowing? Like, have you had injury throughout your career?
Yeah, rowing is a fairly low injury sport. Most injuries that tend to happen are not rowing related. So doing weights or bike riding, having an accident, falling off your bike. Generally, there's obviously no weight bearing with rowing. So it's obviously not contact sport. So there is a very low chance of injury. I was very fortunate. I didn't have any injuries when I was rowing, and of course the strength and conditioning is very important as these athletes are growing. It's important that, you know, time is taken for them to develop and build and move into sort of weight training and aerobic training. But very much in the early years it is about building that aerobic fitness and strength and flexibility as well.
And the race underway is race 20. It's the Schoolgirl Coxed Scull Division 2. And in lane 2, we have Roseville 2, Lisa Coonan, Eva Zhang, Claudia Berger, Alice Bestich, and coxed by Evelyn Majumdar. In lane 3, Queenwood's Carolyn Sun, Edie Mosley, Piper Sherlock, Morella Gillies, coxed by Jazz Salmon. Lane 4, Pimple Ladies, Laura Sayers, Isla Campbell, Serena Cummings, Charlotte Blakestock, and coxed by Margot Marseille. In lane 5, Tara School, 2's Kelly Lee, Nicole G, Hannah Ryan, Sydney McCartney, coxed by Mackenzie Track. In lane 6 is Sydney Girls 2, Bonnie Steele, Alice Skull, Ashling Kodinsulin, Elsha Lim, and coxed by Jenny Joel. And in lane 7, the Armadale School 2, Lucy Kelly, Isabel Glover, Zana Ross, Luella Caulfield, coxed by Sophie Slack-Smith. And we turn our attention now to the podium for race 19, and we're going to award the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull Division 1. The winners are Tara School 1, the crew of Layla Odbert, Isabel Dulimov, Gemma Waterhouse, Amy Rouse, and coxed by Charlotte Goy, coached by Jessie Allen. Put your hands together, please, for the winners, Tara School.
And coming to the closing stages of the race now, the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad, it is the Roseville number 2 crew in the first position, followed by Tara number 2 in second, and Sydney Girls number 2 crew in the third position. So going through the 1500 metre, Roseville did that in a time of 6:08, and they've maintained that lead. They're looking very long and strong here. They haven't lifted their rate. They've got nice power through the water, solid rhythm, no one really challenging them, so they're just sitting there very comfortably maintaining that distance. So some great rowing there on display from Roseville number 2.
And I do have to admit that I did get confused earlier by the colour scheme. So I know that Roseville is changing their colours and their school uniform, as well as Loreto and Normanhurst. So when you have two schools about to change their colour schemes, for those of us up here, we do get a bit confused, but it's going to get better.
And that Roseville number 2 crew went across in first place in a time of 8:12, and Tara number 2 in second in a time, they were 8 seconds behind, and then Sydney Girls were a further 8 seconds behind in third. So that's first, second and third in that Schoolgirl quad. That's the Armadale School second second crew that have just gone across in the 4th position. So congratulations to 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in that Schoolgirl coxed quad event. And just going back, we were talking earlier, Clem, about injuries. The other thing that's important with rowing is how the boat is set up. So there's quite a lot of flexibility in the boats with where feet can be positioned and rigging. And just quickly, that is the Queenwood School going across in 5th position. Well done to Queenwood. So yeah, it is important that the boat is set up correctly for the individual rower. So somebody that is very tall or of a shorter stature, the boat feet positioning can be changed. The positioning that the rowers finish at the finish of the stroke or at the catch, the feet can be moved forward and back as well as up and down. So that plays an important role in minimising the risk of injury as well. And of course, the rigging. So there is some flexibility with rigging, although generally at this level of rowing, most of the rigging would be probably fairly standard.
Yeah, rowing is definitely a sport that is. Most sports do have an aspect of looking at the physics of motion and the setup, but for some reason rowers really enjoyed nerding out on the different types of data points as it relates to where the oars go. And I think each boat also has its own unique personality. So you have all types of boat manufacturers. We have a few in Australia. Do you have a favorite boat that you remember or recall rowing, or how do we compare when you go overseas? Obviously you can't bring your boat from Australia all the way to Spain. Is there a big difference between all those different types of boats, the German boats, the Italian boats?
Well, we typically, most of my rowing career, I rowed in Sykes boat, which is an Australian-made boat, which we would take across to rowing championships. So they would go in a container and be shipped across. But I did also really like rowing in Empacher, which is a German-made boat, and also the Filippi. So Filippi is an Italian-made boat, and they are now the preferred supplier for Rowing Australia. And Filippi is also a wonderful boat to row in. So the standout with the Filippi boat, in my experience, is it's very stiff, so it doesn't have the same amount of flexion. So it doesn't flex between stern and bow, and it doesn't flex in the sideways direction either. So a stiffer boat is obviously faster through the water. So yeah, boat does certainly make a difference, but of course at the end of the day, it is the rower that is pulling that handle, and it is the skill of the rower that certainly is what makes the boat go fast. It's important that the rowers don't get too caught up in having the best equipment, particularly at this school level.
And as we speak about that, it's race 21 currently on the course. It's the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Division 3. In lane 2, we have Queenwood, Charlotte Garner, Lauren King, Tessa Calverley, Charlotte McWilliam, coxed by Alice Home. In lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli, Julia Kearney, Luella Cadaro, Lily Cadwallader, Beatrix Cadman, and coxed by Lucy Karamanian. Lane 4, Roseville 3's Millie Phillips, Ariane Pappas, Abby Harris, Emily Wong, and coxed by Amelia Firth. In lane 5, the Armadale School 3's Rebecca McMahon, Ruby Menkins, Jessica Morrow, Jasmine Ryan, and coxed by Ellie Cullen. In lane 6, Tara School's Victoria Eaton, Adrina Maharajan, Ruby Odbert, Rita Liu, and coxed by Sarita Wijayawikrima. In lane 7, we have Roseville 4's Madeline Edge, Lucy Ryan, Sabine Baird, Hannah Ryan, and coxed by Zia Chapman.
And it's definitely this Queenwood School that has a commanding lead here. They've gone through that 1500 in 5:54. They're coming into the last 100 metres of the race. They certainly have a really strong hold of this lead here. Can really see the power here with this crew. Those legs really accelerating all the way through the drive. Great timing, excellent catch entry speed, great timing, and very, very good display of high-level rowing here from this Queenwood School here. And there's the buzzer. They've gone over in a time of 7:51, and very easy race for them. Although you can see those rowers really have been working particularly hard, but certainly always a lot easier when you're in that first position. So congratulations, Queenwood. And in second position, we have Roseville number 3. So they were about 17 seconds behind Queenwood. Also an outstanding race from Roseville School. So well done, girls, particularly as these conditions do start to blow up a little bit. It's a little bit of a tailwind, maybe a bit of a cross coming across the course. So fantastic rowing in these conditions. And we just have the crew coming over the line in the third position, which was the Roseville number 4. So Roseville coming in second and third in this race. Congratulations to Roseville. And there we have Tara School in lane 6 going across in 4th, and Loreto Kirribilli in 5th in lane 3. One more crew ready to come over the line, and fantastic racing from all of these schools out here today. And it is the Armidale School that will be coming across the line in 6th position. Congratulations to the Armidale School, and well done to all competitors in that race, but particularly Queenwood. Outstanding race from Queenwood School. Well done in the Schoolgirl coxed quad.
And on the course, we already have race 22. It's the Schoolgirl Second 8 Division 1. In lane 3, we have the Pinball Ladies 1 of Amber Eisenhower, Caitlin Bilney, Genevieve Bazina, Saskia Alexander, Lucy Simpson, Zara Kinneberg, Georgina Curtis, Olivia Norton, coxed by Emily Bartrup. In lane 4, Queenwood, we have Bronte Hannah, Gemma Wirral, Isla McMillan, Arabella Lyon, Jasmine Ramsey, Penelope Rolls, Vivian Walk, Nyla Russell, and coxed by Juliet Yardley. In lane 5, we have Loreto Normanhurst 2, Maggie Hall, Matilda English, Gracie May Lander, Maddie Ferreira, Lucy Hannaford, Alexandra Ward, Ava Smith, Elizabeth Pennington, and coxed by Harriet Lamb. In lane 6, we have Loreto Kirribilli's Zara Luce, Zara Jean Valinsky, Frederick Kevin, Gemma Ronan, Paloma Sang, Elizabeth Roberts, Grace Edwards, Indiana Orth, and coxed by Charlotte Clarkin. In lane 7, we have St. Cat's 1 of Georgie Smith, Zoe Elliott, Stella Ellen Derrick Smith, Aroha Tumohe Campbell, Phoebe Sherrod, Tali Morgan, Holly Corcoran, Emily Fletcher, and coxed by Andrew Roofley. And in lane 8 is Kinross Walleroy, Anna Orr, Katie Smith, Adeline Miller, Julia Ungemach, Ruby Hilda, Matilda Whiteley, Paxton Buckfield, Georgia Tancred, and coxed by Zoe McKay.
And it's fantastic up here in the commentators box to see these 8 storming down the course. The 8 really is the blue ribbon event of rowing. And going through the 1500 metre mark, it was the Pimball's ladies number 1 crew going through in a time of 5:22, followed by St. Catherine's first crew, 7 seconds behind PLC. In third, we had Queenwood. In fourth, we had Kinross Walleroy, and fifth in Loreto Kirribilli. So it's certainly that Pymble Ladies number 1 college. They have a commanding lead over the rest of the field, 7.5 seconds ahead of St. Cath's, and they're looking very long and very strong. Pymble, of course, have a long and proud history in the sport of rowing. Been a very dominant school in this Schoolgirl 8s racing for many years, and yes, well done to this crew here. They're looking outstanding. It'll be interesting to see if they start to lift their rate in these closing stages of the race, or if they just sit and happy with where they are. I'm sure they'll be listening in to their coxswain. She'll be calling, making some technical calls, demanding more of the crew. You can see the boat really running nicely here, really pushing those bow persons' puddles right past the stern. We spoke a little bit earlier about clearance and the importance of seeing how far you can push the boat every stroke. And ideally, you want that bow person's puddle right past the stern. So as far past that stern as that bow person's puddle can go, the better. And yeah, this crew is really showing some great speed here. You can see that stern pair there really lifting the rate. They're setting the lead, setting the pattern and the rhythm for the rest of the crew, listening in closely to their cocks, and they're certainly going to push it all the way to the finish line. The bow pair there tapping it along, and of course in the middle 4 you have that engine room, really stomping it all the way home. Well done to Pymble. Fantastic race.
And it does look like it's going to be a battle for third, but coming in as second is the St. Cat's crew in lane 7. And Kinross Walleroy in lane 8, just snipping it there at the finish, beating out Queenwood in lane 4. And in lane 6 coming through now is the Loreto Kirribilli crew. Alison, I do think that you're actually the virtual cox, because as soon as you said that pinball was going to increase the rating, they did. So are you sure you're not a virtual cox? Anybody out there looking for a virtual cox, please shout out to Alison, because as soon as she calls it, it happens, and then suddenly it happens.
I'm getting a little bit excited. I think I'm actually in the boat when I'm not. And here we have the Loreto Kirribilli crew coming over the line. Loreto Normanhurst crew coming over the line. That's lane 5 there, in the 6th position there. So congratulations to all of those crews. Great racing, great to see the 8s out on the water. Great, fantastic effort from all competitors in that event.
So you did talk about rowing in Lucerne and how it's a wonderful place. We'll come back to your rowing travels in just a moment, because we actually have now a race 23 underway. It's the Schoolgirl Second 8 Division 2. In lane 3, we have Loreto Normanhurst 4. It's Sahara Bornston, Catherine Stark, Beatrix Germain, Zoe Naden, Jacqueline Whitaker, Sally Hines, Ella Jones, and Jazz Bourgogne, coxed by Charlotte Fagan. In lane 4 is the Pinball Ladies 2 is Claire Ferreira, Rosie Eggins, Mee Nato, Arabella Murphy, Edwina Harrington, Erin O'Kane, Kelly Clifton, Claudia Hodder, coxed by Dimitri Love. In lane 5 is the Loreto Normanhurst 3. It's Alexandra Hare, Poppy Bensley, Anna Ward, Ruby Mullins, Lucy Meek, Ruby Matthews, Amelia Edwards, Lara Dwyer, and coxed by Rosie Lennon. And in lane 6 is the St. Cath's 2 of Isabel Rosinis, Lucy Brown, Beatrix DeBell Hancock, Elizabeth Gilchrist, Harriet Haythorne-Jarman, Eve Bell, Violet Brooks, Ellie Carr, coxed by Chloe Avramides. And again, if I mispronounced your surname, I would love for you to help me with that. It is a challenging job, but if you'd like to, please come up and tell me exactly how to pronounce it.
So these 8s you can see coming down the course now, they are about 18 metres in length. So they're very long boats. There's a section in the middle. So when the boat is transported, the boat comes into 2 pieces. So that's called sectioning of an 8. And they weigh around 96 kilos. So there are minimum weight requirements. And before international competitions, boats need to be weighed to make sure they are not underweight. So just for those of you watching, you probably didn't realise that they're actually that heavy and that long. So that's for an 8. The quads are around 52 kilos and they're about 13 metres in length. The doubles are around 27 kilos and 10 metres in length. And the single sculls are about 14 kilos and 8 metres in length. So it's certainly the 8 that is the heaviest and the longest and of course the fastest. And yeah, it's just fantastic to see these 8s coming down the course up here in the commentary box. And also the oar length, just out of interest, the oars on these sweep oars are between 3.6 and 3.7 metres long, so they're very long, almost 4 metres long. Either a rower has an oar on their right side, their stroke side, or on their bow side, on the left-hand side. And ideally, rowers learn to row both stroke side and bow side, as well as some sculling, so they have that versatility of being able to slot into different crews. But it's looking like the Loreto Normanhurst number 3 crew here in the first position, going through the 1500 metre mark, closely followed by Loreto Normanhurst number 4. Or not closely, there's a bit of a gap there, but nice to see them pushing each other along. Pinball Ladies number 2 in 3rd and St Catherine's number 2 in 4th position. But it's definitely this Loreto Normanhurst number 3 crew going through in a time of 5:32 through that 1500 metre mark.
And since it's the early part of the competitive season, my guess is that these second 8s divisions are actually probably composites of year 10s, getting some experience in racing this type of distance in the big boats. So we've actually got a pretty deep field here of different races of 8s, and therefore seeing quite a varied range of performance and ability. But as you said, it looks like this Normanhurst crew in lane 5, Normanhurst 3, well and truly leading the pack, leaning back, looking smooth and calm, and finishing in first place.
Yeah, you can certainly see that acceleration with that Loreto Normanhurst crew. They're really getting a great hold of it, accelerating right through the drive, which is obviously an important part in rowing, is having that strong, long, hard acceleration. And you can see the bow end of the boat really lying down. They've really given it everything they've got, and fantastic effort from Loreto Normanhurst, and also from Loreto, the second Loreto Normanhurst crew coming over in second position. And in third, we have the Pymble crew. That's the number 2 crew in the third position. So that's first, second and third in the Schoolgirl second 8.
So you've raced around the world. What's it like racing schoolgirls or women from different countries? How are Aussie women as rowers compared to their counterparts, the British, the Europeans, the Americans?
Well, the British are very, very strong. Australia didn't have its best year at the World Championships recently, but certainly the Britain is a very, very strong rowing country, and yeah, they've got great depth. They also do a very good job at transitioning the junior rowers into the senior years. They don't sort of tend to have a lot of dropout like we do. So, yeah, Great Britain's certainly an outstanding country.
And we turn our attention now to the podium to present race 22, the winners of the Schoolgirl Second 8 Division 1. And that is Pymble Ladies 1, that's Amber Eisenhower, Caitlin Bilney, Genevieve Bazina, Saskia Alexander, Lucy Simpson, Zara Kinneberg, Georgina Curtis, Olivia Norton, and coxed by Emily Bartrop. Congratulations, winners, Pymble Ladies 1.
And we also have the Schoolgirl first 8 underway. And at the 1,000-metre mark, it was Kinross Wallaroy in first position in a time of 3 minutes 18. Pymble Ladies in second, and third Loreto Kirribilli, and fourth was Loreto Normanhurst. So it's this Kinross Wallaroy crew winning at the 1,000-metre mark in the Schoolgirl first 8. They were, of course, Kinross Wallaroy won the Schoolgirl Head of the River in this event on the 8th of March this year. They won that in a time of 6:49. That was a very close race between Kinross and St Catherine's, who came second. Only 0.37 of a second they were behind them at the head of the river. And then we had Pymble at the head of the river last year. So it's certainly looking like those same crews who are doing particularly well. Kinross Wallaroy really having a great row here. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can maintain these results for the rest of the season.
And that is race 24, the Schoolgirl first 8. In lane 3 is Pymble Ladies, Harriet Murphy, Claudia Wyatt, Allegra Taubenschlag, Madison Landgreb, Summer Phillips, Scarlett Olsen, Millie Cullinan, Leander McLaughlin, and coxed by Mia Solomons. In lane 4 is the Kinross Wallaroy crew that you just spoke about. That's Grace Tancred, Rani Jarek, Alice Dimmick, Ruby Lego, Isabel Grout, Lucy Reedy, Emily Wise, Bridget Thompson, and coxed by Jane Bruce. In lane 5 is Loreto Kirribilli, Charlie Reeves, Chiara Crino, Maddie Willahan, Sarah Holt, Millie Fallon, Belle Tripp, Sophie Mansfield, Mary Dunstan, and coxed by Lulu Warren. And in lane 6 is the Loreto Normanhurst 1 crew of Patricia Boland, Poppy Russell, Juliet Mason, Matilda Cronin, Portia Gill, Mia Dranganodgudus, Amelia Brandley, Ellen Ogilvie, and coxed by Adele Simon.
And it's still the Kinross Wallaroy crew who are in the lead here, but you can see Pymble are really challenging them. They're lifting their stroke rate. They're really going to fight it out all the way to the finish line. But it does look to be like it's the Kinross Wallaroy crew. Looks like they've just got a little bit of clear water on that Pymble crew, but they're certainly fighting it all the way to the end. You can see both of these crews really rowing particularly well, but Kinross just seem to be tapping along that little more, but Pymble are responding. You can see the stern pair trying to lift the stroke rate, but I think this is going to be another win for Kinross Wallaroy. Fantastic rowing here. You can see that power through the drive, that boat really gliding, and yeah, there's definitely clean water there. There's about quarter of a length of clear water there, and well done to Kinross Wallaroy, and that's Pymble just going across the line there in second. So that was a time of 6:46 to Kinross, and we had the Pymble Ladies crew, which were about 4.5 seconds behind them. So congratulations, girls. And coming in third position, it's going to be the Loreto Kirribilli crew, just going over the line now, very closely followed by the crew in Loreto Normanhurst crew, lane 6 in 4th position. So the 2 Loreto schools there coming in at 3rd and 4th. So fantastic racing there. It's going to be great to watch these crews as the rest of the season evolves, but great racing there from Kinross Wallaroy, Pymble Ladies, Loreto Kirribilli and Loreto Normanhurst.
And while we have a little break in the racing order, and while we wait for the next podium presentation, Rowing New South Wales have asked me to remind all schools, all athletes and all families that there is a leadership workshop that will be on the Friday coming up in the Rowing Regatta calendar. They encourage all of the female athletes that are interested in picking up those leadership skills to please register and sign up. In addition to that, there's also an announcement that the sprint series that follows on the Sunday next week, that they're now including the quad sculls for Year 9 and Year 10 in the sprint series. So sign up, encourage your coaches to leave the boats behind and come out again on Sunday to race in that sprint series. And again, sprint is a different race altogether. Obviously a shorter distance, it's more exciting. And it's another opportunity to get up on the podium and win a medal. And standing on the podium as we turn our attention to the winners of race 23, it's the Schoolgirl Second 8 Division 2, and that's the Loreto Normanhurst 3. Congratulations to the crew of Alexandra Hare, Poppy Bensley, Anna Ward, Ruby Mullins, Lucy Meek, Ruby Matthews, Amelia Edwards, Lara Dwyer, and coxed by Rosie Lennon. And congratulations to the coaches, Hannah Coop and Jackson Gersoy. Put your hands together for Loreto Normanhurst.
And just interestingly, that Kinross Wallaroy crew, that Schoolgirl First 8, they did finish in a time of 6:46.72, and the Head of the River this year in March, they won that in a time of 6:49. So only a couple of seconds difference from that Head of the River race time. So very good boat speed there from that Kinross Wallaroy crew.
So I wondered what you said before, it's the temperature of the water in Tasmania. It was colder there, maybe it's warmer here. Was there wind at the Nationals for the Schoolgirls? Don't know. So maybe that's the 3-second difference between rowing here today versus that Tasmanian national number. But you can already see, like, that's a 3-second difference. Should be the same, should be different, but again, those 3 factors make a huge difference. So on the way is race 25. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Division 1. In lane 2, we have Tara School, Millie Siverum, Catherine Shun, coached by Lauren Goldie. In lane 3, we have Loreto Normanhurst, Lucy Prentice, Isabel Kellett, coached by Arabella Barr. In lane 4, we have Askham 1, Ivy Cook and Camilla Burke. In lane 5, we have Queenwood, Lara Benahit and Julie Fickman. In lane 6, PLC Sydney, Katerina Vlandis and Scarlett Askew, coached by Fabrizio Antonelli. In lane 7, we have Sydney Girls 1, Amy McDonald and Iris Young, coached by Cameron Ogilvie, Miku Johnson and Tal Lewis. And in lane 8, we have Loreto Kirribilli, Rosie Misara and Xanthi Psychogius, coached by Elliot Hunt.
And going through the 1,000-metre mark, it is this Sydney Girls number 1 crew. They've gone in the first position. They've gone through in a time of 4 minutes 10 seconds, followed by PLC Sydney, followed by Loreto Kirribilli in 3rd position. So it's looking like that Sydney Girls 1 in the lead at the 1,000-metre mark.
You've had experience rowing in small boats and large boats. Is it harder work to race in a small boat over a 2K distance versus in an 8? Is the effort the same or is it different? How does it feel to you?
Well, obviously the 8 is a faster boat, so it's a quicker race. There's more of a focus on that real speed, being fast through the drive rather than a smaller boat which doesn't move as quickly. But yeah, they're all different, but of course it's important to have that combination of strength, power and also endurance. Rowing is an endurance sport. You need to have good aerobic capacity, as well as combining that with the power output through the water. And of course, the technical aspect is also, there's a lot of technique involved in rowing, and of course, the importance of the synchronicity and working perfectly in unison with your crewmates.
Do you often had to change your technique from a small boat to a big boat?
The big boat certainly has a little bit more emphasis on, well, in an 8 in particular, on the front end of the stroke. So getting the legs on a bit harder and sharper and more quickly and being a bit more dynamic than, say, a pair, which is a sort of a bit more of a longer, lopier type of style. But it's only very minuscule. It's only a very, very small amount, small adjustment.
And just a reminder, Alison is a world champion, so for her, a minuscule change for someone like me is a massive change. So for me, going from a small to a big boat, it's a huge psychological plus physical change.
So it's certainly looking like we still have the Sydney girls #1 crew. They've gone through that 1500 metre mark in a time of 6:20. Loreto Kirribilli pushed into second. They're only 6 seconds behind. That's great effort from them in second. And PLC Sydney going through in third. So there's still 500 metres of this race to row. And of course, that Loreto Kirribilli crew is really challenging the Sydney girls #1 crew. So they'll be really digging deep, looking to lift their stroke rate, increase that power through the drive, really focus on having that good technique and see what they can do to really throw it down to this crew from Sydney Girls 1. Especially given this is a home regatta from Loreto Kirribilli, they'll really be looking to push them.
And turning our attention now to the podium, it's the race 24 winners of the Schoolgirl First 8. Dr. Arshad is presenting the medals to Kinross Walleroy. The crew of Grace Tancred, Rani Jarek, Alice Dimmick, Ruby Lego, Isabel Grout, Lucy Reedy, Emily Wise, Bridget Thompson, and coxed by Jane Bruce. Put your hands together for the winners, Kinross Walleroy of the Schoolgirl First 8.
Yeah, you can see this Loreto Kirribilli crew, they're really challenging them. You can see they're closest to us here in the finishing tower, but they're really throwing down the gauntlet, really seeing what they can do, really going to give it everything they've got to try and push past this crew that's just sitting on their stroke side. So anything can happen in these closing stages of the race. They are getting a little bit close to the boys there. Their stroke side oars are a little bit close there, but they hopefully will be able to move themselves back into the middle of the lane. But it's looking like it's this Sydney High crew, just a little stronger. They're looking like they're going to take this race out, but it's certainly a great row here from the Loreto Kirribilli crew, and they are also being challenged on their stroke side. So great racing here in this double scull event. And there's the buzzer for the Sydney Girls #1 crew. They've gone across in a time of 8:30. Well done to Loreto Kirribilli. They were just 4 seconds behind, and PLC Sydney in third. They're a further 2.5 seconds behind. So great racing from those top 3 double sculls. Fantastic effort. You can really see the work that they've put in. You can see the crews lying down in the boat. They've really given it everything they could, and absolutely outstanding rowing. Great to see these crews really pushing each other all the way to the finish line.
Now we turn our attention back to the podium to present the winners of race 20. It's the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull Division 2. Dr. Arshad is now presenting medals to the Roseville 2 crew of Lily Coonan, Eva Jung, Claudia Berger, Alice Bestich, and coxed by Evelyn Majumedar. And the coach is Alex Brown. Congratulations, put your hands together for Roseville, the winners of race 20, the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull Division 2.
And we have just had Tara go over the line in 4th position, and we've just had the Askham School #1 also go over the line in 5th position, and that was Loreto Norman Hurst in the 6th position. So that's 1st through to 6th now over the line in the Year 10 Double Scull Division 1. So.
And on the course right now is at race 26. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Division 2. In lane 3 is the Sydney Girls 3 crew of Erin Chi and Melody Song. In lane 4 is Daisy Bolston and Ivy Cook. In lane 5, PLC Sydney's Annabeth Tuvey and Camille Brown. In lane 6 is Askham 2, Ingrid Sobota and Pepper Grenfell. And in lane 7 is Sydney Girls 2 of Reva Dotel and Evelyn Chu.
And that was Queen Will We Had going over the line there in the 7th position in that schoolgirl double scull event, year 10. And of course, fitness is very important in rowing. So in these closing part of the race, if you've really done that work and you've got that good fitness base from all the training you've done during the season, you really do see the results for that in the final stage of these races. So the crews are at the early part of the season. They're building on that fitness base. Many of these crews are building on years of fitness from previous years. But as we get further down the season, you really start to see fitness improve and really watch these crews as they really have that power to maintain that boat speed right through to the finish line as their fitness develops and their strength, of course, and their technique.
So Alison, tell me, as a parent or a friend, and I do the drop-off, what does the fitness mean? I mean, how much work are they doing? So from a school to like high-performance athlete, what are we talking about? Is it a 5-kilometre row? Is it, how much work is it?
Well, I think most of these school rowers, so if you take a first 8, would be covering anywhere from sort of 15 to 20 kilometres on the water in a rowing session. And I think most of the school crews train between 4 to 6 or 7 times a week. Then they'd be doing a couple of sessions on the ergo, maybe a run, and also some weight training. So they really are training at a fairly high level when you're getting into the senior years of rowing. And if you want to be competitive, that is the sort of training that needs to be, that needs to be done.
So in 1996, because you're burning that many calories, what was was nutrition a big thing back then, or was it just eat as much as you can?
You know, nutrition is always a focus, so it's the importance of eating the right food at the right time, so making sure that you're fueling your body straight after training and with the right type of food, and also, that you're managing your energy in and energy out as well. So, nutrition is obviously a very big part of rowing, but, especially eating straight after training and straight after competition.
And we did just have passing the finish line is the Askham 2 crew in lane 6, Ingrid Sobota and Pepper Grenfell coming in first place, followed by the Sydney Girls 3 crew in lane 3 of Erin Chi and Melody Song, followed by the Sydney Girls 2 crew, Reva Dotel and Evelyn Chu.
And in race 27, just going through the 1,000-metre mark, it was the Armidale School in first position. They've gone through in a time of 4 minutes 19. And this is back to the single scull. So this is the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull Division 1. So that's the Armidale School, that rower there, gone through in first position. And in second position, it's the Sydney Girls number 4. And in third, Loreto Kirribilli. and fourth, Sydney Girls number 3. So quite a distance between first and second, about a gap of 20 seconds. And so I would imagine that Armidale school rower will maintain that lead right through to the finish line. 20 seconds is quite a distance to catch up, but of course you never know. Anything can happen in rowing until the buzzer goes. You don't know how the race will unfold.
So the race that is underway is race 27. As mentioned, it's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 1. Lane 3, Tara Schools, Adrina Maharajan. Lane 4 is the Armidale Schools, Matilda Coddington. Lane 5, City Girls 3 of Eliza Obard. Lane 6, Loreto Kirribilli's Charlotte Mutton. And in Lane 7, City Girls 4, Mia Zhang. So when we're talking about the training regime and the physical load, again, it also means that you have limited time to expose athletes to different boats, right? Single, double, pair, quad, 4, 8s. And so for a head coach, for a school program, you know, it's managing, can I put some crews into singles, or do I put them in a big boat, or I put them in a small boat? So often you'll see these star performers in a single because the coach has made that kind of opportunity to expose the athletes to all these different, experiences. And so it also comes down to the size of the crew and how many boats you have. What was it like in Adelaide? Did you have a big program? Did you have a lot of boats to choose from?
Well, I started through a talent ID program, so I was picked out because I had the right physique for rowing and channeled into an elite program at a fairly young age. So I started in a single scull. We did some racing in singles and doubles and quads, and then moved across to a 4, and then moved across to pairs, 4s and 8s. So I've really rowed all boat categories, but did focus in that sweep rowing in most of my rowing career.
I've always wondered what it would be like to row on the Torrens River. Does it bend a lot, or is there a straight bit that you can really enjoy?
It's straight, but it's not very long. So, yeah, most rowers learn on the River Torrens, and then they move to West Lakes, where you can get a 5-kilometre stretch of rowing in. So.
And we turn our attention to the medal presentation for race 26. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Division 2, and that's the Askham 2 crew of Ingrid Sabota and Pepper Grenfell. Put your hands together for the winners, Askham.
And it's still the Armidale School, the single sculler Matilda Coddington in the lead, going through that 1,500 metres mark. And in second, we have Sydney Girls number 4, in third, Sydney Girls number 3, and in fourth, Loreto Kirribilli. So that is going through the 1,500 metre mark. And I can see that Matilda is holding that lead. She's certainly rowing very well in the last few hundred metres of the race. She's not being challenged. She's looking very long, very strong, very relaxed. Her upper body's nice and loose. And she's not really needing to lift the rate because she knows she's got such a distance on that other crew. But you can really see she's putting in the power, really accelerating that boat, pushing the boat. You can again see those puddles going right past the stern, focusing on just covering the blade, not burying the oar too deep. And that's lovely rowing there by Matilda Coddington. She's going to take out the Year 10 single scull. Congratulations, Matilda. And that's a time of 8:47.37.
And the full of single crews that are coming through, they're also looking very well composed, very good technique. Looking very calm. And congratulations to City Girls 4, Mia Zhang coming in there, followed by in lane 5, City Girls 3, Eliza Hobart. And so we now turn our attention to the medal podium to present race 21. It's the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull Division 3. And walking now towards the podium is the crew from Queenwood. Put your hands together for Charlotte Garner, Lauren King, Tessa Calvilli, Charlotte McWilliam, coxed by Alice Home. They are the winners of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull Division 3 from Queenwood. Congratulations.
Just a little bit of history about Loreto Kirribilli rowing. So Loreto Kirribilli formed its first rowing squad in August 1989, and it was training out of the Mossman Rowing Club. The Mossman Rowing Club was instrumental in supporting and encouraging Loreto Kirribilli's fledgling program. It lent boats, oars, and even their distinctive red and white colours. The early Loreto crews rowed in timber tub 4s and also a timber 8, using very heavy wooden sweep oars originally designed for men. But in 1992, Loreto Kirribilli officially lodged its uniform and oar colours with New South Wales Rowing Association, and they purchased their first boat, which was a wooden 8 from the Shore School. The boat was renamed Kirribilli, and it was fitted with a new set of carbon fibre oars and proudly painted in its Loreto gold and blue trademark colours. But by 1993, schoolgirl rowing was firmly established across the state, and there were dedicated school regattas being hosted, including the Head of the River. And since then, Loreto Kirribilli has competed in all those regattas in Sydney, and of course the Nationals, where the crews have represented with distinction. So a long and proud history in rowing at Loreto Kirribilli over the years, and we look forward to that continuing into the future. And it's just fabulous to have everybody out here celebrating at this Loreto Kirribilli Regatta, which is the 15th regatta, the first one being held in 2011.
And we turn our attention back to the podium to present race 27. It's the winner of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 1. And welcoming to the podium is from the Armidale School, that magnificent performance by Matilda Coddington. Congratulations, Matilda. And underway is the race 28. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 2. In lane 3, Sydney Girls 2, Fei Young Zhang. In lane 4, Kinross Walleroy Roche Morris. In lane 5 is Sydney Girls 1, Harper Kepi. Lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst Eloise Moore. And in lane 7, Tara Schools Ruby Odbert. And the passing through first position was Sydney Girls 1, Harper Kepi. And followed by, in lane 3, Sydney Girls 2, Fei Yang Zhang. So I think, Alison, you were telling us about the history of Loreto Kirribilli, and one of the important traits of the rowing community is helping different clubs and schools share equipment, because the equipment cost is significantly high. It's probably the main thing besides fuel and salaries for coaches. You sit on the board of Rowing New South Wales. I do remember there was a new club created in Jindabyne, all right? And I think Rowing New South Wales did a call out and helped coordinate sharing some of the old boats to help set up that new Jindabyne club. Community Rowing Club, there was a storm 2 weeks ago, and
they lost access to their rowing shed. They're still pending access. So their athletes who are training for the big racing season are also now trying to get help from other clubs. How important is that to Rowing New South Wales to share the assets, share the love of the sport we all enjoy?
Yeah, well, it's extremely important because we want rowing to be accessible by everyone, and we want everyone to have the opportunity to try and be part of this great sport, whether that's at a school level or at a high performance level or a masters level or just at a recreational level or of course with para rowing. So yeah, it's important that we all work together and increase accessibility and visibility as much as we can so everyone can be part of this great sport.
Yeah, I think the connection between high schools and high performance clubs is obviously really important. One of the boats that we have in our club at North Shore Rowing Club was rowed by Skeggs Ridlands in the 2000s, and 25 years later it's still good enough for the old people that we have as masters going out there to learn to row or just have a paddle or just to get fit. Because boats have a very long lifespan if well cared for. So yeah, it's very important to continue that network. And as people graduate and they become alumni of different programs and the connection gets deeper and wider, actually people can call each other up, get help, swap coaches, swap athletes, swap tinnies. It's very important that kind of mesh. And I don't think that many of the viewers who are watching from all over New South Wales may not realise just how important that is to stand up those new sets of crews. For example, Askham are now standing up an 8. Lizzie Chapman's been working hard. It takes years to build a program to get to the point where you can fill out a big boat. So it's really encouraging. And on that point, we are turning our attention to the podium. And it's race 28, the winner of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 2. And that's the Sydney girls rower, Harper Kepi. Congratulations, Harper and Sydney girls, coached by Cameron Ogilvie and Miku Johnson and Tal Lewis.
And coming down the course now, we have the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4 and just the two crews, Roseville and Loreto Kirribilli. It is Roseville in the lead going through that 1500 metre mark and Loreto Kirribilli coming in second position. So fairly clear water there. The Roseville crew really got that rate down quite low, not being challenged there, looking like they're not going to be challenged by Loreto Kirribilli. So they're just looking nice and relaxed and yeah, we'll just tap this across the line fairly comfortably. We spoke a little earlier about the terminology, and something else is the different seat positioning in the boat. So the stroke seat and the number 3 seat in these crews, you can see they're in the stern end, so they're the last ones to go over the line. Now they play a key role in setting the rhythm for the crew, so they must be very technically proficient. The bow pair also must follow that rhythm. They have to tap it along. Often in the middle of the boat, you will put your stronger rowers that have that really good power. Of course, all seats are important, but it is particularly important that you have that really good rower that can set up that rhythm in that stern end of the boat, setting that rhythm up for everyone to follow. And this Roseville school here, doing a great job of having that nice, long, relaxed rhythm, the boat really running in between each stroke, and they've gone over the line there in a time of 8:16 in first position in the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad. Loreto Kirribilli is coming up behind them now. You can see they're also really going to do everything they can to just lift up their boat speed towards the end of this race. You can see them here lifting their stroke rate, lifting their power. The coxswain will be calling for them. It's their home regatta, so they want to have a good performance, looking to see what time they can do. And fantastic rowing there as they come over the finish line from the Loreto Kirribilli crew. Congratulations. And they were about 40 seconds behind that Roseville crew there. So well done to both Roseville and Loreto Kirribilli.
And that was race 29. That was Roseville in lane 3. Abby Harris, Millie Phillips, Ariane Pappas, and Sophie Ben coxed by Hannah Ryan. And in lane 4 was the Loreto Kirribilli crew of Alyssa Dunn, Emily Briac, Ariel Wood, Georgia Woodward, and coxed by Arabella Johnston.
We're going to go back to the year 8 quads now, which will be lining up soon. Now, of course, these rowers are in their first year of rowing. So we have 9 entries in this first event coming down the course. So they're very inexperienced, really learning, understanding what the sport of rowing is all about. And I'm sure this will be a real thrill for them to be out here racing at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. As we discussed earlier, we're really so fortunate to have this international standard rowing facility here in this state. We have a lot of other states that come over and race here for state championships, for nationals, we haven't had any world championships here, but of course we've had the Olympic Games here. In 1996, the first national rowing championships were held here. So yeah, the legacy of the 2000 Olympics really is this wonderful course, which all these school rowers have access to. And Loreto Kirribilli are very fortunate to be able to use this regatta for their home regatta today, which is the 15th Loreto Kirribilli regatta. The first one was held in February in 2011.
So lining up now for race 30, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Squad Scull Division 1. In lane 1 is Pimble Ladies, Sophie Scammell, Matilda Garland, Florence Murphy, Grace Scammell, coxed by Harper Lee. Lane 2 is Tara Schools, Annalise Manassa, Sophie Jabor, Francesca Bazina, Madeline Ryan, and coxed by Zara Wickermage. In lane 3 is Loreto Normanhurst 2, Madison Hunt, Mia Hill, Poppy McAuliffe, Camilla DePietro, and coxed by Zoe Anderson. In lane 4 is Sydney Girls Katie Yee, Aria Tilenderson, Olivia Chung, Catherine Nee, and coxed by Isabella Shen. In lane 5 is Queenwood's Edwina Sieve, Eva Langley, Nicole Watkins, Lucy Lyon, and coxed by Georgia Springall. In lane 6 is St Catherine's Ava Van Marnen, Chloe Anthony, Chloe Gardner, Sarah Schmidt, and coxed by Charlotte Moore. Lane 7 is Loreto Kirribilli, Maddie Manchi, Rose Campbell, Alice Gunry, Miranda Connor, and coxed by Rose Middleton. In lane 8 is North Sydney Girls 1, Chloe Gall, Wei Han Hong, Mara Yi Chen Dai, Ariel Chu, and coxed by Emily Chin. And in lane 9 is Roseville's Eloise Winkler, Imogen Howard, Mia Williams, Charlotte McIntosh, and coxed by Amelia Firth.
So for those of you that don't know very much about rowing, we're moving back to sculling now. We previously had sweep rowing, where one rower has one oar. We've now moved back to sculling. So typically most rowers learn in sculling boats.
And we turn our attention back to the podium to present race 29, the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4, and that is Roseville. That's Abby Harris, Millie Phillips, Ariane Pappas, Sophie Ben, coxed by Hannah Ryan, and coached by Karis Campbell. Put your hands together for the winners, Roseville.
And we are away now in this Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad, Division 1. You can see them all racing out of the start there, really trying to just keep their timing together. You can see they don't quite have the skill that some of the other more senior crews that we've seen earlier today coming down the course, but they are doing a fantastic job here in which would be one of their very first races that they've had on this course. So great effort to have so many, 9 crews in this event coming out of the start here. So we're back to 1,000 metre racing, so the younger crews just row over that 1,000 metre distance. So we spoke a little earlier about the history of Loreto Kirribilli, and we're actually very fortunate to have a Loreto Kirribilli alumni here. Her name is Tara Rigney. Not only is she a Loreto Kirribilli alumni, but she's also a dual Olympian, rowing in the single scull. She's competed at the World Championships and had some fantastic results, and it's a real honour to have her up here with us in the commentary box. So firstly, thank you, Tara, for joining us today. And could you start by telling us a little bit about the years you spent at LK and what that was like for you, and how you first got involved in rowing?
Yeah, thank you for having me. Great to be here. I actually started at Loreto from kindergarten in 2005 and went all the way through to year 12. Started rowing in year 7. To my parents' dismay, for the early morning starts, was a while to adjust, but the Loreto schoolgirls, particularly the girls that I rowed with, are still some of my closest friends, and yeah, absolutely amazing experience. Learnt lessons that I still use to this very day.
Oh, fantastic. That's great. Yeah, it's fantastic to have you up here and just share some of the memories that you have from your rowing time. But just very quickly, but going back to this year 8 quad race, we have in first position Roseville, second St Catherine's, third Loreto Normanhurst, fourth Tara, fifth Queenwood, sixth Pymble, seventh Loreto Kirribilli, eighth Sydney Girls, and in ninth is that North Sydney Girls High. So it does seem to be that Roseville crew that's out in the lead at the moment, but it's certainly a very close race here, but it's looking like the Roseville crew that's going to take out the lead in this race. And this certainly is a very close race here. It's looking like Roseville in the lead. It's certainly very close. Everyone's really throwing down, giving it everything they've got. You can see them really lifting their rate, legs firing, but it's certainly going to be that crew from Roseville that have gone over the line. And congratulations to Roseville. That's a time of 4:03 and excellent racing by Roseville. In second position, that's the Loreto Normanhurst number 2 crew. And very close for third looks like that's St Catherine's crew there. Sorry, Tara, St Catherine's, third St Cath's, fourth was Tara, Pymble Ladies in fifth, and Queenwood in sixth. So some pretty tight racing. And here we have Loreto Kirribilli going over in seventh position. So well done to all of those crews. Final crew to finish is the Sydney High crew. And I'm just going to turn my attention back to Tara Rigney now, who we have with us up here in the commentary box. So thank you again, Tara, for joining us. So you were just telling us a little bit about your journey at LK and how you first got involved in rowing. You said you were there from kindy, and some of the wonderful friendships that you'd forged during that time. Can you just tell me a little bit about the standout memories you have from when you were at Loreto, whether it's racing, training, or the friendships, but any just special memories that you'd like to share with everyone here today?
There's a lot. That's a hard question to narrow down. I'd say definitely when all of us first got in single sculls, I think we averaged like most people falling out of their boat each session. And I remember doing a race, and my best mate started in lane 8 and I started in lane 1, and by the end of the race we both ended up in lane 5 together. So I think it was yeah, like fun stuff like that. The pasta nights were great, and you know, I was very fortunate to be part of the crew that won the under-19 national championships when I was in year 10. So that's obviously, you know, very, very special memory to have done that with such like close school friends.
Fantastic. Yeah, so it's really is those bonds, isn't it? Those close friendships that you've made, and yeah, transitioning those friendships. I'm sure you're very close with many of them even today. So yeah, I think that's the great aspect of rowing, is the lifelong friendships that you made. So after your time at Loreto, you've had a really incredible journey with rowing. You've represented Australia at the Olympics and also at the Worlds. So when you look back, what do you think were some of the key steps or the turning points that helped you to reach that level?
I actually would say during COVID, I think that was a big turning point for me, because prior to COVID, I didn't do a lot of weights or erging. And then when COVID hit, I was forced to really do a lot more like weight training, ergs, which just makes you put on muscle a lot faster. So I think, you know, I came out of the other side of COVID a lot stronger and a better athlete, and I think a lot more mentally tough after doing, 20K eyes closed on the erg twice a day for like months on end. It's certainly character building.
Great, thank you. Yeah, that's great to hear. And we've been talking earlier about some of the attributes that rowers tend to, embody. We mentioned sports discipline, teamwork, resilience. So what lessons from your time at Loreto, both on the water and off the water, have stayed with you throughout your career?
I think rowing, especially at Loreto, sort of teaches you to, when your emotions sort of start to overtake rationality because you are training so much, especially as you become more senior, you really have to become a lot more measured in how you respond to your emotions. So it teaches you a lot of awareness of, okay, if everyone is annoying me today, maybe I'm the issue, as opposed to, So I think rowing teaches you a lot of like self-awareness and, then putting that into like a teamwork perspective. And so you're able to work well with a lot of people, even under a lot of pressure or a lot of training fatigue.
Yeah, that's great. Definitely, that's something that I think is beneficial for everyone, is having that awareness of yourself and how you impact on the rest of the crew. So, no, thank you for that. Can you also tell us a little bit about your competition? You've competed for Australia, incredible achievement. And can you tell us what it feels like when you pull on that green and gold and you represent your country at the world stage? Can you tell us a little bit about that feeling for you?
I do remember the first time I raced for Australia, and you're at the start line and you're used to hearing, your school being called out, or New South Wales, and you're at the start line, you hear America, Canada, Australia, and it is such a pinch me moment, even at the Paris Olympics, and I think never losing sight of just like that, like pride and being Australian, and how amazing it is to just even be considered in the top 6 athletes in the world. It's just, it's very difficult to put into words.
Yeah, no, it's an incredible experience, and we're all so proud of you, and I know you've got a lot of idols here, a lot that walk around. You know, a lot of the Loreto Kirribilli girls see you walking up and down the stairs at Mossman now. You're training there in your Olympic kit, and they're all whispering, and so it's fantastic for these girls to have that visibility and actually see you, you're a fantastic role model and everything you've achieved. So thank you for that. And in terms of the current rowers that are here today, what advice would you give them, whether they're dreaming big or whether they're just starting to find their feet in the sport? So if we'll just hold the interview a minute. I'm just going to go back to this race because we do have the final stages. It's Loreto Normanhurst, followed by Pymble Ladies, Tara School and North Sydney Girls. And it is a very close race here, but it's certainly that Loreto Normanhurst number 2 crew that are going to take out that lead, followed by Pymble Ladies College. And we've got a little bit of rain coming down here now, but that's not deterring them. You can see them. They're really pretty excited there, those Pymble girls, high-fiving each other. And we've got the Tara School that have come through in 3rd there. So congratulations, girls, in that 1st, 2nd and 3rd. That's in that Schoolgirl Year 8 coxed quad. And there we have the next crew over the line. That's the Tara School. So that's 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Well done, girls. So we'll just cross back to our interview now. So we're just talking about the current rowers that are out here today and what advice you'd have for them. So whether they're dreaming big to go to the Olympics, or whether they're just starting, trying to find their feet in the sport, what advice would you have for them?
I will start off by saying, so I recently moved back to Mossman Rowing Club, and it's amazing to be around that sort of energy, and I absolutely love seeing the Loreto girls training there, and I've had a few occasions where they've waved to me from the other boats, and so it is absolutely amazing. It's such a great vibe down there. I would say for aspiring young rowers, I think the first thing is to just absolutely love it. Love being around your friends, but also just appreciate that you're young, you're fit, your body's in peak condition. I would say that, and also I would say push yourself outside your comfort zone. Usually if it's uncomfortable, that's probably where you need to go. So someone gave me that advice once, and so if I'm halfway through a race and I'm starting to feel a bit of the fire in your legs, I always make sure to think to myself, okay, you're in the right spot. If this is what you're feeling like, let's push in again. Like, this will be your competitive advantage. So I think that's advice that resonated with me and hopefully can help younger aspiring athletes.
Yeah, no, that's great. It's just that self-belief, isn't it? Like really believing in yourself, pushing yourself, and also, as you said, just having fun, making sure you're enjoying it. It's not about thinking about going to the Olympics, it's just having fun and enjoying it. So, yeah, no, thank you for that. And finally, just if you can just look back on your being back here at the LK Regatta and seeing all these next generation of rowers coming through, where it all began for you. How does that feel for you to be back here today?
Oh, it feels absolutely amazing. I texted my dad actually as I was standing outside, and I said, "Oh, remember all the regattas you drove me to?" And yeah, I think just to come back to what the sport's about, which is about teamwork and friendship and getting it done together, that's the energy I get around here, which is great to be around.
Oh, fantastic. No, it's great to have you here. We'll just cross back to you one more. I've just got this crew coming down now here. Just
honestly, I would say like rowing at school is almost more challenging than rowing after school because you don't have to go to a whole school day after. It is university. There's a lot more flexibility. My advice would be, try it out. Like I think a lot of people like are hesitant to just give it a go and try it out. And it's I've got a whole bunch of new friends as well as my school friends on top of that. And yeah, it's an amazing experience. So I think, come down to Mossman Rowing Club. I'll be there. And yes, see if you like it. And if you like it, then you should stick around and continue doing it. 'Cause I love it. It's changed my life.
thank you so much, Tara. That's great to hear. And yeah, you're, like we said, such a great role model for the sport, a great role model for all the other rowers that are out there. And thank you very much for your time coming out here today. And yeah, well done on your amazing history, both on the water and off the water. I believe you're now working, you finished your university degree. So yeah, you're really achieving amazing things. And yeah, it's a real credit to you. So thank you again.
Thank you very much. I'm honoured to have been asked to come and do this. So yeah, It's been great.
Thank you so much.
So in the pouring rain, we have race 33 underway. It's the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Scull Division 3. In lane 1 is Roseville, Claire Goatley, Estella Mackenzie, Sophie Belzer, Verity Spark, coxed by Evelyn Majumada. In lane 2 is Pimble Ladies, Sahana Shasidaran, Madison Norton, Georgina Ritchie, Olivia Beaumont, coxed by Annabelle Stack. In lane 3 is Loreto Kirribilli, Genevieve Nees, Josephine Sinden White, Coco Mutton, Amelia Smith, and coxed by Mally Ray. Lane 4 is Sydney Girls, Karishma Sabapathy, Eva Drew Tam, Elvina Wong, Nora Kim, and coxed by Davy Patel. In lane 5 is North City Girls 3, Claire Kim, Angela Chen, Yuyan Liao, Uishi Dutta, coxed by Ari Williams. And in lane 6 is PLC Sydney 2, Madison Fong, Audrey Bailey, Josephine Zhou, Zoe Perez, coxed by Zara Shadbolt. Lane 7, Norman Hurst 3, Adi Golding, Lily Sam, Ebony Bornstein, Nikita Duff, and coxed by Miller McMillan. Lane 8 is Queenwood, Gracie Rice, Florence Jones, Kelly Fallon, Annabelle Hamilton, coxed by Charlotte Dickinson. And lane 9, St Cat's, Josephine Rolfe, Zaria Lonergan, Ellie Maxwell, May Ball Jameson, and coxed by Charlotte Rosenthal. And turning our attention to the middle presentation is race 31, the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Skull Division 2. And that is the crew from Loreto Norman Hurst 2, and that's Harriet Granger, Elsie Vile, Eve Taylor, Audrey Zhang, coxed by Emily Boone. Congratulations to Loreto Norman Hurst 2. So with the changeover just now, I think I made the wrong medal presentation call because the uniforms looked like they were Roseville. We're now switching back to what's on the race now. It's race 34, and that's the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Skull Division 4. And in lane 2 is Pimble Ladies, Eva Lazar, Megan Owl, Charlotte Lamb, and Valentina McAndrews, coxed by Jessica Pickford. Lane 3 is Queenwood's Poppy Pether, Jemima O'Connell, Bronte Russell, Olive Hurtmer, and coxed by Emma Woods. In lane 4 is Roseville Sophie Thomas, Matilda Gifford, Isla Hughes, Evie Craig, and coxed by Daphne Alvarado. In lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli, Annabelle McPherson, Maeve Hannon, Maeve Malone, Cadence Fu, and coxed by Harriet Stanton. In lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst, Maddie Frost, Zalia Johnson, Abby Kane, Macy Palmer, and coxed by Lucy Giblin. And in lane 7, St Catherine's, Sienna Cairns, Willow Sharma, Indy Fraser, Celeste Johnston, and coxed by Amalia Carvin. And in lane 8 is Sydney Girls, Scarlett Chow, Sharanya Day, Alicia Lamb, Amelia Joe, and coxed by Mahara Gupta. And it looks like the leading boat is lane 6, and that's Loreto Normanhurst with a comfortable lead, heading into the finish line at probably 3 boats length, and followed by in lane 3, it's the Queenwood crew on the far side there, coming looks like in 2nd place, and the battle for 3rd seems to be between lanes 7 and 8, and that's looks like St Catherine's and Sydney Girls. They're battling out for 3rd place. It's going to be tight. Looks like St Cats are pushing slightly ahead, but no, it looks like Sydney Girls are still at it. It could be a no. It could be a photo finish. No, St Catherine's there in lane 7 takes it, pips it at the finish line.
And crossing the finish line is lane 4, and that's Roseville. And in lane 5, about to cross the finish line, we have Loreto Kirribilli. And in lane 2, we have Pinball Ladies also coming into the close of the race. And thankfully, the rain has now stopped for a little brief period. Potentially everybody's a little bit cooler now, a nice little cool spell there. The wind looks like it hasn't really picked up, and the water remains calm. And we still now also have race 35 underway, and that's the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 5 Division 1. In lane 3 is Queenwood 3, Annie Jewell, Emily Vanderplug, Jessica Armstrong, Michelle Dung, coxed by Sasha Lamb. Lane 4 is Loreto Kirribilli, Tilly Farrell, Ava Maria Iacono, Izzy Wallace, Millie Scott, coxed by Miller Sadie. In lane 5 is Queenwood 6, SB Sanchez Garayal, Ava Brooks, Georgie Fagan, Catherine Crooks, coxed by Ala Hill. In lane 6 is St Catherine's 2, Elsa Clark Yago, Eva Lewis, Abigail McLaren, Ella Smith, and coxed by Isabel Varuas. And in lane 7 is Queenwood 4, Jessica Bailey, Remy Blaise, Isla Robertson, Cora Talbot Soon, coxed by Krista Jaya Singham. And now we turn our attention to the podium to award the winners of race 33. It's the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. The winners are Roseville, Claire Goatley, Estella Mackenzie, Sophie Belzer, Verity Spark, coxed by Evelyn Majumaja, and coached by Matilda Baird. Put your hands together for Roseville, the winners. And we return back to the race that's underway. It's race 35. And at the 500 metre, it looks like Queenwood 3 with a slight lead over Queenwood 4 of only 0.09 seconds. So quite close there between Queenwood 3 and Queenwood 4 at the halfway mark. So the race that's still on the way is race 36, and we can still see here that the two Queenwood crews are battling it out in lanes 3 and in lane, looks like 6. And lanes, no, the bow number, no, that's lane 7, Queenwood 4, my apologies. So it is looking like it's quite a close race now between the two Queenwood crews in lanes 3 and lane 7. About a canvas between the two. Can lane 7 catch up? Doesn't look like the last few strokes are sufficient. Lane 3 takes the winning position. So the winner was Queenwood 1. And then in second place was the Queenwood 4 crew. Followed by St Cath's 2, and then Loreto Kirribilli. And we turn now our attention back to the podium. And we're now going to award the winners of race 34. And that's the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. Dr. Arshad now presenting medals to Loreto Normanhurst. And that's Maddie Frost, Zalia Johnson, Abby Kane, Macy Palmer, coxed by Lucy Giblin, and coached by Jessica Linham and Chris McCarthy. Congratulations, Loreto Normanhurst. And now we have another race underway. It's back-to-back at the moment, race 36. It's always encouraging to hear the cheers for these Year 8 girls. It's the Schoolgirl Year 8 coxed quad scull Division 5, Division 2. In lane 3 is Queenwood 1. It's Izzy Ingram, Auburn Emery, Natalie Heribide, Lucinda Terry, and coxed by Mackenzie Breitenbach. In lane 4 is St. Cat's 1, Zali Carter, Luella Daddy, Diana D, Georgina Haythorn Jarman, and coxed by Estelle Glass. In lane 6 is St. Cat's 3, it's Evie Bayless, Lily Corkle, Valentina Squadrito, Paige Tainton, and coxed by Isabella Wadham. And in lane 7 is Queenwood 5, Abby Boyd, Sophia Proud, Savvy Lowe, Adrian Hung Huang, and coxed by Victoria Drew. And from our position here in the box, it does look like lane 4 St. Catherine's 1 are in the lead position. Quite a comfortable lead there, probably 3 boat lengths there. And just nice and relaxed here, coming towards the close of the race. So as we wait for the to present medals, we are now just finishing off that race that's passing through. It's race 36, the Schoolgirl Year 8, Division 5, Division 2. And in first place is St. Catherine's. Followed by Queenwood 1 in lane 2. Followed by Queenwood 5 in lane 7. And then St. Catherine's 3.
And it's great to see so much depth in these Year 8 quads. We have fantastic depth, and we really hope that we get all these rowers continuing on in their latter years. But yeah, wonderful to see so many boats entered in this Year 8 quad scull category.
And now we turn our attention back to the podium, where Dr. Mascarello is going to present the medals for the winners of race 32. That's the Schoolgirl Year 8 coxed quad scull Division 2, Division 2. And that is the crew from Roseville. That's Mia Darcy, Josie Harris, Harriet Godfrey, Ilaria Roberto, coxed by Zia Chapman, and coached by Charlie Griebel. Put your hands together to the winning crew from Roseville. So race 37 is currently underway. It's the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull Division 1. In lane 1 is Pimble Ladies Lucy Woodbridge and Avika Kapoor. Lane 2 Sydney Girls 2 Advita Prasad and Salvini Pataban. In lane 3 is MLC 2 Sophia Ronan and Daniela Xu. In lane 4 is PLC Sydney Grace Kinsler and Grace Klausing. Lane 5, Askham 2, Emily Drew and Amelia Butler. Lane 6 is Tara School 2, Olivia Peach and Amelia Duffy. Lane 7 is Loreto Kirribilli, Emma Francis and Waverley Russell. Lane 8 is North Sydney Girls, Sarah Liu and Yue Ouyang. And we have a first place unofficial of Tara School 2. And that is Olivia Peach and Amelia Duffy. Followed by Askham 2, Emily Drew and Amelia Butler. And then followed by Loreto Kirribilli, Emma Francis and Waverley Russell. In fourth is MLC 2, followed by Sydney Girls 2. And in lane 8 is North Sydney Girls. And then we have a crew on the far side, PLC in lane 1. And in lane 4 is PLC Sydney, coming to the close of the race. Congratulations, girls. Then that's the race 37, the Schoolgirl United Double Scull Division 1. Underway is race 38. It's the Schoolgirl U9 Double Scull Division 2. In lane 1, Pimble Ladies is Lily Dahl and Selena Jiang. In lane 2 is Roseville, Isabella Boucher and Marla Munro. Lane 3, Kirribilli 2, Charlie Orth and Harriet Fallon. Lane 4 is North City Girls, Lillian Yan and Isabel Batakavi. In lane 5 is MLC School 3's Claire Way and Elizabeth Pidcock. In lane 6, Ascom 1, Poppy Mallet and Jess Brown. In lane 7, Tara School, Charlotte Winfield and Chelsea Hodges. And in lane 8 is Pilsey Sydney, Molly Ammett and Sophia Goodrick. And I can only imagine with this many Fallons racing today, what the dinner conversation around benchmarking performance, you know, who's pulling what, who's doing what, must be very interesting.
No, it's very much about how much fun did we have. It's really about, did you have fun? Did you enjoy it? It's not really, the focus isn't on performance. It's just about everyone being part of it. But yeah, that's the main goal.
And we turn our attention now to the podium, where we're very fortunate to have Tara Rigney still hanging around. Can't get rid of her. She's going to present the medals for race 37. That's the Schoolgirl U9 Double Scull Division 1. And the winners are Tara School 2. That's the crew of Olivia Peach and Amelia Duffy, coached by Lily Anderton. Put your hands together for the winners. Tara School 2, winners of race 37, the Schoolgirl U9 Double Scull Division 1, presented by Tara Rigney.
And in race 38, it's the Ascom number 1 school that are coming through in the first position at the 500 metre mark, gone through a time in 2:03. In second, Loreto Kirribilli 2. Third, we have North Sydney Girls. Fourth is PLC. And in fifth, it's MLC Sydney, MLC School 3. Sixth, Pimble Ladies. And seventh is the Tara School. So it's that Ascom number 1 that's in the lead going through that 500 metre mark, with about a 5-second margin between first and second and similar margin between second and third. So a lot of these crews, this may be their first time rowing in a double scull. This year 9 events and probably some inexperienced crews, but look, they're doing a fantastic job coming down the course got wonderful conditions out here at Cirque. You can see there's absolutely no wind. Those flags are not moving at all. Dead flat, calm conditions, perfect for rowing. Not too hot, there's overcast, so really perfect, quite idyllic rowing conditions out here today. But it's certainly that the Ascom number 1 crew that is in the lead, but they are being pressed by Loreto Kirribilli 2 and North Sydney Girls. They look to have quite a commanding lead here. But it looks like it's going to be close for second and third. You can see those crews are going to be fighting it out all the way to the end. But look, it's certainly a very good performance here from Askham. That's Poppy Mallet and Jess Brown. And yeah, some great rowing here from the Askham School. I believe we have Lizzie Chapman that's doing some coaching at Askham this season.
That's right. She's continuing to build on that program's success. Have you ever rowed down there in the St George's River kind of area where Askham rows out of?
No, it's not somewhere that I have rowed.
I think there's time for you to go and do that. I haven't, so I can't say anything different.
But look, this Askham crew certainly got a very strong lead there. There's about 5 or 6 boat lengths there. They're definitely going to go over the line first. You can see that bow girl. She's looking around for the line. She doesn't want to have to take any extra strokes. And there's the buzzer. Congratulations to the Askham School. That's a time of 4:13. And it's going to be close here for second and third. But I think it is going to be the Loreto Kirribilli crew here that's going to come over in second position. They've got to hold that, yes, and they've just got that by half a length. So over North Sydney Girls, so congratulations to Loreto Kirribilli too. And in third, that was North Sydney Girls High. We've still got a few that are still fighting it out for the 4th, 5th and 6th positions. About to go over the line now. And there's the buzzer for PLC Sydney. That's Molly Ammett and Sophia Gooderick. And just coming over the line then, 5th is the Tara School. So congratulations. Well done, girls. That's great racing. Excellent results. Probably, I'm sure many of them, they're very new to rowing in double sculls. We do look to have a crew over on the far side that is very close to the bank there. Let's hope they can get their boat back on track. It is important to keep away from those rocks over there. Need to stay in the lane. So we have had Roseville just gone over the line. And in the crew that's left rowing, we do have just the bow person rowing. That stern person seems to have encountered some problems. But that crew has gone over the line. That's MLC School number 3. So we do still have the crew over on the rocks, but it does look like someone's there helping them so that they can get themselves free and take it over the finish line. Yep, they look to be away now. That's great. And they are back rowing again. Well done. Last few strokes. 4 or 5 strokes, and then they will be coming over the line. So well done to that crew.
And a special congratulations and thanks to Loreto Kirribilli too. Charlie Orth and Harriet Fallon. Mum is pleased.
Yes, well done, crew.
Race underway is race 39. It's the Schoolgirl U9 Double Scull Division 3. In lane 1 is Pimble Ladies Cordelia Curtin and Olivia Gordon. Lane 2 is Queenwood's Annabelle Garner and Alessandra McWilliam. Lane 3 is PLC Sydney Mila Diritz and Maya Burnett. In lane 4 is Askham 3's Isabel Razavi and India Balderston. Lane 5, Pimble Ladies Sky Mitchell and Emma Lloyd. Lane 6 is Loreto Normanhurst 2, Ava Forrester and Claire Kabul. Lane 7 is Tara School, Kitty York, Tara Maley. And in lane 8 is Kinross Wallaroy, Ella Mason and Asha Jones.
And it was the Queenwood School that were in the lead at the 500 metre mark with 2-second lead over Pimble Ladies and a bit further back to PLC Sydney in that 3rd position. 4th was Askham. 5th, Tara, Loreto Normanhurst then in 6th. 7th was Pimble Ladies and 8th at Kinross. That was the margin or the race positioning going through that 500 metre mark. But it's certainly that Queenwood crew that is still in the lead there. Of course, Queenwood is another school that have a very long history, very successful history in the sport of rowing. They are also positioned down at Pearl Bay next to the Loreto Kirribilli shed along with Skeggs Redlands, and yeah, had a lot of successful rowers. They've had some fantastic results over the years. Very, very competitive school, Queenwood. So I think they're just going to hold their lead, but they are certainly being challenged. They're going to have to fight all the way for it. Oh, you can see this crew over here that's lifting their rate. It's going to be a tight race. It's going to go right down to the wire. Could be anyone's. It's going to, I don't know. This could end up being a photo finish. I think it's going to be and I think Pimble may have just been pipped on the line.
There,
I think Pimble's just got them.
The timers have definitely called the photo finish on that one.
Very, very close. But I think Pimble may have got that, but we will wait for the photo. So that's a photo finish there between Pimble Ladies and Queenwood. Of course, Queenwood were leading all the way down the course, but that Pimble crew really did just lift their rate and power, and let's just see what that outcome is with that photo finish. In third, we had PLC Sydney. Fourth was the Tara School. Fifth was Askham number 3.
Now, that was an exciting race, definitely, and the photo finish, the judges are still making their decision. We turn our attention now to the podium to present race 35. It's the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 5, Division 1, and that is the Queenwood 3 crew of Annie Jewell, Emily van der Plug, Jessica Armstrong, Michelle Dong, and coxed by Sasha Lamb. Please put your hands together. The winners, Queenwood 3 of race 35, the Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 5, Division 1.
And we did just have in 7th and 8th going over the line then the Pimble ladies and Kinross Walleroy just completing the full field from that race 39. So congratulations to all those competitors.
So it looks like the official results for race 39. It was Pimble ladies came in at first, and then Queenwood by 0.18 of a second was Queenwood, and in third place was PLC Sydney. And we turn our attention now to the presentation dais. It's race 38, the medal winners for the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull, Year 9 double scull Division 2. And that's the Askham 1 crew of Poppy Mallet and Jess Brown. Please put your hands together for Askham. And at the same time, we also have race 40 underway, and that's the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull Division 4. In lane 2, North Sydney Girls, Alicia Chong and Sherry Guo. Lane 3, Sydney Girls 1, Hannah Kwon and Cindy Shu. In lane 4, Norman Hurst 1 of Charlotte Horden-Smith and Annie Shepherd. Lane 5 is Loreto Kirribilli 1 is Lulu Chidji, Addie Bartlett. In lane 6 is MLC School 1 of Jocelyn Yao and Hannah Lee. Lane 7 is Tara School, Sienna Mishra and Dora Her. And in lane 8 is Roseville's Jess Venter and Millie Hawkins. And as that race continues underway, again, turning our attention to the podium, it's race 38, the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull Division 2, and that's Askham School's Poppy Mallet and Jess Brown. Congratulations to Askham.
And just going through the 500 metre mark in that Schoolgirl Year 9 double, it is that Loreto Normanhurst crew in the first position there, followed by Loreto Kirribilli in second and Sydney Girls 1 in third position. So it's certainly this Loreto Normanhurst crew there out in front, striding away there. Couple of boat lengths lead, but Loreto Kirribilli are looking strong there in second position. A little bit of water splashing off their blades, but you can see they're really fighting hard all the way to the finish line. And that's great spirit that we can see there with these girls, just fighting all the way to the end. Well done though, Loreto Normanhurst in first. There's the buzzer for Loreto Kirribilli in second. Congratulations, girls. And we just have the Sydney High coming through in, I think, going to come through in third position over in lane 3. And that Sydney Girls just going through in third position. Fourth, we have North Sydney Girls. And a little bit further back, coming into the final few strokes of the race there, looking around a little bit for that finish line, is the Tara School, and they've come in the 5th position. That's lane 7 in 5th. A little bit of a gap back to the last couple of crews. We've got some of these crews struggling a little bit to keep straight in their line. They're crossing over the boys, but of course that's very normal for these young beginner rowers who are used to having a coxswain steer for them. So of course these are coxless boats, so it's up to the crew to keep themselves straight, which is not always an easy task. And we've just had MLC go over the line there in 6th position, so well done to MLC. And congratulations to this crew that have got themselves back in alignment. That's Roseville, got themselves straight and over the line. So well done to all the crews. Great effort to keep your boat straight, make it over the line. You've all done a great job. So fantastic results there. But a special shout out to Loreto Normanhurst that won that event.
And on the way is race 41, the Schoolgirl U9 Single Scull Division 1. Lane 1 is Loreto Normanhurst 11, that's Lucy Reardon. Lane 2, Queenwood Manola Taylor. In lane 4 is Loreto Normanhurst 8, Constance Whitaker. Lane 5 is Sydney Girls 3, Shin Tong He. In lane 6 is PLC Sydney 3, Annabelle Cameron. Lane 7 is Loreto Normanhurst 3, Clara Bradford. In lane 8, Pimble Ladies, Edith Cullinan. And in lane 9 is Loreto Normanhurst 6, it's Neve McGowan. And we turn our attention now to the podium to present race 39, the winner of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 3. And the winners are Pimble Ladies, and that's Cordelia Curtin and Olivia Gordon. And as we watch this, I can't believe these are U9 single sculls. They're really impressive. They definitely beat me any time of the week and twice on Sunday. And that's lane 7, Loreto Normanhurst 3. That's looks like Clara Bradford coming in there in first place, looking very powerful and comfortable. And lane 8 is Pimble Ladies Edith Cullinan. And in third place, in lane 9 is Loreto Normanhurst 6 is Neve McGowan. And a really tight finish there between Manolan Taylor and Constance Whitaker. Followed by Lucy Reardon from Loreto Normanhurst. And then Annabelle Cameron from PLC Sydney 3. With lane 5, Sydney Girls 3, Shin Tong He coming in 8th. And on the presentations podium, back to the podium is the winners of race 39, and that is the Pimble Ladies crew of Cordelia Curtin and Olivia Gordon. And making their way to the podium is race 40, the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 4. And that's the crew from Loreto Normanhurst. That's Charlotte Horden-Smith and Annie Shepherd. Put your hands together for Loreto Normanhurst, winners of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 4. And the race on the way is race 42. It's the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 2. Lane 1 is the Loreto Normanhurst 4 is Tiffany Morley. It's lane 2, Loreto Normanhurst 7, Isabella Lander. In lane 3, PLC Sydney 1 is Lara Sangster. Lane 4 is Sydney Girls 1, Vivian Gall. Lane 5, Askins Jess Robillard. Lane 6, Pimble Ladies Daisy Lee. Lane 7 is Loreto Normanhurst 5, Kate Dean. Lane 8 is North Sydney Girls, Vicky Lynn. And in lane 9, Loreto Normanhurst 12, it's Sienna Weston. And turning our attention to the podium, it's race 36. It looks like it's the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Scull Division 5, Division 2.
And the winners are St. Catherine's. It's Zali Carter, Luella Dady, Diana D, Georgina Haythorne Jarman, coxed by Estelle Glass, and coached by Sarah Tisdall, or Tisdall. Put your hands together for the winners of the Schoolgirl Year A Cox Squad Scull Division 5, Division 2, and that's St. Catherine's. And turning our attention now to the podium, although the athlete has now run up to give a high five to her friends. And in fact, I was waiting in the coffee queue behind this athlete and her mother. And she was really getting her G'd up, and it's great to see that performance come through after that very positive and comforting moment. So turning our attention now to the podium, it's presenting the winner of race 41, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 1, and the winner is from Loreto Normanhurst is Clara Bradford. Congratulations.
And going through the halfway mark, that's a 500-metre mark of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 2. It's Sydney Girls number 1. In second, we had Askham, less than a second behind is the Askham Sculler. In third, Loreto Normanhurst number 5. In fourth, Loreto Normanhurst 4. In fifth, Loreto Normanhurst 7. So we've got some great competition from those three Normanhurst scullers in third, fourth and fifth at this stage. Followed by that, in sixth, we had PLC Sydney. In seventh, Pymble. In eighth, North Sydney Girls. And ninth was Loreto Normanhurst number 12. And it's certainly looking like the field is tightening up here. This is certainly going to be some very close racing all the way from first through to fifth. It's the Sydney Girls sculler that still seems to be taking a lead here, but it's certainly going to be some very close racing here, looking like it's coming from the middle of the lake there. Lane 3. And yes, it's definitely that Sydney Girls number 1 crew. In lane 4, who's just got her bow in front there. It's a matter of whether she's going to hold it. She's got some competition coming on her stroke side, but at this stage, it's looking like she's going to hold that lead. And yes, it's certainly tight racing here, but it's that Sydney Girls number 1 sculler, Vivian Gao. She's doing an exceptional job here. Can she hold off the rest of the field? You can see her really lifting her stroke rate. She's really got that extra power in the water, but she's being pushed in all directions. But I think she's just going to hang on for the win. The legs firing. I think she's going to hold it. She's
it does look like lane 5. Yes, lane 5, the PLC Sydney 2, Anna Pokarov seems to be coming through to win that race, which is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 3. And really tight.
Yeah, I think
really tight
we
photo.
could have a photo there for second, third and fourth. You could really throw a blanket over all of those crews. Exceptionally close racing. So very, very good racing by all crews. But it is the Askham sculler. That's 1. We do have a photo for second and third. That's Sydney Girls 1 and Loreto Normanhurst 7. And then in fourth position was Loreto Normanhurst number 5. So we're just waiting for that photo finish between Sydney Girls 1 and Loreto Normanhurst 7. And these last 2 scullers coming over the line now, they're still fighting it out. One of them's lost their bow number, that's lane 8, but gone over the line there. It's North Sydney Girls, well done. And there we have Loreto Normanhurst coming across in 9th. So congratulations to both of those girls. So that concludes that race in the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 2. That was taken out by Askham, and we are still waiting on that photo for second and third, but that's Askham Jess Robilliard who has won that. So congratulations, Jess.
So the race underway is race 43, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 3. In lane 1 is the Loreto Normanhurst 9, Millie McMillan. Lane 2 is Sydney Girls 2, Lena Kwan. Lane 3, Loreto Normanhurst 1, Camilla Ogilvie. Lane 4, Pimble Ladies, Peyton Ashton. Lane 5, PLC Sydney 2, Anna Prokhorov. In lane 6 is Loreto Normanhurst 10, Sarah Murray. In lane 7, Loreto Normanhurst 2, Camilla Lamb. And in lane 8, Pimble Ladies, Eloise Gavagna. And it looks like in first place is Loreto Normanhurst 1, Camilla Ogilvie. Followed by, in second place, Loreto Normanhurst 2, Camilla Lamb. And in third place is Sydney Girls 2, Lena Kwan. And close behind was the Pimble Ladies, Peyton Ashton, then Loreto Normanhurst 9, Mila McMillan, Pimble Ladies, Eloise Gavagna, PLC Sydney 2's Anna Prokhorov, and then Loreto Normanhurst 10, Sarah Murray. And we turn our attention now to the podium to present race 42. And that's the Schoolgirl United Single Scull Division 2. And the winner is Askim's Jess Robiard, coached by Mitchell Carponis. Please put your hands together for Askim.
And great to see such depth in that Year 9 Single Scull event. Fantastic racing, very close competition between first and right through to the first 4, and outstanding level of competition there in the Year 9 Single Scull.
So those of us who are hard of hearing, you'll be glad to know now that the volume has been turned up. So previously we were having some audio troubles, but now you should certainly hear us loud and clear. We now have lining up, it's race 44. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. In lane 1 is the Queenwood crew of Penelope Rolls, Vivian Walk, Penelope Curry, Ella McIntyre, coxed by Juliet Yardley. In lane 2 is Rosewell's Millie Phillips, Ariane Pappas, Abby Harris, Sophie Ben, and coxed by Hannah Ryan. Lane 3, Armadale Schools, Lucy Kelly, Matilda Coddington, Zana Ross, Luella Caulfield, coxed by Sophie Slack-Smith. Lane 4, Loreto Kirribilli, Ellie Bailey, Ava Sayre, Virginia Dixon, Edel Knox, and coxed by Arabella Johnston. In lane 5, Sydney Girls is Harper Kepi, Mia Zhang, Fei-Yang Zhang, Iris Young, and coxed by Annie Annabelle Koch. In lane 6 is St. Catherine's Miller Bell, Ava Jameson, Delphi Walsman, Madeline Innes, and coxed by Anja Roofley. In lane 7 is PLC Sydney's Ava Lane, Lara Raston, Sophie Moore, Zoe Leisha, and coxed by Talia Kinleside. In lane 8 is Kinross Walleroy, it's Matilda Whiteley, Ruby Hilda, Paxton Buckfield, Georgia Tancred, and coxed by Chloe Caro. And the race is underway.
And we're back, of course, to the 2,000 metre racing, and the sun has come out, the rain stopped, and it's certainly a spectacle sitting up here looking at these crews coming down this beautiful 2,000 metre course at Cirque. Looks like a very tight field here, not much separating all of these crews. We're just waiting for the times to come through at the 500 metre mark.
Some of these names seem to be pretty familiar. I reckon I've read out those names at least 3 times. How many races have you done in one day?
When I was learning, we'd regularly do 2, 3, 4 races in a day. Of course, once you're at a higher level, you wouldn't really do more than 1 or 2. But yeah, when you're learning like this, it's great to do as many races as you can.
I remember hearing a statistic that one race burns X amount of calories. So I can't imagine just how much energy these girls are burning. We turn our attention now to the podium where we're awarding the winner of race 43, and that's the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 3. And the winner is from Loreto Normanhurst, and that's Camilla Ogilvie.
And just going through the 500 metre mark, we have Kinross Walleroy in first position, went through in a time of 1:55, followed by Loreto Kirribilli, only half a second behind them. PLC Sydney was in third, followed by Sydney Girls, then Roseville, St Catherine's in sixth, seventh Queenwood, 8th Sydney Girls, 9th Armidale School. But it's certainly not a lot separating this whole field. So fantastic to see if this Kinross Walleroy can maintain their lead, but they're going to be pressed by Loreto Kirribilli and also PLC Sydney. So be very close to see how this race unfolds.
And I heard that the body of water that Kinross trains on is also not quite long. So it's always interesting to see that even if you have large bodies of water where you can row long distances, it has no correlation to performance. So I was chatting with one of the members at my club the other day, and they used to row 40 Ks. This was in the 60s when the Australian training regime seemed to go for long rows. And they were talking about the Germans who basically did ergs, weights, and really short rows. So it's interesting how sometimes when you have constraints, you adapt, and then sometimes when you have abundance, like lots of rivers and water, actually it changes things. But yeah, Kinross has a small body of water compared to those of us lucky to row in the Lane Cove River.
And I suppose that's where that off-water program becomes really important, isn't it? What you're doing off the water with weights and aerobic fitness and ergos and things. So, but it's certainly the Kinross Walleroy crew still in the lead here at the halfway mark. It's gone through in a time of 3:54. Loreto Kirribilli just a couple of seconds behind them, followed by St Cath's. But the margins are starting to sort of spread out a little bit now in the second half of this race. So the margins were a bit tighter at the 500, but certainly those gaps have increased. But it does look to be Kinross Walleroy, followed by Loreto Kirribilli, and then St Catherine's going through that halfway mark.
So when you were emerging as an athlete, was doing weights or doing work outside of off-water a common occurrence, or did that suddenly become a trend later on?
When I first started, it was mainly on the water. We would do 1 or 2 lightweight sessions because I was only 15, 16 when I started rowing, so it was really just general conditioning. But then as I moved into more senior years, it became heavier weights, and then also bike riding, anything to build aerobic fitness, running, cross-training was also a big part of programs. So yeah, I think anything you can do to keep building your aerobic base as well as your strength and fitness, and of course flexibility, yoga and things like that, also great for stretching and increasing flexibility.
And when you talked about seating positions inside the boat, and you had the stern and the bow and numbers 1 to 8, where were you seated, and what was that seat positioning? What does it mean to the coach when they allocate that?
So typically a coach will look at the individual strengths of each rower to work out where they think they'd be best positioned and how the dynamics work within the team. But typically in the stern end of the boat, so in an 8, the stroke and the 7 seat, or in this case with these quads in the stroke seat and in the 3 seat, you want to have a combination that can set a really good rhythm for the rest of the crew to follow. So they need to be technically very proficient and also have good power and aerobic fitness. The bow end need to be very sharp and very clean and need to be able to follow the boats moving very quickly up in the bow end, so they have a key role to play there. And then in the bigger boats, an 8, you will typically put your very strong rowers in the middle, often called the engine room of the 8, which is that 6, 5, 4 and 3 seats. So that is very important there, that you've got your very strong rowers. But of course it does depend on the coach's preference and the team, and but typically that is the formation.
So it does look like that this crew here, the Kinross crew in lane 8, are holding that lead quite comfortably. At the 1500, Kirribilli had a 7-second split, so Kinross was starting to push away. although we can now see on the far side that looks like Armadale's School. No, actually, it's lane 2 Roseville, now nudging against the Kirribilli crew in lane 4. So it looks like in first position seems like fait accompli there, with Kinross Wallaroi coming in very calm, very smooth, long and strong. But there is a battle for second place taking between lane 2 Roseville and Kirribilli, but it looks like Kirribilli have battled them off in lane 4. Well done, Kirribilli.
Yeah, well done, Kirribilli. Just got that second position there.
With Roseville coming in there in third place, followed by St Catherine's, and then Queenwood, and a tussle there now between Askham and Armadale School, and closing off, Sydney Girls.
Yes, it was great to see that second half of that race. That Kinross crew really did push away a lot more in that second half. And of course, the middle stage and the second half of a race really indicates a fitness of a crew. So if you're really able to stretch out and increase that lead, it generally is a sign of having good fitness. Whereas if you can't maintain that in the second part of the race, it often is an indication of fitness perhaps not quite at the standard it needs to be. So yeah, I think we typically see that across a lot of the Kinross crews. They're very good over that middle part of the race in the second half. So generally great fitness and yeah, a great start to the season from that Year 10 quad from Kinross.
And now we're back to back, so we've got another race underway. It's race 45, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. In lane 1 is the Sydney Girls crew Riva Dotel, Melody Sung, Amy McDonald and Eliza Obard, coxed by Angela Lee. Lane 2, Loreto Kirribilli's Lucia Bartlam, Eloise Roberts, Scarlett Hopkins, Abigail Lee, and coxed by Rosie Massara. Lane 3, Roseville, we have Eleanor Forster, Vienna Spear, Cassie Gracie, Alicia Jenkins, and coxed by Libby Atkinson. Lane 4, we have Kinross Wallaroi with Anna Orr, Millie Hellier, Madeline Miller, Alexandra Karash, and coxed by Sophie Caro. In lane 5, PLC Sydney, Katerina Vlandis, Isabella Graves, Zoe Lee, Scarlett Askew, and coxed by Lola Britt. Lane 6, we have Askham, Ivy Cook, Camilla Burke, Ingrid Sabota, Pepper Grenfell, and coxed by Hayley Ib. In lane 7, Queenwood, Nyala Russell, Minnie May Ulgiati, Lucinda Hughes, Sophia Curti, and coxed by Remy Blaise. In lane 8 is St Catherine's Gabriella Griffin, Georgia Love, Stella Copland, Charlize Morgan, and coxed by Chloe Avramides.
And going through the halfway mark, it is another Kinross Wallaroi crew that are in the lead. They went through in a time of 3:59.99. In second position, we had PLC Sydney. Going through in third was St Catherine's. Fourth was Roseville. In fifth position, we had Queenwood. Sixth, Sydney Girls. Seventh, Loreto Kirribilli. And 8 was Askham. So that were the positionings at the 1,000-metre mark. Was only a second and a half separating that first and second crews. And a little bit further back to St Catherine's. They're about 9 seconds off that PLC Sydney. So certainly going to be still a close race for first or second. But Kinross Wallaroi off to a great start at the halfway mark. So some of these girls probably have raced earlier in doubles, so there may be a little bit of fatigue coming on board also. But yeah, we're now just going to cross to the medal presentation.
And on the podium, we're now presenting race 44. It's the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. And the winners of that race in lane 8 was Kinross Wallaroi. Put your hands together for Matilda Whiteley, Ruby Hilda, Paxton Buckfield, and Georgia Tancred, coxed by Chloe Caro. And a big shout out to their coach, Benjamin Watt. Well done. The winners, Kinross Wallaroi of race 44, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 1.
And in race 45, it's the Kinross Wallaroi crew again. They have extended their lead a little bit from where they were positioned at that 1,000-metre mark. They're now about 6.5 seconds ahead of PLC, so just really striding it out there. And third, we've still got St Cass, but they're a little bit further back. Fourth, we have Queenwood. Fifth, Roseville. Sixth, Sydney Girls. And seventh is Loreto Kirribilli. And eighth is Askham. So we're coming into the last couple of 100 metres now, but it's certainly that Kinross Wallaroi crew. They're really stepping it out, really sending that boat. You can really look at the boat, how they're pushing as much water as they can past their stern every stroke, and they're really extended that lead, really sitting comfortably, nicely looking back on the rest of the field, and they're in a really solid commanding position there, looking very strong, rowing nicely together, and great row from Kinross Wallaroi. PLC Sydney is still fighting it out, and St Cath's coming in in the third position as well, fighting it out for the line. But it's certainly this Kinross Wallaroi crew. They are a standout here today. You can see that timing, that perfect synchronicity, the catches entering together, executing that finish together, driving their legs together. The cocks would be asking more of them, demanding more every stroke. You can really see that stern bow really flying through the water, and it's a great row from Kinross, but still being pushed all the way is PLC Sydney. They're not going to let them get away without a fight, and it's waiting for the buzzer, and there's the buzzer for Kinross Wallaroi. So well done. That's a win for them in race 44, race 45, and also race 46. So congratulations.
I've often said that maybe we should send an investigative crew out to Orange to find out what they are putting in the water there. Seriously. Well done, Kinross Wallaroi, win on that one. Crossing now is St Catherine's in lane 8. On the far side in lane 3 is Roseville. And lane 7 is Queenwood. And lane 1 is Sydney Girls. And then lane 2 is Loreto Kirribilli. And in lane 6 is Askham. And the Askham crew really is pushing that last few set of strokes, looking very nice there. Well done, Askham.
Yeah, and I think it's a great point you make with Kinross Wallaroi. They've really done an exceptional job of raising the bar for regional areas and what they've managed to achieve in only a few years of rowing. I'm not sure exactly how long they've had a rowing program, but they're certainly doing a fantastic job and have had some great levels of competition. Last year they won the they won the Schoolgirl Head of the River in their first 8 and sent a crew across to the Royal Henley Regatta. So yeah, that's just a fantastic achievement for a fairly young school in the sport of rowing.
Have you had the opportunity to row at Henley? I'm not sure.
I haven't actually rowed at the Henley. I have gone as a competitor, but the one year the Australian team sent a women's 8 was the year I didn't make selection. So haven't had that good fortune, but I have been there as a spectator, and yeah, it's a wonderful event to be part of, and would really recommend everyone to go along as a spectator or a competitor. It's a great sort of carnival atmosphere, and of course you have all the clubs represented wearing their very traditional blazers. So yeah, there's a lot of tradition involved with the Henley, the oldest regatta. It's been running for a very long time, and yeah, it's certainly something that is very worth getting along to.
I'm very much a supporter of rowing holidays. It's more, can you convince your family to agree to rowing holidays? And underway is race 46 is the Schoolgirl U10 Coxed Quad Scull Division 3. In lane 1 is Pimble Ladies Isabella Bon, Diana Palhidwardana, Rose Bennett, and Lily Oldfield, coxed by Bronte Cardno. In lane 2 is Sydney Girls Kelly Tung, Erin Chi, Evelyn Chu, Sydney Shi, and coxed by Lauren Fong. In lane 3 is Roseville's Steph Atkinson, Lucy Ryan, Madeline Edge, Jasmine Coker, and coxed by Zia Chapman. Lane 4 is PLC Sydney's Madeline Barrett, Camille Brown, Eve Boyle, Lily Sullivan, and coxed by Orby Cohen. Lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli's Charlotte Taylor, Alyssa Dunn, Abigail Pearson, Xanthi Sikogius, and coxed by Alice Brooks. In lane 6 is Armdale School, Jessica Morrow, Ruby Mankins, Isabel Glover, Jasmine Ryan, and coxed by Ellie Cullen. Lane 7 is North Sydney Girls Angelina Wong, Jasmine Nguyen, Sarah Newton, Chloe Macri, coxed by Andrea Dung. In lane 8 is Kinross Walleroy, Isabel Provo, Andy Zinger, Ingrid West, Pippa Wise, and coxed by Grace Lola. And in lane 9, finishing this off, is Queenwood with Edie Mosley, Imogen Stewart, Charlotte Butlin, Isabella Rogers, and coxed by Miller Beavis. And again, nine lanes here. It's action-packed. Definitely going to be interesting to see how this outcome is going to come through. It looks like, again, lane 8, Kinross is in the lead from our position. And we turn our attention now to the podium, and it is race 45, the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull Division 2, and that is the crew from Kinross Walleroy. Put your hands together for Anna Orr, Millie Halia, Madeline Miller, Alexandra Karash, and coxed by Sophie Caro. Well done, congratulations, Kinross Walleroy.
And again in race 46, it's the Kinross Walleroy crew again coming through in the first position in a time of 6:09, going through the 1500 metre mark. They certainly have a very commanding lead over Pimble Ladies. They're about 23 seconds in front of them. So there's, again, very, very strong results here with Kinross in this event. In third, we had Loreto Kirribilli. In fourth, it was PLC Sydney. Fifth, Roseville. Sixth, the Armidale School. In seventh, we have Queenwood. Eighth, North Sydney Girls, and ninth, Sydney Girls. So that was the positionings through the 1500. But as we come into the closing stage of the races, it's certainly this Kinross Walleroy crew. And another outstanding performance from the school from Orange. Exceptional here. Really can see them digging deep. You can see that incredible timing they have. They're very clean, very efficient, and look at that leg drive, really pushing that boat as far as they can and really lifting it all the way here. Even though they're not being challenged by anyone, they're really giving it a good go, sprinting all the way, an outstanding performance from another Kinross Walleroy crew. Congratulations, girls. That's a fantastic result there with a time of 8:12. So good time there. Coming across, we also have the Pimble crew. It's over on the far side. They're looking like they're going to be in second position, and it certainly might be a very close race for third here, but we're just waiting for the buzzer now for the second position, which is the Pimble School. And there it is. That's the Pimble Ladies in second, and very close here for third, but I think Loreto Kirribilli's just going to get up there with third position, so well done for those first 2-3 place getters. So that's Kinross Walleroy, Pimble Ladies, Loreto Kirribilli, Roseville, PLC Sydney, the Armidale School in 6th, and just coming over the line there in 7th is Queenwood. We still have a couple of crews just coming over the line now. Last 10 strokes for this crew here in lane 7, and that's a great result there from North Sydney. Well done. And the final crew over on the far side in lane 2, just coming into their last 15 strokes of the race there. Coxswain just asking them to sit up, keep stepping it for the line, and they've just gone over the line as well. That's Sydney Girls. So that's Kinross Walleroy in 1, 2nd Pimble Ladies, 3rd Loreto Kirribilli, 4th Roseville, 5th PLC Sydney, 6th the Armidale School, 7th Queenwood, 8th North Sydney Girls, and 9th Sydney Girls. So a full field there, great racing from that year 10 Cox Quad.
And currently underway is race 47, and that's the same. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, but this is now Division 4. In lane 3 is Queenwood, Morella Gillies, Piper Sherlock, Alana Elliott, Thea Edgerton, coxed by Jessica Bailey. Lane 4, Pimble Ladies, Dimity Loeb, Olivia Gordon, Amelia Quamby, Ava Costa, coxed by Phoebe Poynton. Lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli 1 is Eloise McLucas, Juliette Cortez, Sophie Dobbin, Lily Heyman, coxed by Francesca Fleming. Lane 6 is Kinross Walleroy, Grace Seger, Claire Bruce, Elizabeth Latham, Tilly Tancred, and coxed by Asher Jones. And lane 7 is Loreto Kirribilli 2, made up of Molly Roberts, Pip Kay, Allegra Johnston, Georgie Ryan, and coxed by Alice Smith.
And we have Kinross Walleroy again coming through in the first position at the 500 metre mark. They were a time of 2 minutes and 3 seconds. In second, we had Loreto Kirribilli. They weren't too far behind. And third, we had Loreto Kirribilli number 2. Fourth, we've got Queenwood, and fifth, Pimble Lady. So that's the positioning through the 500 metre mark. Fairly close, actually, between first and second. But we'll just see how these may play out the second part of the race. These margins may start to lengthen out. But no, it's still looking pretty tight here between Kinross Walleroy and Loreto Kirribilli 1. So it's going to be certainly a tough race. I'm sure these Loreto Kirribilli girls will be digging deep, knowing this is their home regatta. They want to come home with a medal, and they're going to really put it down to this Kinross Walleroy crew in the second half of this race.
And jokes aside, I mean, I was talking about what are they putting in the water in Orange, but I also heard that the coaching staff at Kinross Walleroy are also exceptional. And again, recognition to everybody out there, all the schools, all the coaches out there. You really do support all of these emerging athletes, the ones that are, rowing for 4 years, rowing for 1 year. In your experience, how important are the coaches, and have you had different types of coaches, or are they all the same?
Yeah, I've definitely had a lot of different types of coaches, but most of them, if I had to sum it up in one word, it would be hard. All my coaches have been extremely hard and very tough, and yeah, so we're just going to move across now to the medal presentation.
And we're now turning our attention to the winners of race 46. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Scull Division 3. And the winners are Kinross Walleroy, and they are Isabel Provo, Andy Zinger, Ingrid West, Pippa Wise, coxed by Grace Lothar, and coached by Rebecca Pearce. Congratulations, put your hands together for the winners, Kinross Walleroy of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Scull Division 3.
But just a shout out to all the coaches that are out here today. I can see a lot of names that I recognise on the program who are former students at their school or currently rowing at some of the high performance clubs or rowing at another level around New South Wales. So it's just great to have them all here involved in coaching the young generation of rowers that are coming through. So yeah, just congratulations to all those coaches that are out here today.
No, I think coaches are definitely heroes, right? I mean, as you're learning a new skill, you're getting mentored, you're getting taught, but if they're also practitioners of the same craft, they're actually, also rowing, then you can actually observe how they're doing it in real life. So when you get to see people like Tara Rigney on the water, and if you ever do get to row side by side with her, it's a different feeling altogether. When she used to row out of Sydney University in Lane Cove, I would often have to get out of her way because she was just like so much faster than me. So it's like, Tara's coming, we better go to the left and pull aside to let her go past. But it's always just exciting to say, hey, I train on the same body of water as these world champions. And that's just fun. It just brings together the whole community and all those aspirations.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Tara's helping the Loreto Kirribilli squad because we have the Loreto Kirribilli number 1 crew in the lead here. They've pushed in front of that Kinross Walleroy crew, gone through the 1,500 metres in a time of 6:21, 3 seconds ahead of Kinross Walleroy. And in third, we have Loreto Kirribilli number 2. So let's see if this Loreto Kirribilli crew can hold this lead all the way. They're going to be pushed by Kinross, but this is their home regatta. This is their regatta. They want to come away with the medal. So let's see what they can do in this closing stage of the races. Loreto are really fighting it out here, but Kinross, you can see them responding. But at this stage, I'm thinking it's going to be Loreto Kirribilli for the win. Anything can happen in these last few strokes, but they really absolutely have had a fantastic race to push past that Kinross crew. and they've now got some clear water. So we're coming in to the final 20 strokes of the race now. I can see that coxswain, I can see her bashing the side of the boat, I can see her really firing up her crew, and I think this is definitely going to be a win for Loreto Kirribilli.
LK all day, as they say.
You can hear the crowd cheering on the sidelines. That coxswain's really getting excited. And a couple more strokes. And there's the buzzer. Well done, girls. That's a win for Loreto Kirribilli. Nice work. You can see them all fist pumping, shaking each other's hands. Great to row through another crew, and well done. Kinross Walleroy just come across in second. Congratulations to them. I can also see that coxswain just clapping hands, and that's great display of sportsmanship amongst the schools. So fantastic racing from both of those crews. And we've got another LK crew here coming in third position. This is in lane 7, so great result from these girls here. Fantastic rowing. And there's the buzzer. So we have Loreto Kirribilli and in first and third in that race. Congratulations. It's the last few crews coming over the line now is the Queenwood School about to come over, and then we have Pymble. Again, they're both really pushing it out in the final stage of this race. So just official time for that race. Loreto Kirribilli in 8:29. Kinross Walleroy were 12 seconds behind them, and Loreto Kirribilli 2 were a further 25 seconds back. So that's 8:29.63 from Loreto Kirribilli number 1. So congratulations, girls. Just a little more history on the LK Regatta. It was first held out here at Penrith on the 5th of February 2011, and it has now become an annual highlight of the school calendar each November. So also the school program started back in 1989. So the school was training out of Mossman Rowing Club, and Mossman Rowing Club were really instrumental in supporting Loreto Kirribilli's program. They lent the school oars, boats, and even their distinctive red and white colours. And then following that, in 1992, Loreto Kirribilli officially lodged its uniform and colours with New South Wales Rowing. And then they purchased their first boat, which was actually a wooden 8, which they bought from the Shore School. The boat was named Kirribilli, and then they eventually obtained some new carbon fibre oars and then painted in their Loreto's gold and blue. But by 1993, rowing was firmly established across New South Wales, across all schoolgirl rowing, and Loreto competed in many of the Sydney regattas, the Independent Schools Rowing Association events, and of course also the Australian National Championships. So Loreto have many crews that have represented at those events with distinction. So a proud history, and interestingly in 2010, Loreto Kirribilli had their first 8 win the national championship. So that year they won both the Schoolgirl 8 at the head of the river and also the Sydney Cup at the Australian Rowing Championships in Victoria. So that was certainly a highlight of the Rowing Kirribilli rowing program. So Loreto Kirribilli rowers now train out of Middle Harbour. They've been there since 2009. So there's a purpose-built shed there at Pearl Bay, and they share that shed with Queenwood and also Skeggs Redlands. You may have heard earlier we had Tara up here. She's also now training out of Mossman Rowing Club. She's training under Alfie Young there. I know she's really enjoying her time rowing down at Mossman, and I know the Loreto Kirribilli girls and all the other schools really enjoy seeing her around the sheds, and what a great role model and an inspiration she is to the other rowers down there at Mossman. So we now have on the podium the race 47, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull Division 4. The winners of this race were Loreto Kirribilli, so we had Eloise McLucas, Juliet Cortez, Sophie Dobbin, Lily Heyman, Francesca Fleming was the cox, and coached by Mietta Jones. Congratulations to Loreto Kirribilli too. And in race 48, coming down the course at the moment, we have another Kinross Wallaroi crew in the lead here. They have a commanding lead over Loreto Kirribilli 2. But 20 seconds ahead of them, they are doing exceptionally well. And in third, we have Pymble Ladies. In fourth, Loreto Kirribilli 1, fifth, Queenwood, and sixth, Loreto Kirribilli 4. But it's certainly another Kinross Wallaroi crew here that has a very strong lead. Plenty of clear water there between themselves and that Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew. And exceptional rowing again here by Kinross Wallaroi. They've certainly been an outstanding competitor in this event, the Schoolgirl Year 10, across all the divisions of the coxed quad. So congratulations to Kinross Wallaroi. Fantastic racing. That's certainly a very large margin in rowing. So much clear water there. They're certainly outstanding racing. And here we have Loreto Kirribilli about to go over the line in second position. Great effort here. You can see them lifting their rating. Coxswain's calling for more, and a great race there for second position from Loreto Kirribilli. And about to go over the line in third position is Pymble. Again, they've responded. Fantastic race from Pymble there, and it's going to be very close here for fourth. We've got Loreto Kirribilli. We have the Queenwood School just getting off course a little bit, and we've got Loreto Kirribilli who have gone through there, followed by Pymble. So the unofficial time in that race is 8 minutes 24 seconds, 0.80. So that's Kinross about 30 seconds ahead of Loreto Kirribilli. So a substantial margin there between Kinross Wallaroi and Loreto Kirribilli.
So now we're hitting midday. So the sun is out, the UV is strong. Don't forget to continue to apply that sunscreen, put on your hats, make sure you're all well protected. And again, repeating that previous announcement from Rowing New South Wales, encouraging all the athletes and the coaches to register for that leadership program that's coming up in a couple of weeks. And also a reminder that the sprint series, which follows on the Sunday, now also includes the Year 9 and Year 10 quad sculls.
And we just did have Loreto Kirribilli number 4 just going over the line there in 6th position in race 48, so well done. That concludes race 48.
And underway is race 49. That's the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 1. It's a 2-kilometre race. In lane 2 is Sydney Girls 1, Aisling Considine and Elsha Lim, coached by Cameron Ogilvie, Miku Johnson and Tal Lewis. Lane 3, Roseville, Lily Coonan and Eva Jung, coached by Alex Brown. Lane 4, Loreto Normanhurst 2, that's Gracie May Lander and Lucy Hannaford. Lane 5, Armadale School, Layla McFarlane and Giorgio Cazzo, coached by Martin Inglis. Lane 6, Pimble Ladies, Claire Ferreira and Kelly Clifton. Lane 7, Pimble Ladies, Edwina Harrington and Arabella Murphy. And lane 8 is North Sydney Girls 3, Aerie Williams and Zia Tang. So following these double sculls, there will be a series of single scull races. They are open class. There's a lot of heats there because it is the selection criteria for the IGSA representation crews. So we'll see some very exciting racing there. And the IGSA crew is a pathway to state representation. And again, state representation then leads into national representation. So it is a very important pathway for schoolgirls to realise their future potential as representative rowers.
So going through the 1,000 metre mark, it's the Pimble Ladies crew in first position. They went through in a time of 4:24. In second, we had Sydney Girls. In third was Loreto Normanhurst. In fourth, Roseville. And fifth, the Armadale School. But certainly that Pimble Ladies crew, quite a long way clear of that Sydney Girls #1 crew. It was around a 14-second margin at the 1,000 metre mark, and they're just going through the 1,500 now. So Pimble's just gone through that 1,500 metre mark in a time of 6:44. So I think they have extended that lead now from where they were in the early stage of the race. Yep, it's about a 17-second margin, so very strong lead there, looking like they will maintain that in the second half of this race. But certainly close in this third, fourth and fifth. It's only a few seconds separating those positions. But again, it's Pimble Ladies in the lead here.
And not forgetting that for some of these athletes, this might be their third race. So doing three 2,000 metre races definitely will be starting to build or affect that endurance foundation. And if they can continue to perform after doing 3 and then 4 races, that's just an amazing statistic. Maybe there should be a calculation for, you know, somebody's actually, this is their third race.
Yeah, that's right. That fatigue sets in, that lactic acid that burns in your muscles. You feel that in your legs and in your arms. Certainly has an impact when it comes to second, third and subsequent races. So yeah, a lot of these crews have had multiple races, which certainly plays a part. But this crew from Pimble Ladies is really looking very smooth here. Lovely long strokes, great timing, and they are setting a very high standard for this event. And that's the crew of Edwina Harrington and Arabella Murphy, and they've got a good 17-second lead on Loreto Normanhurst in second and Sydney Girls in #1. You can see the good boat run that this crew has. So we spoke a little earlier about clearance and the importance of sending that bow puddle right past the stern. You can see the boat's really running and very good power. You can see that strength through the water, and that's also important, is that combination of endurance as well as strength. But outstanding row there from the Pimble Ladies, and a time of 8:58.95. And there we have the buzzer for second, which is the Armadale School. So they're a little bit further back, and it's going to be quite close here for third. Very tight there. I just did hear the one buzzer, so That was most certainly a tight race, but it's looking like it was Loreto Normanhurst and the Armidale School. Why is it here? Oh, hang on, that's right. So we've got Pymble Ladies, the Armidale School, Loreto Normanhurst 2, Sydney Girls number 1 and Roseville in 5th in that race. Number 49, Schoolgirl double.
So underway is race 50, the Division 2 of the Schoolgirl double scull. Lane 2, PLC Sydney 2 of Chloe Lau and Virginia Russell. Lane 3, North Sydney Girls 2 of Luo Jia Tang and Erica Cui. Lane 4 is Loreto Normanhurst 1, Matilda English and Maggie Hall. Lane 5, Queenwood, Julia Fichman and Katia Cassidy. In lane 7, Pymble Ladies, Erin O'Kane and Mi Nato. And in lane 8, Armidale School, Elsie Caulfield and Georgie Jones.
So these schoolgirl singles and schoolgirl doubles that are coming down over the next few race events. So these crews have generally had a lot of experience in rowing. Most will have done 4, 5, 6 years of rowing at school. So they're very experienced and coming to obviously the end of their rowing career. For most of them, this will be their last, some of them will be their last year rowing for their school. Particularly for those LK girls that are here, it's a very special regatta for them as it will be the last time that they will compete here. So at the 1500 metre mark, we have Loreto Normanhurst number 1. They've gone through the 1500 metre mark in a time of 6:38, 2 seconds ahead of Pymble Ladies, and in 3rd was the Armidale School. 4th was North Sydney Girls number 2 in the 4th position. So it's Loreto Normanhurst number 1 who are leading this race, but it's only a couple of seconds back to Pymble, so they certainly, if they lift their rate, increase their power, really have a technical focus, there's every chance they can really push it towards that first position.
And now we turn our attention to the podium to award race 49, the winners of the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 1, and that is the crew from Pymble Ladies. Put your hands together, please, for Edwina Harrington and Arabella Murphy from Pymble Ladies, the winners of the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 1. So at the 1500, it was Normo in first position, but it seems in the last 500, Pymble Ladies in lane 7 have taken into that next position.
Yes, and there's a buzzer. That's definitely a Pymble Ladies and a time of 8:51. That's Erin O'Kane and Mia Nato. Fantastic result there from them to push past that Loreto Normanhurst crew, who came in second. They were 10 seconds ahead of them, so a fantastic effort from that Pymble Ladies school. And in third position, we have the Armidale School. And coming over the line in positions 4 is North Sydney Girls number 2, closely followed by 5th position, which is PLC Sydney 2. So fantastic racing there from that crew from Pimble Ladies, and just really does show you that if you really believe in yourself and you look to make that technical focus and really keep that acceleration going, it is possible to change the outcome of a race. So most rowing races, the positionings at the 500 tend to be the positionings at the finish line in about 60, 70, 80% of races. But of course, anything can happen, and it's just a matter of really having that focus and belief in yourself in the second half of the race. So well done to Pimble. Okay, we still have the Queenwood crew about to go over the line in the Schoolgirl double from race 50. So just the last couple of strokes there from this Queenwood crew. Fantastic effort. Yep, you can see them looking around for the line and waiting for the buzzer, and well done, there it is. And we also have now the race 51 coming down. And it's the Pimble Ladies in the lead in this one. They've got a very strong, commanding lead here. They're going to take the win from North Sydney Girls number 1 and Loreto Kirribilli 2. And there's the buzzer, and that was a time of 8:35.69. Well done to Pimble Ladies. That's Rosie Eggins and Claudia Hodder. Got plenty of clear water there, that Pimble Ladies crew. They certainly have taken charge of that race from the very early stages. And just consolidated on that lead from the early stages of the race.
We turn our attention to the podium for race 50, the winners of the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 2, and that's the Pimble Ladies crew of Erin O'Kane and Me Nato.
And that was Loreto Kirribilli number 2 that just went over in 3rd position in race 51, followed by Roseville in 4th position. So that's the race 51. We have 1st Pimble Ladies, 2nd North Sydney Girls 1, 3rd Loreto Kirribilli 2, and 4th Roseville. It's in race 51 of the Schoolgirl double.
So as we turn our attention to the podium, we're going to now award race 48, the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull Division 5, and that is Kinross Walleroy, Millie Dimmick, Miller Yabsley Bell, Lily Berriman, Poppy Grinter, coxed by Jane Bruce, and coached by Matthew Peters. That's Kinross Walleroy. Put your hands together. They are the winners of the Year 10 Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull Division 5. And on the course now, we have actually race 52. It's the beginning of the IGS trials, and that's the Schoolgirl single scull. And in lane 1, we have Winona, and that's Heidi Heap, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 2, Loreto Kirribilli 1, that's Belle Tripp, coached by Patrick Mainsbridge and Teresa Harris. Lane 3 is Pimble Ladies 1, that's Summer Phillips, coached by Harrison Randell. In lane 4 is Queenwood Isabella Kennedy. Lane 5, Loreto Normanhurst 1, Patricia Boland. Lane 6 is Roseville 1, Chloe Franklin. Lane 7, St Catherine's 1, Florence Hennessy, coached by John Keogh. In lane 8 is Monty St Angelo's Lottie Revenstein, coached by Alfie Young. And in lane 9 is Askham Isabel Bug, coached by Lizzie Chapman and Oliver Klotz. And this race has some big names, a lot of previous winners. Definitely an exciting race to watch. And it looks like in the lead right now is lane 3. Is that right?
Ladies, yes, it's Pimble Ladies in the lead here. That's Summer Phillips. She's really pushed out an extensive lead there. It's got clear water. It's going to be close for second, third, but it's looking like it's the St Catherine's sculler in lane 7. Oh, she's just got a crab, but she's going to maintain, see if she can maintain that second position. But it's certainly Pimble Lady, Summer Phillips, and in second position, waiting for the buzzer here. Yep, very tight there, but second, St Catherine's, Florence Hennessy. Third, Loreto Normanhurst, Patricia Boland. Fourth, Queenwood, Isabella Kennedy. Fifth, Winona. Sorry, we've had Monty in fifth, which was Lottie. We're actually waiting for a photo on fifth and sixth. Seventh with Askham, Isabel Bug. So we're just waiting on that photo for fifth and sixth. But its first position was Pimble Lady, Summer Phillips, in a time of 8:32.44.
And some of those names, those names of those rowers right now that just went through that race 52, the Schoolgirl single scull, are definitely going to be in that Brisbane 2032 listing. It'll be great to watch that journey over the next few years.
Absolutely. So as you mentioned, Clem, these are the IGSA time trials in the Schoolgirl Open Single. So IGSA select a 2 8s, I believe, a first and second 8 from this time trial event. So it's obviously, sorry, not a time trial, from this racing event. So it's important that all of these rowers rank as high as they can in this Schoolgirl single scull event.
And underway is race 53. It's again the Schoolgirl single scull. In lane 2 is the Pimble Lady 7, Claudia White. In lane 3 is Kinross Walleroy, Lucy Reedy. Lane 4 is UTS Matilda Marconis. In lane 5, MLC Schools Eve Parker. Lane 6, PLC Sydney's Emily Barrett. Lane 7, Queenwood's Jasmine Ramsey. Lane 8, Winona's Erica Nutt. And in lane 9, Pimble Ladies, Millie Cullinan.
And going through the 1500 metre mark, it was Kinross Walleroy in first position. That's Lucy Reedy. Second was PLC Sydney. Third, Pimble Ladies. Fourth, Pimble Ladies. Third was Pimble Ladies number 2, and fourth was Pimble Ladies number 7, and fifth, Winona. So it's that Kinross Walleroy crew that has had about a 4-second lead through that 1500 metre mark. So let's just see how the second part of this race plays out for Lucy Reedy. Yes, and she's certainly going to take this race. She's looking very long and very strong, very smooth rowing. You can see that great acceleration, great boat run. Fantastic rowing here from Lucy. She's got plenty of clear water. She does have that sculler on her bow side that's going to challenge her all the way. Of course, times are important in this event, so it's a matter of really racing all the way to the end, because it will be everyone will be looking at those times. So, but Lucy's certainly got a strong hold of this race here. Exceptional power, looking nice and clean, and it's going to be a win for Kinross Walleroy in a time of 8:31 at 0.60. Second is PLC Sydney 1, Emily Barrett. In third is Pimble Ladies number 2, Millie Cullinan. And just in the last couple of strokes there, we have another Pimble Ladies crew rower, Pimble Ladies number 7, Claudia Watt. And we have Winona there in 5th position. That's Erica Nutt. So great racing from those top 5 crews. And we still have our 6th position getter coming down now. So just again, Kinross Wallaroi won that event, race 53, Schoolgirl single, in a time of 8:31.60. It was about a second faster than the race 52, which was won by Summer Phillips in a time of 8:32. So race 53 is the fastest heat, also faster than, yep. So, and now there we have it. That's a Queenwood sculler, Jasmine Ramsey, going over in sixth position for race 53. So congratulations to all those single scullers.
And it's a quick turnaround as we turn our attention to the podium to award race 52, the winner of the Schoolgirl single scull. And that's from Pinball Ladies, Summer Phillips. Congratulations for winning this event, coached by Harrison Randall. Again, Pinball Ladies, Summer Phillips is winner of race 52, the Schoolgirl single scull. And on the course right now is race 54. Again, the Schoolgirl single scull. In lane 1, Loreto Normanhurst 2, Juliet Mason. Lane 2, Monty St. Angelo's Catherine Walsh. Lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli 2, Maddie Willahan. Lane 4, Kinross Wallaroi 2, Rani Jarek. Lane 5, PLC Sydney 2, Sophie Moore. Lane 6, Askham 2, Chloe Hitchens. And lane 8, Queenwood is Flo Vich. And in lane 9, Tara Schools, Isabel Dulimov.
And that's another Kinross Wallaroi sculler, Kinross Wallaroi number 2 sculler, who is in the lead in this race. Good 10 seconds clear of Askham number 2. In third, Monty St. Angelo. In fourth, Loreto Kirribilli. Fifth, PLC Sydney 2. Sixth, Queenwood. Seventh, Loreto Normanhurst. And eighth, Tara School. It's certainly this Kinross Wallaroi sculler looking very strong. Wonderful rowing here. She's got plenty of clear water, but of course she wants to push herself all the way because we're looking at the times in this event. Of course, this is the IGSA time trial in the single scull event, and that's a fantastic race from her. That's a time of 8:50.85 for Rani Jarek, Kinross Wallaroi number 2. About to go over the line now. In second is the Monty sculler, Catherine Walsh. In third, we've had Askham number 2. And then in fourth position, Loreto Kirribilli 2, Maddie Wilhan. And fifth, PLC Sydney 2, Sophie Moore. Sixth, Queenwood, Flo Vich. So,
and we turn our attention now to the podium to award race 53, the Schoolgirl single scull. And the winner of that race was from Kinross Wallaroi, and that is Lucy Reedy. Congratulations, Lucy Reedy, winner of the Schoolgirl single scull race 53 from Kinross Wallaroi. And on the course right now is race 55. In lane 1 from Tara School is Rita. In lane 1 is from Tara School, Rita Liu. In lane 2, Roseville, Abigail Kelly. In lane 3, Askham, Ingsa Dive. In lane 4, Pinball Ladies, Allegra Taubenschlag. In lane 5 from Queenwood is Claudia Gassman. In lane 6, PLC Sydney's Zoe Leisha. In lane 7, Pinball Ladies, Harriet Murphy. In lane 8, Monty St. Angelo's Amelia Darcy. And in lane 9, Tara School's Hannah Ryan. And race 56, which is underway, we'll let that to continue as we turn our attention back to the podium to award race 54. And the winner of that race 54 Schoolgirl single scull comes from Kinross Wallaroi. And we congratulate Rani Jarek, winner of race 54, the Schoolgirl single scull from Kinross Wallaroi. Congratulations.
And in race 55, we currently have Pimble Ladies number 3 in lane 7 in the first position. That's Harriet Murphy. She went through the 1,500 metres in a time of 6:34, 4 seconds clear of Askham 3 in lane 3 in second position. And followed by PLC Sydney 3 in third. So it's that Pimble Ladies number 3 sculler, Harriet Murphy, that's in the lead in this race here. She certainly seems to be extending that lead, looking in a great commanding position here. We do have in third PLC Sydney 3, in fourth Roseville 2, in fifth Queenwood, 6 is Monty, 7th Pimble Ladies number 8, and 8th is Tara School. So they are the positionings. But coming into the last few hundred metres of the race here, it is Pimble Ladies number 3. But there's certainly a push being made by the Askham number 3 crew. That sculler over there on the far side is really challenging this Pimble Ladies number 3 crew. But it's Harriet's really pushing hard. I think she's going to hang on for the win. And it's looking like Pimble Ladies, Harriet Murphy to take the win in race 55 Schoolgirl single. And there's the buzzer. Congratulations. It's a time of 8:45. And there's the buzzer for the crew in second position, Askham 3.
And that's a big congratulations to Harriet Murphy from PLC, and then followed by Askham's Ingsa Dive, followed by in lane 6, PLC's Zoe Leisha. Now the battle for fourth. It looks like it's a pretty close battle now between, looks like Pimble Ladies Allegra Talbotschlag, and in lane 5, Queenwood's Claudia Gaussman. And over there in lane 2 is Roseville's Abigail Kelly. And then lane 8's Amelia Darcy from Monte St. Angelo.
And it's great to see those single scullers really fighting it out for those positions, because of course this is the IGSA time trial event. So times and positioning really matters in this single scull event. So yeah, very important that these girls are really pushing all the way to the finish line, and great to have this high standard of competition in this event. And as we discussed earlier, I'm sure many of these girls will be racing or may be racing Brisbane 2032. Some names here I think we need to really watch very closely, the future of rowing in Australia.
And because it's an open division and our records don't actually show what year group they are or how old they are, I do know that some of them are actually in year 9 going into year 10, and some are obviously in year 10 going to year 11. So whilst they are doing great times now, they are actually not on the same level playing field when it comes to their age group. So
and in race 56, at the halfway mark, it's Pimble Ladies number 4, Leander McLaughlin, gone through in a time of 4:22. She's 4 seconds ahead of the sculler from Monty, Isabella Armstrong. In third, Loreto Kirribilli number 3. In fourth, Loreto Normanhurst. Fifth, Queenwood. 6 was the PLC Sydney number 4 sculler. 7th, Loreto Kirribilli 5. 8th, Roseville 3. And 9th, Loreto Kirribilli number 8. So that's the halfway mark of the race 56. It's Leander McLaughlin, Pimble Ladies 4. About a 4 or 5 second margin ahead of the Monty sculler. So let's see what happens in the second half of this race.
and we turn our attention now to the podium for the presentation of the winner of race 56, and that's Pimble Ladies Harriet Murphy, coached by Harrison Randall. Again, winner of race 55, Harriet Murphy. And talking about coaches, a big shout out to her father, Ben. Ben was a coach of my daughter at Linfield Netball Club many, many moons ago when they were in primary school. Coaches make a difference.
And it's still Leander McLaughlin. She's in the lead in this race 56. She's certainly extended that lead a little further from the early stage of the race. She's now got a 14-second margin on the Monty Sculler. That's at the 1,500 metre mark. So we're coming up to the last 300 metres of this race here, but it's certainly looking like this sculler from Pymble Ladies, Leander McLaughlin, has got a very strong lead. Plenty of clear water there, and it's looking like a great performance from Leander. Of course, these are the time trials, so it's important that the race is as fast as possible. So we hope to see Leander really lifting her rate here, really doing everything she can to get that fastest possible time.
And again, this is race 56. In lane 1 is Monty St. Angelo's Isabel Armstrong. Lane 2 is Loreto Normanhurst's Poppy Russell. Lane 3 is Loreto Kirribilli's Zara Luce. In lane 4 is Roseville's Piper Robertson. In lane 5, Pymble Ladies, Leander McLaughlin. Lane 6, Loreto Kirribilli's Chiara Crino. In lane 7 is PLC Sydney's Chiara Ewing. In lane 8 is Loreto Kirribilli's Charlie Reeves. And in lane 9 is Queenwood's Lucinda Doku.
But it's this sculler from Pymble Ladies, Leander McLaughlin. She's looking very clean, very long, great power through the water. Very efficient rowing, and she's going to take the win in this event. Outstanding rowing here, coming into the last 10, 15 strokes of the race. You can see her really lifting her stroke rate, looking around for the line. The last few strokes, great power there, excellent rowing and fantastic racing there with a time of 8:47.86.
And a battle for second and third, soon forming between lane 2 and lane 1 and lane 8, and so that's Normanhurst, and then that's also Kirribilli there. And it looks like Poppy Russell came in there in second place from Loreto Normanhurst, followed by Charlie Reeves in third place from Loreto Kirribilli. And in fourth place, Isabel Armstrong. Fifth is Lucinda Doku. Sixth, Chiara Ewing. And seventh, Piper Robertson. Followed by Chiara Crino. And then passing there is Zara Luce. Congratulations, girls, on finishing what is your fourth race of the day.
So yeah, quite a margin there between first and second, around 16 seconds, but much closer, tighter field for the rest of those competitors from positions third down to ninth. So yeah, some great racing there from Schoolgirl singles race 56.
So racing right now is race 57. And lane 1 is Askim's Sammy Robillard. Lane 2, Pymble Ladies, Scarlett Ollison. Lane 3, Tara School's Gemma Waterhouse. Lane 4, Loreto Normanhurst's Matilda Cronin. Lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli's Sarah Holt. Lane 6, Queenwood's Scout Ferguson. Lane 7, Tara School's Layla Odbert. Lane 8, Loreto Normanhurst's Mia Dranganudis. And in lane 9, Loreto Kirribilli's Indiana Orth.
And going through the 1,000-metre mark, it was the Queenwood single sculler in first position. She went through the 1,000 in a time of 4:21. In second, it was Pymble Ladies number 5, Scarlett Ollison. She was about 6 seconds behind the Queenwood sculler. In third, Loreto Kirribilli number 7. In fourth, we had Askham 4. In fifth, Loreto Kirribilli number 4. In sixth, Loreto Normanhurst number 6. In seventh, Tara School. Eighth, Tara. And ninth, Loreto Normanhurst number 4. So that Queenwood sculler, Scout Ferguson, who was in the lead, and she still is in the, that was through the 1,000, through the 1,500, they've just gone through there. She's clocked a time of 6:39. She's still in the lead, only 2 seconds ahead of Scarlett Ollison from Pymble Ladies 5, and further 5 seconds back to Indiana Orth. So it's still pretty tight in that first and second positioning. Got Queenwood first, Pymble second, but of course it's 500 to go, and 2 seconds is a margin that can be made up in a single scull, so it will be a close race to the end.
And now we turn our attention back again to the podium for the presentation of the winner for race 56, the Schoolgirl single scull. And the winner of that race from Pymble Ladies College is Leander McLaughlin. Put your hands together for the winner of that race from Pimble's Ladies, coached by Harrison Randell, Leander McLaughlin. I'd love to speculate to know if that parent loves rowing so much that she was named after the famous British rowing club, Leander. So on the course right now, continues to be race 57. Looks like racing for first place is getting pretty tight now between Scout Ferguson and Scarlett Ollison. They're both looking pretty comfortable, but it looks like the rating has just gone up for Queenwood's Scout Ferguson. Is it being matched over there by PLC Scarlett Ollison? It does look like it. What do you think, Alison?
Yeah, it's going to be close, I think. It's certainly, they're fighting all the way to the end. I think it looks to me like that Pymble Sculler's just in front, but the Queenwood Sculler is certainly responding. This is going to be a fight right to the end. You can see them lifting their stroke rate, increasing the power. Last few strokes here, it's still looking like Pymble, but Queenwood's really fighting, and I think it's going to be... Yep, I think that's the finish line. It's Pymble Ladies, number 5. Scarlett has won that in 8:48.86. Narrowly in front of Queenwood Sculler, Scout Ferguson, about 1.7 seconds behind her. So fantastic racing from those top 2 single scullers. In third, we had Loreto Kirribilli, number 7. That's Indiana Orth. And we just got the 4th sculler coming down to the line now in this last couple of strokes. And that's Askham number 4, Sammy Robiliard, who's just come over in 4th position, followed by Loreto Kirribilli number 4, Sarah Holt in 5th position. And the 6th sculler going over the line now was Tara School, Gemma Waterhouse. And number 8, we have the Loreto Normanhurst number 6, Mia. And we just have the Tara School there, Layla Odbert going over the line in the 8th position. And Loreto Normanhurst in 9th position, just going over the line then. That was Matilda Cronin. So outstanding racing from all of those single scullers. Great result there. We had the win from Pymble Ladies. Pymble Ladies, Scarlett Ollison in an official time of 8:48.46. Second was Queenwood, Scout Ferguson, and third Loreto Kirribilli, number 7, Indiana Orth. So congratulations, girls.
And quickly switching over to race 58, that's currently racing. It's lane 1, Queenwood's Elsie Hood. In lane 2, Sydney Girls, Camille Zanko. In lane 3, Tara School's Amy Rouse. Lane 4, PLC Sydney's Jessica Burrows. Lane 5, Tara School's Piper Walker. Lane 6, Pymble Ladies' Zara Kinneberg. Lane 7, Loreto Normanhurst's Ellen Ogilvie. Lane 8, Pymble Ladies' Madison Landgreb. And in lane 9, Roseville's Sophie Ben.
And we have the Pymble Ladies number 6 sculler, Madison Langgrebe, in going through the 1500 in a time of 6:39, ahead of the Tara School sculler in second, Amy Roos. She was a good 12 seconds clear of her at that 1500 metre mark. In third, Queenwood School Elsie Hood. So first position at this stage is that Pymble Ladies number 6 sculler, Madison. She's looking very long, very strong, and as we come into the closing stage of this race is now, I think that's a fairly substantial margin that will be very hard for that Tara sculler to catch that Pymble sculler. But yes, this is looking like some good racing, some very close racing as well with the rest of the field, but certainly a fairly substantial gap there between first and second. That's Madison Langgrebe and Amy Rouse. And in lane 8, this Pymble sculler is really accelerating through that drive. She comes into this last few hundred metres. You can see again, rate lifting, power lifting. She's really digging deep. She knows that this is important to go as fast as she can, and she's really going to dig down and give it everything she can, firing those legs. I'm sure everything would be really burning here, but she knows she's only got a couple of strokes to go. She's got plenty of clear water. Fantastic racing. You can really see this sculler really giving it everything she has. A fantastic race here. Great result from this sculler from Pymble. And there's the buzzer for Madison, going over in a time of 8:55. Great effort there. We've got the sculler in the second position about to come over the line now. And that's in a time that 13 seconds behind the winner there. That's the Tara School, Amy Rouse. And it's been very tight here for third and fourth. Very close racing there, but it's the Roseville number 4 sculler, Sophie Ben, who has taken out the third position, followed by Loreto Normanhurst number 5 in fourth. We've got Pymble Ladies in 5th position, and 6th Sydney Girls High, Sydney Girls 3. And we've just got the last 2 positions coming through, position number 7 and 8 and 9 about to finish. We've got the Queenwood just going over the line there. That's Elsie Hood in the 7th position, followed by 8th position PLC Sydney number 5, Jessica Burrows.
And we turn our attention now back to the podium to the awarding of the winner of race 57, the Schoolgirl single scull, and the winner from Pymble Ladies is Scarlett Ollison, coached by Harrison Randall. Congratulations, put your hands together again for Pymble Ladies, Scarlett Ollison.
So we have race 59 coming down the course now. At the 1500 metre mark, it was the Armidale School, Isabella Henderson. She went through in a time of 6:21, followed by the UTS sculler, Charlotte Olivia, followed in third by Redlands, Alana Winder, followed by 4th position, Sydney Girls number 1, Xenia Palmer. In 5th, we had UTS Bianca McKenzie. In 6th, Pymble Ladies, Lucy Simpson. 7th was Sydney Girls 2, Mia Williams. And 8th was Roseville 5, Annabelle Eburn.
And we turn again to the podium to present race 58, the winner of the single scull. And that is from Pymble Ladies College, Madison Landgreb, coached by Harrison Randall. Put your hands together for Madison Landgreb from Pymble Ladies College.
It's definitely the Armidale School sculler, Isabella Henderson. She has taken the lead in this race, and it's certainly going to be a win to her, going over the line, waiting for the buzzer, and there's a time of 8:35 for Isabella. But it's certainly going to be a tight race for second. We've got the UTS sculler here pushing all the way. It's going to be a tight race for second and third. I was waiting for the buzzer now, but I think it's that UTS sculler that's just taken out that second position. That's Charlotte Olivia. Great race from Charlotte. In third, we've got Redlands, Alano Winder, and then the 4th, Sydney Girls, Xenia Palmer. So congratulations to 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Isabella Henderson, Charlotte Olivia, Alana Winder and Xenia Palmer. So in a winning time of 8:35.94. And we have in 5th position, just going over the line, the sculler from UTS, Bianca McKenzie, followed by the Pymble Ladies sculler, Lucy Simpson, and the Sydney Girls number 2 sculler, Mia Williams. And coming into the last couple of strokes in this single scull event, the sculler just gone over the line there. That's the Sydney Girls 2, Mia Williams. So the official times in that race, Pymble Ladies number 6. So the times in that race, we had first the Armidale School, Isabella Henderson, 8:35.94. In second was UTS, Charlotte Olivia. She was 13.45 seconds behind Isabella. In third, we had Redlands, Alana Winder. In fourth, Sydney Girls number 1, Xenia Palmer. Fifth, UTS, Bianca McKenzie. Sixth, Pymble Ladies, Lucy Simpson. Seventh, Sydney Girls 2, Mia Williams. Eighth, Roseville number 5, Annabelle Eburn, and scratched was the Loreto Normanhurst sculler, Eloise Moore. So congratulations to all of those girls. That's fantastic racing in this very competitive event, the Schoolgirl single.
And we've got 2 more races left on the agenda. Currently running is race 60, and in lane 1 is Pymble Ladies' Amber Eisenhower. In lane 2, Roseville's Sabine Baird. Lane 3, UTS's Sophia Stevenson. Lane 4, Armidale School's Isabel Coddington. In lane 5, Loreto Normanhurst Portia Gill. Lane 6, Pymble Ladies Saskia Alexander. Lane 7, Sydney Girls Alison Rao. Lane 8, Redlands Isabel Campbell. And in lane 9, Loreto Normanhurst's Amelia Branley. And we now turn our attention to the podium, and we're now awarding race 59. The winner from the Armidale School is Isabella Henderson. Congratulations, Isabella, coached by Martin Inglis from the Armidale School.
And for race 60, the Schoolgirl single, going through the 1500 metre mark, the first place getter was Redlands, Isabel Campbell, in a time of 6:40, followed in second by the Armidale School, Isabel Coddington. In third was Pymble Ladies, Saskia Alexander. In fourth, the UTS sculler, Sophia Stevenson. Fifth, Pymble Ladies, Amber Eisenhower. Sixth, Loreto Normanhurst 7, Amelia Branley. And seventh, Loreto Normanhurst 8, Portia Gill. Eighth, Sydney Girls 4, Alison Rao. So it's certainly that Redlands Isabel Campbell, but she was only 0.47 of a second ahead of the Armidale School sculler, Isabel Coddington. So it's certainly going to be a very close race, first and second. A little bit further back between second and third, there's a 10-second gap. So it's going to be a very tight race between first and second, Isabel Campbell and Isabel Coddington. Is that the UTS? So it looks like it's a Redlands sculler, Isabel Campbell. She's going to hold on to the win here. It's being pushed a little bit by the Armidale School, Isabel Coddington, but Isabel Campbell is responding. You can see she's really holding that good length, nice and strong through here. And she's going to maintain that lead. Yes, very good posture here. You can see sitting up tall, nice and strong. Great rowing there. And it's going to be a win for the Redlands sculler, Isabel Campbell, in coming through in first position in lane 8. And great row from her in a time of 8:53. Couple of lengths clear to the sculler in second position from the Armidale School. That's Isabel Coddington. And in third position, just going over the line there from Pymble Ladies, is Saskia Alexander. And just coming up the last 5 or 6 strokes here, the UTS sculler about to go over the line there. So that's Sophia Stevenson over in lane 3, and we have another sculler about to go over the line over in lane 1. That's the Pymble sculler, That's Amber Eisenhower. And in sixth position, the lane 9 sculler, Loreto Normanhurst, Amelia Brainley, and the 7th position, Loreto Normanhurst, number 8 sculler, Portia Gill. 8th, we've had Sydney girls, number 4, Alison Rayo. So that concludes, we've got one more sculler coming down. So just repeating the times for that race. First was Redlands, Isabel Campbell, in a time of 8:53. Second, the Armidale School, Isabel Coddington. Third was Pymble Ladies, Saskia Alexander. So we just have final sculler to cross the line. Last 15 or 20 strokes here. As we mentioned, this is the IGSA time trial event, so the positioning and times for these events are critical when it comes to selecting those 2 8s. So last couple of strokes here from this sculler, fantastic effort there, and that Roseville sculler has just gone over the line there, Sabine Baird. So congratulations to Roseville and congratulations to all of those single scullers in race 60. So we're just coming into the final race now for the regatta, which is race 61 of the Schoolgirl single event.
And the last race is in lane 1 from Tara School, Victoria Eaton. In lane 2, Pymble Ladies, Genevieve Bazina. Lane 3 is Roseville's Emily Wong. In lane 4 is Pymble Ladies, Caitlin Bilney. In lane 5 is UTS's Willow Chapman. In lane 6 is Pymble Ladies, Georgina Curtis. Lane 7 is Pymble Ladies, Olivia Norton. In lane 8 is from Glebes, Giselle Durza. And in lane 9 is Loreto Kirribilli's Elizabeth Roberts. And as we come towards the end of today's racing, we want to thank again the organisers from Loreto Kirribilli, all the volunteers, the coaches, the parents, the friends, and all of the associated schools that have come together to celebrate this fantastic sport of rowing.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic event, and congratulations to a lot of these girls who've had multiple races. Some of these single scullers, I'm sure, will be quite tired. They will have had other events earlier in the day. But yeah, just a great event. Congratulations to everyone that's been taken part, and a big thank you as well to all the volunteers, all the coaching staff, the teachers, the parents, the rowers, the coxswains, all the volunteers, everybody that makes these events possible. And yeah, fantastic day of racing. We've had great conditions out here, and it's a wonderful way to celebrate, which is the 15th Loreto Kirribilli Rowing Regatta.
And don't forget, there's also a regatta tomorrow. It's the Sydney Girls High Regatta. So we'll see you back here tomorrow. But we still have this last race to come through. And at the 1,000, I think it was Loreto Kirribilli's Elizabeth Roberts with a small lead ahead of Pymble Ladies' Georgina Curtis. But things can change very quickly, and I think they may have. Based on our perspective here, it does look like Pymble Ladies, Georgina Curtis in lane 6 has taken a lead there. And it does also look like in lane 7, Olivia Norton. No, actually, I think it's lane 4, Caitlin. No, I correct that. I must be getting tired.
Does look like that Loreto Kirribilli sculler has just, but she's pushing back. She's certainly fighting that sculler over in lane 9. That's Elizabeth Roberts. But it certainly looks like it's Olivia Norton from Pymble who is in the lead there. That's the lane 7 sculler. Olivia Norton from Pymble in that first position. Very good race from her. And it's Georgina Curtis in lane 6 who is going to take the second position from Pymble. And that's a fantastic race from her. And we've got in third position, we have the Loreto Kirribilli number 9 sculler, Elizabeth Roberts. That's a fantastic race from those top 3 scullers. And the UTS sculler going over in fourth position, that's Willow Chapman. got the very close here now between lane 8 and lane 2, but it is that lane 8 sculler from Glebe, Giselle Duiza. She's just in front of the Pimble ladies sculler Genevieve Bazina, who was in 6th, and in 7th over the line then is Caitlin Bilney. So that's a fantastic effort from all of those scullers, but just telling you again, reminding everybody of the times. The winning time in that event was 9:03.51, and that was Olivia Norton from Pimble Ladies College. So congratulations to all of those scullers. We still have one final sculler making her way down the course. Last 20 or 30 strokes for this sculler.
And a big round of applause to Roseville's Emily Wong as we finish out this race for the Schoolgirl Single Scull Division 10, race 61. And she makes that last 2 strokes there. Well done. Congratulations.
Yes, well done, Emily. That's a fantastic effort. 8th from there from the Roseville sculler. Yeah, and a fantastic effort from all of those single scullers. It's certainly a very tough competition, the Schoolgirl single. It's one of the most competitive events, and a great effort, great racing by all competitors. And there we have the 9th sculler from Tara School, Victoria Eaton. Congratulations to Tara, going across in 9th position. That's just a fantastic effort in this Schoolgirl single event. So well done to all of these single scullers that have raced in this category, all nominating for the IGSA 8s event. And yeah, just a fantastic for all of you to be part of this event.
And now we turn our attention back to the podium for one last time today to present the medal for race 61, and that is the winner from Pimble Ladies College, Olivia Norton. Put your hands together for Olivia. Thank you and congratulations. And I think that wraps it up for us in the commentary tower. Thank you, Alison. It's been a pleasure talking at you for the last 5 hours.
Yes, thank you, Clem. It's been great to be up here and talk rowing for however 5, 6, 7 hours non-stop.
And there's always more for next time. So to all our family and friends in the live stream from across New South Wales, cheering on their children, their grandchildren, their nieces, thanks for watching, and we look forward to seeing you again sometime soon.
Thank you.